I hope you all are doing well and safe. I'm Luiz Felipe Giacomelli, founder and CEO of the e-Maximus Management and Operations LLC, company based in the United States, which organizes the WorldSBN summits around the world. Just to give a fast background about our summits, we have organized 2 editions so far. The first one was in Maia, Portugal in 2018, and the second one was in São Paulo, Brazil in 2019. Maximus have other great projects that will be launched during this summit, along with other great presentations that 20 experts from 16 countries have pre-recorded for us, and now you have free access to it. Initially, the WorldSBN Summit Lisbon was planned to take place at the auditorium in the Sporting Club of Portugal, whereas 2 major situations have challenged me. First, many countries have closed its borders due to the lockdown to control the spread of COVID-19. Therefore, the speakers could not travel to Portugal to speak for us. Secondly, the Sporting Club Portugal also closed its doors. So, based on it, I have decided not to cancel the summit, but to turn it totally online throughout our platform called WorldSBN.com. Providentially, our platform would be launched during the summit. Additionally, I want to thank you all the institutional partners. Finally, I want to thank you for your kind comprehension. Be sure I did my best and have placed a lot of passion to make this webinar running properly, even with a shortage of technical support, sponsors, time during the lockdowns. Whereas being challenged on difficult times make us test our abilities to overcome difficulties. Therefore, I'm sure you will like this webinar. So let's start this amazing summit with the launching of our own platform, the WorldSBN.com. The WorldSBN is a global sport and eSport industry professional network,
composed by leading executive level experts from multiple areas of work,
like management, operations, marketing, merchandising, sales, broadcasting, streaming, ticketing, etc., related to the pro sports and esports industries.
C-level, VPs, directors and managers from most of the international sports esports federations, National Olympics committees, sports, esports governing bodies and agencies, from professional sports teams.
Major events such as London 2012, Rio 2016, Tokyo 2020, Paris 2024, LA 2028.
From 45 countries spread worldwide.
The main objective of this group is to share expertise and experience, get updates on the latest news about the industry, open doors for opportunities worldwide, and to do business in a win-win way.
We also organize the WorldSports Business Network Summits worldwide to give to our members an opportunity to showcase sports and eSports projects.
Business opportunities, investment opportunities, job opportunities, success stories, and even network in the old-fashioned way, by shaking hands and making eye contact.
After all, we are human-to-human era.
Our success was so rapid that just 1 year later, it was necessary to move to a new platform called WorldSBN.com
to have a better and more interactive experience.
Grow your business, improve your career, meet like-minded people, network for jobs with Sports Business Network.
WorldSBN.com is a one-of-a-kind sports eSports industry content platform made of top-tier executive-level sports eSports industry members from all over the globe.
Being a global platform, the official language spoken is English.
WorldSBN.com is login required professional networking, only available after an initial screening process and membership approval.
Be one of the few. Access WorldSBN.com and become an insider.
Don't wait more time. Access the WorldSBN.com and make your registration to be part of this one-of-a-kind sports and eSports industry professional network. Following the program, now you're watching firsthand the launching video of the e-Maximus Arena. It is a multi-purpose sports, eSports, and entertainment venue to be located in Florida, USA. It also will be the Maximus Management and Operations LLC headquarters, and where our own sports and eSports events will be running. So if you are interested to know more about this unique arena, feel free to reach me out. Continuing the summit, now you watch amazing lectures from notable speakers whom kindly pre-recorded it for us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back from your break. My name is Dimitris Zanetos. I am the strategic advisor for the Arab Gulf Cup Football Federation, which is a regional football confederation here in the region based in Doha, Qatar. And I am sending you this electronic presentation, which of course you will have copies and you can discuss about later in your own accord, because unfortunately I cannot travel to this amazing summit. I feel very sad that I will not be able to meet you, to discuss with my fellow speakers and offer value on the spot and in person. But I do hope with this electronic age, we can keep in touch electronically. I have my contact details on the first slide and on the last slide, and please feel free to contact me for any details you want to discuss from this presentation. I moved to Doha, Qatar in 2009. I've been here now 11 years. I moved as the head of the PMO for the AFC Asian Cup 2011, which is the Euro competition for the AFC, the Asian Football Confederation, for people who know football in the industry. And I've been very fortunate to be working in numerous football mega events since, but not only football. I was involved in the Arab Games in 2012, which had an average of 13,000 athletes. I was the program director for the AFC Under-23 Championship in 2016, which was an Olympic qualifier. And I've been very fortunate to be in Greece during the time of the Olympic Games in 2004, I was working as a project manager for the LOC in Athens. At 47 years old, I'm 28 years outside Greece now, 20 years outside America, so I am a citizen of the world. And of course, working now for the AGCFF, I'm also very fortunate to be involved in the Gulf Cup, the Arab Gulf Cup, the Casa Khalij for the Arab speakers. That happens every 2 years in countries around the region, and it involves 8 countries, multiple fans, and of course all the sports team and executives that come with it on every tournament. So with my experience of planning mega events in the past and being very, very lucky to be at the planning element, at the PMO element, which we have a helicopter view of everything that's happening inside the organization, I will be very glad to offer my opinion in what makes a sport event a very big sport event, a legacy sport event. What are the parameters that make these big events different than small competitions? But of course, what do you leave in the country? What happens in the organization after the sport event? What happens in the city after the event leaves? So in my humble opinion, what characterizes a sport event as a major sport event and a legacy sport event is 8 basic characteristics that I've seen in my experience all these years. These are the planning required to bring this event to fruition, the resource management, the competition infrastructure, the venue infrastructure, the media coverage, the spectators and the viewers, the extent of hospitality and tourism magnitude, and of course, the socioeconomic development and legacy. So let's talk about my favorite subject, the planning. The planning required for any big sport event should start from day one. Theoretically, it should start from the bidding process, but once an event is won for the country, the next day the planning begins. And there's some elements that you will see in all organizations, either sooner or later, that will actually follow the steps every time. And these are, first of all, creating the plan. So the plan can follow some basic parameters that we've seen throughout all competition. You start with the executive management, and I'll discuss a little bit more about that. You do the program management and the functional area planning, the FAs, for people who are familiar with the lingo of the Olympics. You have the financial planning, workforce management, the marketing and the promotion, and the venue operations and the competition management. So everything starts with executive management planning. A lot of these elements will be governed from the bid book, and hopefully some elements will even be explicit in the bid book. But even if they're not, once the event is won from the city or the country, executive management has to create the strategic business plan. They have to create the organizational chart and the basic parameters of how you build the organization to deliver the event. This is the time that you set up the stakeholder management guarantees, the private stakeholder support, the robust framework in place and the legal framework in place that will bring the government and all the stakeholders together to work on this event. So you may be talking about legislation, about taxes, about customs, about visas, about airport operations, contract, licenses, permits, grants, commercial rights and accreditation. The list can go on and on, but you understand that this needs to be done at the beginning. So you get to facilitate your planning afterwards once everything's in place. This way, I think you can start getting a little bit of the picture of what it means to create mega events in a country. What I just described to you, the framework and the planning elements in place that the LOC can discuss with the government and the stakeholders and the ministries, you don't have to do that every time. Once there's a solid framework in place for a first event, the legacy elements that you leave in the country will facilitate this in the future. And And if you're fortunate to be in a place like we live in the Middle East here in Doha and Qatar, Qatar has established itself as in the region as a premier sports destination, as a city, tourist, and sports destination. So the latest numbers in 2019 were that we had 73 international events occurring in this country. Some bigger, some small, some repetitive, like the tennis or the PGA Tour or the Grand Prix motorcycle tournament. But whatever you see, whatever tournament you see, you will see the same element in place. The same stakeholders going from the beginning of the meeting. There's a specific place in the Ministry of Interior that deals with the accreditation issues and the visas in the country. There's a particular public authority supervisor that sees if all the road works towards the venue are complete. So you start seeing now what I mean of leaving a legacy in the country by every single sport event. You just do it once at the beginning very, very well, which here was done before I arrived in the country. It was done in Asian Games of 2006 and has been transferred throughout every sport event that I've seen in my personal experience. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. So if we move on to what a business plan is, what is a strategic business plan? And you may hear the term or have a theoretical opinion about it, but it is a very important document that will govern the LOC and all the people coming on board the LOC, that they know how they work, what they do, and what the elements are needed for the planning. A strategic plan will start with a strategic mission statement. What is it that you want to accomplish with this event? The critical success factors are needed. What are the critical success factors that will govern if the event is successful or not at the end? So you have to list these factors. You have to determine which are the stakeholders that affect each of these factors. Then you need to make a conscious decision as an LOC, which ones are under your control, which ones are not. There are some elements like good weather that are not under your control. There are some elements like the world crisis of coronavirus, 2019 and 2020 living it still, that are not under the LOC's control. So these things are good to be discussed at the beginning. And of course, you can never estimate the importance of a proper org chart. I'm not going to say that this org chart that I'm putting in front of you now is the correct one. It's definitely one that has worked for us in the past. It determines every department and sub-department when you look at the level 1 and the breakdown that actually covers every single element that you would need in an LOC. Other people may decide it's different. What's sure and certain is that you do need a proper LOC org chart. And sometimes the mistake that we do when we do see boxes, we think automatically of people. No, boxes are functions. Boxes are deliverables. Boxes may be 5 people in one job or 1 people doing 5 jobs. Doesn't make any difference. The fact of the matter is that you need a proper org chart to not forget what you need to be doing, to cover every single element that you are governed by the bid book and the contract that you will be signing, and of course, to leave knowledge in the country, to leave knowledge with the people that will come the next tournament. They will see this org chart, they will have all the job descriptions, all the deliverables, all the business plan, all the milestones, all the risks, all the issues, all the lessons learned, and they will take over for the next tournament. The business plan will have financial management. In this case, and it's just an example, I show you on our events what percentage of the budget goes to operations, what goes to security, what goes to marketing and communication, what goes to competition, and generally speaking, all sports events follow the same manner. The same will apply to the workforce. In some countries like Qatar, there is a valid effort to have more local workforce that will gain the knowledge and keep it in the country instead of always using expats that are experts in their opinion. But of course, once the event finishes, they go out of the country and their knowledge goes out with them. In the past 8 years in this country, I've seen a significant increase in local experience. Local organizing committees will not hire as many individuals and expats from abroad as it did before because the knowledge is now here. It continues being here and it just transferred from one department to another and everybody becomes accustomed to it. So you don't need to hire expensive resources from abroad. The volunteers you need for the organizations is next. Coming from the Greek Olympics, this is very close to my heart because Greece as a nation did not have a history of volunteers. What started with the Greek Olympics was unique in the country, with 80,000 volunteers registering, 40,000 working, less than 3% turnover. This, to me, makes all the importance in the world when you run a successful event. The same is happening in the Middle East. In the past 10 years, I've seen the volunteer organizations grow exponentially. The volunteer numbers are steady. You see repeating people, repeating families coming to this event, not expecting to get paid, just becoming here and coming and feeling good for helping the organization and helping the city deliver a successful event. And to close on workforce management, I cannot emphasize enough the importance of training. The training of the local people, the training of executives, the training of volunteers. It's so significant, not only in delivering the event and going on and facing any problems that might come, but it's very, very important for the legacy element of any LOC, because this knowledge stays here. And last but not least, to close down the issue of proper program management and planning, I've had this debate many times. Every organization needs a proper transfer of knowledge, mechanism, plan, budgets, whatever you want to call it. And I've been very adamant about this in the past, and I will be in the future. Planning in advance will also give you a proper closure. So from the beginning, when we do all these program management, you have to think of the transfer of knowledge. Maybe the transfer of knowledge is a simple closure report. End closure report, this is what we did, this is what we planned, this is how much we spent, these are the risks and issues we faced, these are the lessons for the future. It could be as simple as a simple report. But most big legacy events will have a proper TOK, transfer of knowledge, document, process, presentation, something that will go way into the future, into the next organization, where you will bring them in for training, where you go to the next country and next city to offer your knowledge and your experience. It's so critical. And of course, all the big confederations, IOC, FIFA, AFC, place a lot of importance to it, so that knowledge is not lost. So the next organization or the next city doesn't start from scratch. To me, this whole presentation could be only be discussing about the transfer of knowledge, but this whole legacy presentation is this in essence. It's what you leave behind for the next person that will come after you. The next element discussed in big legacy events for me is competition infrastructure. And of course we will discuss a little bit our experience with competition venues and non-competition venues. But to me, competition infrastructure is more than that. You're talking about everything that has to do with venue operations. You're talking about sports services, spectator services, overlays. There are some organizations that consider even sports presentation, which may be considered part of the marketing, part of sports services, team services, and how you deal with the team requirements is also under competition infrastructure. However you think about it, the scale of the competition infrastructure in any event governs how big this event will be. So for example, in AFC 2011 or now in the new football events, we're talking from 16 to 32 countries. If you have 16 countries, you're talking 32 matches within the framework of 3 weeks. And in all aspects, it's a mega event of logistics and planning and thinking how you will run these venues during and after the competition. The competition venues, of course, are very, very important. Either you're talking football or you're talking athletics or you're talking swimming. The venue itself is what the spectators see on TVs. It's what the fans come to enjoy. And of course, primarily the athletes themselves. The athletes have to be very, very content with the level of services that are being offered, with the changing rooms, with the quality of the pitch, with the quality of the water, or whatever the sport may be. But most important, you have to have a venue that is in a good enough shape to run the competition in the back element. As we know very, very well, front office is usually 10% of what everybody sees. The 90% is the back of office operations. And if you don't have a good enough venue to run it, then it's a very big problem in running the event, considering the event successful, and of course running it in the future because nobody will want to go to that venue for any future event. Let me not forget to add at this point also the training sites. The training sites, based on what the requirements are for this specific event, may be very, very comprehensive and detailed, like the training sites needed for the FIFA World Cup, or they might be something that you just need in isolation for the teams to train, away from spectators, away from media, away from competing teams, so they don't see each other. But it does offer its own level of complexity. Running training site schedules alone, believe it or not, is a nightmare operation by itself, especially when every team changes at every single point. So if you don't have experience on that, then your next event will be very, very complex if you don't know how to run the training sites. Non-competition venues is a whole different ballgame on its own. You may have non-competition venues like Main Press Center or International Broadcasting Center. You will cover the hotels in Olympic Games, or even in Doha for the FIFA World Cup. You will have the port and the airport, but the port itself will be a main venue. You will have malls if you have activations in schools becoming venues, and everything needs to be incorporated in place to be organized from the top, from the LOC, and all the plans must correlate and talk to each other in a seamless and effective manner. Allow me to finish this part about competition infrastructure with a little element I discussed at the beginning, and if you worked in events, you know how difficult it may be, and that's called overlays. So when we speak about overlays, we speak about temporary infrastructure that is needed in a venue during the competition. Now, I've had this question before: how come you spend all this money in setting up the Wi-Fi for an event and you just don't leave it? Well, you can't. You can't leave in any venue the temporary infrastructure and the overlays for the next event to come in, because first of all, you don't know when the next events are, but especially the wear and tear will just demolish the system before you even get to the next event. So when we're talking about overlays of lighting system, okay, that's a legacy thing that will stay into the future and you will need it in every single event. But usually when we're talking about overlays that come and go, you're talking about tribunes, you're talking about VIP activations outside in the tents, the fan zones, the ticketing systems, the broadcasting studios, and general venue infrastructure like sport equipment, technical equipment, desks, offices, that you may not need on a daily basis. So some countries like London created the London Authority to deliver this infrastructure and overlays and then take it back. Here in Qatar also there's a new entity, an authority that will take the delivery of the venues as they finish for the club, for the World Cup. They will give it to the Supreme Committee or the local organizing committee in FIFA that will run the FIFA World Cup, but then they will give it back to the country so they can run it in the future for different events. You cannot underestimate the importance of overlays, and if you're not careful and if you don't do the proper planning from the beginning, how much it's going to hurt your end line and your budget. So as a legacy element, venue infrastructure and competition infrastructure is probably at the top, but the overlays element of this is probably the biggest element that somebody needs to think about when they're talking about legacy in sport events. Let's move on to media coverage. Some people believe this is the number one thing that everybody needs to think about, because what you show to the world is what remains out there. That's what considers an event successful or not. I tend to agree the media stakeholders are an important element of a legacy of an event and how people will think about the country and the city in the future. I don't consider it as important as our elements like planning and infrastructure and financials, but it's a very, very big important element. So what are the legacy elements that media leaves behind? For sure, it's the stories, and then let's talk in this day of age of social media, it's the impressions, the publications, the tweets. It's whatever's left behind for the country after the event is a media legacy coverage. When you're talking about the day of the competition, when you're talking about how many people visit the website, that is important, and broadcasting elements have thousands of techniques to show how successful an event is and what the aftermath and the outreach is to the world. But when you talk about something that will be left as a legacy, we are talking about the stories left behind, the reports, the interviews, and when something's on YouTube and on Instagram, and now we have TikTok and all these other elements, it will stay there. It will stay forever. So you need to be very, very careful when it comes to media coverage, not only to satisfy the stakeholder as far as their requirements are concerned, to be able, when they're in the field of play, to send their story, to be able, when they're taking their pictures, upload immediately and send it to their broadcaster and their news agency. But it's also in the back element to make sure you give them a proper hotel to stay in. You tell them about the city. You feed them information and you feed them knowledge instead of them having to go search. Because if they search, maybe they find something you don't really like. So in generally speaking, media coverage is a very, very critical legacy element of any sports event. But it all goes back to proper planning and delivery of the requirements that these representatives need. Just to share some nice information with you, during the latest AGCFF Arab Gulf Cup, the 23rd edition that just happened in Doha recently in December, we had the first live broadcast, a 3D broadcast from the field of play. If you're familiar with the virtual reality glasses, this was an event that was broadcast live. If you have the link, you can go in and watch the event live as if you were in the field of play, just turning around and seeing the fans, seeing that there was no replay or no specific focus or other tricks that you may have seen from these virtual reality techniques. But it was the first event in Doha that some people used because the final event was full. And if you don't have the tickets, and if you don't want to go to the fan zone, or if you don't want to go to any coffee shop or shisha shop as we have here in the Middle East to watch the event, and you want to actually feel it and view it, just put your VR glasses on and watch it live from inside the stadium. That was the first that we did here in partnership with Vodafone, which was an official sponsor and technology facilitator for the event. Spectators and viewers. I discussed a little bit about the viewership in the previous element when we talk about media coverage and broadcasting. But of course, no event is good enough if there's not fans in the stands, if you don't have spectators creating an atmosphere, if you don't have the appropriate branding and wayfinding. And we didn't talk a lot about marketing elements because, yes, they are significant parts of an organization. I don't consider the marketing element as a legacy, something that will be left in the country behind. Apart, of course, what we see in the screens. So when we do have the reports at the end, it's nice to have the branding and the color and the look and feel, as a lot of people call it, the image and the identity. There's different terminologies. But for me, that looks good when spectators are there and cheering, when there's spectators that are yelling for their teams and creating an atmosphere that you can't even hear the whistle of the referee in football. So that, to me, is a very significant legacy element of any big sport event. What you have to show of it at the end in your edition and the average ticket sales and the fans attending the matches. Now, the past couple of years, a very important element is also fan zones. So we have very nice indications to show that how fan zones were important and how people sometimes were enjoying more the fan zone than the actual event. Things that were showing on Instagram and then tweet from the fan zones and the concerts around the fan zones sometimes had more impressions and retweets than the actual match itself. So that in that element, spectators and viewers are very, very important. And I'll just keep a little bit of the element of the marketing and branding. Even if you have the fans, it will not look nice if you don't have the proper image and look and feel in the background. There's no sport event that happens in any country right now without the appropriate tourism and hospitality element that goes hand in hand with the sport elements. When you host a big sport event, you have to make sure that the fans and the spectators, the media, the visitors, the broadcasters, the sponsors, when they come into this country, they know what other things they can do apart from the match itself, apart from the competition, apart from the sports. And you can take it all the way from the origin. If you have the proper tourism packages in place, when the fan knows about this sport event that's happening in this country and they go and click on the national tourism operator or the national flight operator, in this example, it's Qatar Airways. They need to be able, from the beginning of their experience on the website, to know exactly what they can see when they come into the country, do a city pass like other cities have, and go and see the historical, the culture behind every city. Go and visit on non-sport days the museums, the shopping malls. Go to the landscapes, in this case here, the desert excursions. It's very, very important to not leave a fan to come into the country and then try to discover these other alternatives apart from the sports. You need to have airport operations greeting these people, just in case you missed them from the beginning, from the booking of the tickets and the flights. You need to have cooperation with the hotels, so the hotels know what to offer their guests during the afternoons and the non-sport days. You need to have proper communication with all the restaurants and the clubs and the nightlife of every city. So the tourist package and the hospitality element should be the whole package, should be the whole tourist destination, showing the modern development, showing the infrastructure, showing the transport. It cannot be left that the fan will only come, watch the match, and leave. And for this, of course, it's very, very important to address the people behind the fans, the sport entities, the clubs, the federations, the government tourism boards of every country, and go and contact the opinion influencers that will transfer this knowledge and this information through social media to the fans. It's very, very important at this point also to talk about the security element of every country. In this, when it comes to talking about tourism and helping the tourists become more familiar with the city and enjoy all the cultural and historic aspects of every city, you need to have security involved from the beginning. Be it at the airport, at the entrance, at passport control, when they welcome the person into the country, through the local police in the streets, through traffic police, anybody that can stop and ask a question. These people need to know the language and need to know English at least. And making every fan welcome from the moment they arrive into the country, all the way to the match, all the way to the way they leave and go back, and transfer this message that this country was hospitable. Yes, the competition element was supreme and perfect, but also I was very happy to be there. And to conclude, last but not least, but this is kind of a summary of what I've discussed so far. So the socioeconomic development and legacy you leave in a country is what makes any sport event grand and something that the future generations will discuss about. The experienced staff that stays in the country gets trained further and transfers this training and this knowledge to local people and young generations coming out of colleges that will be needed to run big events in the future. The transfer of knowledge, the post-event report, however you discuss it and say it, I think this is the most critical element of any legacy sport event. The transfer of knowledge document also shows the goodwill of the organizing association to the next people. It will showcase the best elements of that city to the next organization in the next city. So it could become also a tourism tool for future organizing committees. However, the transfer of knowledge is not created out of thin air. What you need is the post-event reports from every single department, from every single functional area or every division, or however the local organizing committee names their departments, which will show all the planning deliverables for that department. It will show what they face, the problems they face, the budget issues or the budget constraints. Sometimes in our elements here, in our events here, we even go to details about local companies and third-party stakeholders and third-party suppliers. And we don't hold back. If something was not good, we will tell it and say it, so that supplier will change their attitude or change their services. A post-event report has to be truthful in all the sense, good or bad, so it can be a useful tool for the next organization. And last but not least, I mentioned them before, I will mention them again and finish this presentation with this element, is the volunteers. The volunteers are so important to any organization and how successful it is, of course, to deliver. And the legacy element behind it, what you leave behind, the knowledge, some way or another, it may be transferred. You may have the reports, you may have everything on the cloud now, you have a presentation. It will take somebody just to read, and the volunteer element, though, that stays behind, is the most critical element of any legacy environment for any sport event. I have been very, really lucky in Qatar to see the first Qatar Center for Volunteering being delivered. We now have almost 80,000 volunteers on a database that all organizations use throughout the country, through all sports events. Personally, myself, I'm a volunteer. I love working in any kind of sport event, and it's funny that recently I worked in the golf tournament, the PGA golf tournament. I went to the triathlon, which was a week later, and you see the same volunteers and you see the same people who just don't want to sit home. They have a knowledge base they want to offer, be it giving medals or just monitoring timings, or in my case, doing actual results and helping the teams program and plan their competition. Anybody can offer what they know in the volunteer section, and that to me is the biggest element of any legacy sport events. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of my presentation. Again, anything you want to discuss or any element that you think you want more information or more detail, more statistics of why I considered it as part of the legacy of any sport event, feel free to contact me in the emails and the information provided. I will be happy to discuss with you in person. Again, my apologies for not being there. It was something that I could not control. Promise I will be in the next summit that will happen hopefully very, very soon. Have a very nice afternoon, and thank you very much for your attention.
Following these lectures, now you have access to 20 experts' points of view. They have shared their valuable opinion about the global scenario of the sports industry. It was pre-recorded at the last days during live streaming conversation with me.
Hello, my name is Edgar Romero. I am from Paraguay, now living in Barcelona, Spain. I'm currently doing a PhD in Education and Digital Strategies in Sports at the University of Barcelona and the National Institute of Physical Education of Catalonia. I'm the Corporate Relations of Johan Cruyff Institute, which is based in Barcelona, and I'm also linked to several education sports projects in my country. First of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity and for the invitation, and it's a pleasure for me to be part of this virtual summit and to be able to share experience and continue learning from all of you. I come from the world of football. I was an ex-football player and have a background in business and marketing. I have a master's degree in sport management from the Autonomous University of Barcelona and the Johan Cruyff Institute in 2017. I have worked as a teacher and been involved in several sports social projects. I have also the opportunity to work as a marketing and commercial manager in Cerro Porteño, which is a very emblematic club in South America, before returning to Spain 1 year ago. The purpose of this talk is to share some thoughts about the current and future situation of football clubs in LATAM, have an X-ray of their organizational structure, and identify opportunities in terms of the market, social and political. Please feel free to add comments and contributions, and I will be very happy to discuss and to build ideas together. To get into context, please let me share a short video with you. We are definitely living in the particular situation in the sports sector. This has affected in different ways the organizations and brands linked to the sport industry according to the role they occupy in the system. The start product has undergone a change and will probably not be the same as before, at least in the short and medium term. We can see here a quick overview of the sport industry globally. We can see that more than $200 billion are coming from the industry of football, and we see here the three big blocks of the different ways of monetization and generations of revenues and incomes. Focus more in LATAM. We can see here that in the same scenario with another regions, they have three big blocks of generating incomes too. Unlike other markets such as Europe or USA, LATAM clubs have a greater dependence of television revenues, followed by ticketing revenues and finally marketing commercial. Although this last block is growing very fast in markets such as Argentina, Colombia, and Peru. Although we mentioned that the star product in this case is Satsen and will suffer variations in the future, it directly affects the source of income. So it's a great opportunity to design new strategies and take actions. About the club types, it's important to mention that the two different types of organizational structures or figures that football clubs in LATAM have, which we see is quite even in terms of quantity. Okay, we can see the sports corporations and the non-profit civil associations. The sports corporation structure in countries such as Chile, Colombia, and Peru, where they have been converted in many cases to save them from economic difficulties, and other cases from new transparency policies. The non-profit civil associations in countries like Argentina, Paraguay, Ecuador, Brazil, where the sense of belonging is almost cultural and gives the perception of ownership to the member fund. Now we have the overview of the clubs. Let's think more about the future. The consumer behavior versus market. What does it mean? I believe we can focus now in this new area of sports in three different ways to monetizing, to focus on fan engagement and social. The first one is the digital strategies, which involve social media, e-commerce, and eSports. In digital media, as a social networks, I think this is the key of an element of fan engagement and a channel to directly connect to the website or to the e-commerce site and of course monetize. Adjusting this channel will be a great challenge. We see in the hot suite graph that the large number of people who use social networks, in 83%, with an average of 2.5 hours a day, are from LATAM specifically. About e-commerce, a truly new practice in this region. Although Latin America is not the leading e-commerce region on the planet, its expansion and growth in recent years is outstanding. In 2019, 155.5 million people in Latin America bought goods and services on the internet, which represents a large increase compared to the rich who has done in the past year. Okay. In addition, a statistic reveals that the e-commerce retail sales in Latin America reached 74.4 billion in 1917. Peru, Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and Chile, and Argentina have made significant progress on this channel. However, in case of Paraguay, online shopping in the country represents $225 million a year, showing a growth of almost 163% in the last years. There are clearly two challenges here: the culture of the habit of making purchases online and the banking policy and access to credit cards to make purchases. The next big way, or the next big opportunity, I think, is eSport. Linking this expanding platform very close in the beginning with football will allow new avenues of branding, commercial alliances, and fan engagement. Some countries are planning this format officially with this with their first division clubs, and others have already applied beta tournament. The second big step or big way is the education in sport. The social isolation, the quarantines, and the permanence in homes induce us to remain connected through digital platforms and internationally prestigious study and universities are carrying out actions to contribute to the sport industry through training using social media or digital media or this kind of platforms. Webinars, video conference, virtual classes, and online courses in sport management are related. As an example, Johan Cruyff Institute was very creative in its strategy, a way to optimize time and develop the internal talent of sport organization and professionals in the sports sector. So this could be a good test to the athletes and the professionals which are involved in the sports sector be more focused in the professionalization of the sport and to open different points of view, especially in the sports in the educational sector. And finally, we can see here the new perspective in sport management. The football market was in a similar scenario to the European one approximately 15 years ago, when clubs mainly from the Premier League, such as Liverpool, focusing their strategies on digital media, or when the conjuncture occurred at the Barcelona Olympics in the 92s. I think it is the key that stakeholders such as the governing bodies of sport in each country, such as broadcasters, right holders, sponsors, and brands, are aligned, focused on fans, and of course on players, both years of the entire sports economics engine. Designing a strategic plan for the reconstruction and reactivation of sports sector is the key. Well, as a conclusion, this conjuncture proposes an acceleration in the development of the market in terms of sport management due to the need to promote parallel alternatives ways of income and optimizing resources. Also, it promotes education, focusing in sport management professionals to generate the design and execution of strategies to adapt the organization of the club to this evolution. In addition, it favors the development of digital tools related to social media, monetization via e-commerce, so merchandising, ticketing, memberships, eSports, and fosters relationships with sponsors and new alliances. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate this invitation, and it has been a pleasure to share this space with you. My email and social networks are available to share experience, and all suggestions, comments, and additional views are very welcome to discuss thoughts and ideas. I hope to see you soon, and take care and stay safe. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone at WorldSBN. My name is Ol Martin. I am the founder and CEO of Sporting Global, and we are a social recruitment platform for the sport business industry. We're utilizing AI to match our talents with recruiters. And essentially the way it works is that we are partnering up with universities offering sport-related programs, such as sport management, sport analytics, physical therapists, etc. And then we're partnering up with sports organizations looking for these people. And that could be football clubs, nonprofits, startups, essentially any organization affiliated with the sport industry. And for us, it was key to create a digital meeting place where our users can build valuable connections, where you can gain key tips and information from industry leaders, where you can find those relevant opportunities at a global scale, whether that's volunteering, internships, part-time or full-time jobs. And we decided, after extensive research of AI, we decided to utilize that in order to match these talents with the recruiters. And the way our AI system works is that it selects the top list of the most suitable candidates based on an organization's needs, a user's background, and of course their values, so the organization can spend time on what matters for them. picking the right candidate. And before we dive a little bit more into, the value proposition and how essentially the business works, I wanted to showcase a little bit of the platform to give you a better insight of how it works, what do you need, and what essentially can you do inside there. So with that, I would like to share my screen with you all, and so you can see a little bit on Sporting Global platform. So this is essentially your sport business platform, and it's a place where you can join like-minded sport professionals in their pursuit of building valuable connections, gaining industry knowledge, and finding your next career step, all in one place, tailor-made for you. And of course, we have a huge, massive team around us, that we're extremely glad. We're a small team, of course, but we have a great team around us. Salute, and we've been happy to be able to participate at Startup Grind and Alpha Web Summit. But who is Sporting Global for? And I think this is really key to answer. And as I mentioned, one of the key things is for the universities. And the way that works is that this will be a place where you can promote your program in the most relevant marketplace, where you can connect your students with the industry and where you can increase your alumni contribution and, of course, attract new students, because we are focused on building a quality before quantity platform where essentially every person on the platform either has relevant education, takes relevant education, or are working in the industry. Hence, it would be a very attractive place to promote your bachelor program, your master program, your different courses that you're offering. It will be extremely valuable for our user base. And of course, we had the organization, right, where it was key for us to not, to give this platform accessible for every sport organization, whether you're small or big. So what exactly does that mean? So what we decided to do there is that to have a company page, it is free, right, for every organization, which gives you an opportunity to showcase your company in a very relevant marketplace. You can share valuable content, which will bring value to the young professionals and students inside here. And you can share your events. And of course, the time where you feel like, okay, yeah, now is the time I'll need to recruit someone. Maybe that's, once a year, or maybe it's like, bigger organization that needs that like 100 per year, or have like major events with 100, 200 people. Then we said, okay, well, let's find a solution that works for both parts. And for us, it was key that whether you're small or big, we have the recruitment offerings for you. So that could be like a single job posting for 30 or 60 days. Or if you want to, need a little bit more, then we can do a subscription model with the AI system, where it helps you save time and resources in the process. We have a seamless experience, and that goes for everyone, where you can easily follow and see, who has applied. We give them the applications notifications in the process. You can easily shortlist them, schedule your phone interview, and even have the phone interview through our app. So it's all about making your process easier, whether you're big or whether you're small. This is for you. And of course, helping you finding those best candidates that align with your company values, and promoting the company in the most relevant marketplace. And for us, it was key to look at becoming, okay, how are we going to be the leading recruitment platform in the sport business industry? And for us, it was looking into the diversity benefits and how we can create equal opportunities. And for us, we're always looking an eye on that. And I wanted to make it very clear to you that since we started building this platform, we're making this based on the new GDPR rules, because your security, your privacy is 100% important for us in order to keep the standards and elevate the standards that are out there today, so we can keep you safe and what your data is being used for. So this is very key. And of course, the job market, right? And for the students like that are out there, or professionals that are looking to either find their career path or wanting to have a little bit of change, we decided to create a job market where when you sign up, you will get tailor-made job recommendations. So we made it very easy, where you answer essentially 3 questions. Where do you want to work? What are you looking for? And what kind of department do you want to be part of? So say like, I want to work in Norway. I'm looking for like a part-time job, and I want to work in marketing. So hence on that, we can start giving you relevant recommendations. And the more you utilize our system and applying for jobs that you see is relevant, the better recommendations we can give you. Call it kind of like our Netflix of job market. And through our AI system, we're able to get you matched and shortlisted with sport organization. You will, of course, be notified in the process. So now you actually know that when you send an application, you know that it's received. You know if you're shortlisted. You know like where you are in the process, and you essentially, we have decided to create a solution that works, that are going to help you in the process of not only be aware of what opportunities you have, but follow you through the process. So you just don't stand there with like sending your resume like, did they receive it? What's happening? We want to get you involved in the entire process. So let's dive a little bit into like the profile, and sorry for moving my camera, but let's dive a little bit into the platform and showcase a little bit like what is the key elements here. And what was key for us was that when we decided to create a profile, like how can we showcase this in the best possible way? So what we decided to do is like you will insert your top three values. What is your passion, your top skills, a little bit about yourself, of course, your goal, you have your favorite quote, and here we have the skills tree where we have your core skills alongside with sub skills. And then you can insert your education, where you can insert your GPA, your awards, essentially any or like university element that you have, professional experience, which is key, of course, and of course, like if you've been an athlete, we can put in that, volunteering, of course, and also personal development. So we try to showcase like what was the most important valuable assets that we can bring to you. And as a social part, we wanted to include a sweet spot, right, where you can share extremely valuable information with your audience in an easy, simple way. You can track everything that is happening, and be aware of your connections. Have you received any? Like I've sent a couple, and of course, like on your profile too, you have like a good overview over your connections, where we decided like how can we showcase this in the best possible way. So you have a full overview, and then you can look into what universities you're following, and of course what organizations you support. So, but let's dive into like some of the key features here. So like the job market. And for us, it was key to like give you some hot jobs, like recent jobs. You can go into different categories, and of course recommended for you, top companies, top locations. And let's look at one of the jobs, right? So for us, like when we built this, it was key for us to build a description that showcased and was built for the upcoming generation, because this platform is not only available on web, we have it on iOS and Android as well. So it's modern and user-friendly for the upcoming generation. And as you know, like the millennials and Gen Z, we're quite impatient people. So we don't like to read a lot of text. So we decided, okay, how can we make this as specific as we can and help when you are looking at a job post, or as a recruiter, when you're going to recruit, how can we help you elevate what's most important in your description? So we decided to highlight the most key elements, like the location, what is the amount of experience you need, do you need like a visa, what is your qualification, what is the department you're part of, plus sub-department, do you have like a salary range, what is the time frame of it, what kind of time, and what is the deadline, and what kind of skills you need, and what is the responsibilities. And you easily apply now by either uploading your cover letter or type it in. And the reason why we did that is essentially just a way of saying, we don't want to make it too easy to apply for jobs. We believe that when you apply for a job, you should do it because you want to. And this is very key. And whether you're uploading or type, we're also integrating like some key tips for you, so easily for you to, keep in mind a couple of things. And then we're working on some extra additional elements in the premium version of our profile that is coming later this year as a way of like helping you in the process of like writing a cover letter and so forth. So like I said, for us, it's very key to building a solution that helps the students succeed and help them have an easier path into the industry, but also, of course, helping the companies, right? Finding their way of doing things. So let's dive a little bit into the company. And sorry for moving around so much here, but just to kind of like keep an eye on like the buttons. But if you're a company, you can easily like highlight, your vision, what is your values, your hashtags, a little bit about yourself, some key details, a map and everything. You have like a view over your members, so staff and athletes. And this is very key because you can actually verify your staff and athletes, which becomes verified in the company page. And same also go for the university, where when you're in charge of a university, you will have a user profile and you can be in charge of that page, kind of like what you do with other social channels. And essentially it works where you can verify your students and alumni and their profile becomes more legit. Hence also, from a recruitment standpoint, you can look at someone's profile and you can say their education is verified, their company is verified. You can verify a lot of their stuff, and the bigger the system becomes, the more verified and authentic the platform becomes. Hence, it becomes more valuable for both sides. And you can, of course, like add your events. You can add your jobs, of course. So easily like post a job. So obviously you can, if you don't have any, you need to buy a job spot. This is not estimated prices, but you choose like, 30 or say like, how many you want. You add the credit card number and then you buy. Easy and safe and secure. And once you do that, you can upload your job documents and fill in the details. Very simple, very clear. And we're back at the page. So just to showcase you a little bit around a university page too, just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. So with a university page, like I said, you will have an overview over like what programs you offer. So you can actually promote your program in an easy way. Overview over your members, of course, staff, students, and alumni. And this is very key because this will only be visible if you have gone in before. And hence, this will be a huge resource for a student in order to connect with their alumni and vice versa. You can add your events, of course, and have a very clear overview of what the company offers, what it offers, and what you can kind of like, reach out to them if you have any questions. You can make yourself interested if that is needed. And with that, like feel free to sign up, join our sweet spot and share your content, add your profile, and feel free to let us know if there's anything you need, whether it's recruitment or as a university institution. And like this will be the future of the recruitment side. And we think that this social recruitment platform will change the world of sports recruitment. So with that, I would like to thank you for the time and feel free to reach out. All right. Thank you so much and enjoy the rest of your conference.
Hi, everyone. My name is Peter Roman. I'm the owner of EQ Consulting International here in Orlando, Florida. EQ Consulting is a consulting company, a business consulting company based on neuroscience, which means that we help you to understand your customer's brain, how he buys, not how you sell, what's going on in his brain that will help you, give you an advantage to sell whatever he never think he comes to purchase. And right now, the situation or the position that we are at this point with this whole crisis, or people call a plague, people call a unfortunate situation, for me and the way that I see, it is a great opportunity, and it's not a cliche. It's a great opportunity to start start putting your brain inside your customer's brain. Your brain is a promise that you make to your customer, but so many times we don't have any spare time to check what is this promise. What is our brain? What is the story that we're telling to our customer? And at this point, for real, and again, it's not another cliche, but you have the option of crying with the pain or doing something. So again, the sentence, some people cry and some people sell tissues, is very, very, very pertinent to the time that we're living. So I love this Zig Ziglar sentence that you're seeing, statement that you see in your screen. Your attitude nor your aptitude will determine your altitude. Why? Because now it's time for action. It's not time to, oh, let me see everything that I know from theory, from everything, and see if we can do something to get out of this crisis and just focusing on the crisis. You're not going to fly high if you just think about selling your product. Oh, I'm not going to make money. I need to make money. I need to sell. I need to sell. I need to sell. I need to sell. That won't work at this time. You need to have a different approach. And for having a different approach, my invitation to you is bear with me for 15 minutes, and I'll give you some concepts that you can use on your sports endeavors, events, products, and so forth. So the first thing that I want to tell is that people love to buy. Since we're young and we go to the shopping centers, the first thing that we ask our moms and dads is, can I buy something? We don't even know what we want to buy, but we want to buy something. Why? Because once you buy something, you give a gift to yourself and you release inside your brain a neurotransmitter called dopamine, which is the drug of happiness, prediction of happiness, and is addictive. And you like more and more and more. And that's why we keep purchasing and purchasing and purchasing. This is the great news. The not so great news is that people love to buy, but they don't love, they hate you to sell to them. But we need to sell. We need to sell our products, our services. We need to, otherwise we're going to get out of business, right? So how to do that? Let me give you another sentence, another statement from Zig Ziglar. Stop selling and start helping. Duh, Peter. Yeah, that I know. You do? For real? Your attitude from home, it's helping your customer? I just talked to a neighbor. I said exactly that to him. Said, yeah, I'm telling my customers that I can send my prints. He works with a printing shop. Give 50% discount. I send without any prices for shipping. It's still selling. It's not helping. What is the help factor there? So in order to help your customer, you need to understand what goes on inside his brain. The sell doesn't work. You have to understand how he buys. Your shop doesn't sell. Your on-site or your online website doesn't sell. The selling happens inside your customer brain, and it should be called a buying process, not a selling process. So let's understand a little bit about the customer, shall we? We are predictably irrational. What I'm talking about, Harvard University of Economics came up with a number. 95% of our decision making is subconscious. It's made on an irrational side, on an emotional side. But the good news are, although it's irrational, it's predictably. You can predict. We act the same way so many times, although it's irrational. So what we need to know in order to master this kind of information. I don't have time. I have 15 minutes to talk to you guys. But I'm going to give you some hints, okay? And the first one is that we are irrational and we do not act for the future. We act for the present. So our economy is economy of now. And that is why it's so hard to sell insurance. It's so hard to sell gym affiliations, because I want to see myself slim right now, not tomorrow. I work, I'm affiliated to a gym called Orange Theory here, and they figured that out. Right now, they're not figuring that out that easy, because they're selling me workouts to do at home. But if I'm the kind of guy that want to be stimulated to do a workout, and that's why I go to the gym, and I have people around me, send me a workout to do at home, will not gonna work. I need the dopamine. I need the instant gratification. What they do at the gym, you have a heart monitor, you see your heartbeat on the screen, you see how many calories you're burning, and you see your splat points. What are the splat points? They tell that if you go 12 splat points over, you can burn up to 48 hours fat after your exercise. This is instant gratification. And now they're sending me exercises to do at home. It's not the same. Even though, because I don't have people to compete against, and we are competitive. So 2 things. We work with the economy of now. We need gratification to keep on going because we love to win things. And we love to compete. Wow, we're talking about sports, right? We suffer more when we lose money than rejoice when we win. Another great tip. Our brain is wired to look for the problems, to look for the negative information, for whatever can menace our life. We have 2 drives, to survive and to reproduce. Our brain's very evolved, but 95% of that doesn't work this way. So you want to sell something to your customer, you have to talk about the suffering first and how can you avoid this to him. That's the best way of doing. Right now, what is the hardest? What are you suffering about? Our consumption behavior, desire, perception, purchase of use of products has biological basis, hormones or neurotransmitters. We favor choices that mean small rewards today instead of big rewards in the future. But I was asking you, what is our suffering today? We lost our freedom, right? We lost our freedom. And that's what is creating the suffering. Sports gives you a lot of freedom. But how can you do sports at home? Well, not everybody is confined in apartments. And even though the ones that are confined in apartments have a way to create a mini gym. And you that had the knowledge of how to build a small gym out of things like that, start helping your customer. Give examples, call them, say, hey, do you have this, I don't know, a pet, a 2-liter pack of soda or something like that. Fill it up with whatever you have at home and try to do like dumbbells with that. So you help them to get in shape. But we can go a little over that. But first, understand another thing. People buy emotion and justify with reason. So right now, if they think they lost their freedom, if you give them to give some product, some activity to them that can give the impression of freedom again, they'll be happy again and they will come back to get more and more and more. Why? Dopamine, I explained to you so far. So I have a customer that sell events, sports events, running, marathons, triathlons and stuff. You cannot do none of this, right? There is no way to have people together doing that. Well, we came up with an idea for doing that online. Not online running. You have a task. You have to run 5K. I don't know if you're going to run in your apartment. I don't know if you're going to run in your condo, in your community, if you do have space for that. And I trust that you're not going to cheat. Because in the end, it's not about if you win or not, if you're cheating. Because if you're cheating, you can put the numbers there and be the winner. But inside of you, you know that you're cheat, so you're not going to be that happy. But when you run 5K and give the information of how long did it take, 30 minutes, 28 minutes, 27 minutes, 40 minutes, and you compare to the others, you are competing. And again, you are feeling that you are competing against somebody else, although you cannot see it, although you cannot touch, but you have this connection, and that's why we're missing. We're missing empathy, we're missing connection. we're missing talk to the others. So when you participate in something, which is another need that psychology tells us, we need to participate. We lack of participation makes us feel sad and depressed, and that leads to a lot of diseases. So if you just create something like that for your customer, he'll play. Another one that another customer that I have, it's on traveling agents. She cannot sell anything, but at this time she can help people to distract, because people are so scared listening to news that are not healthy. So what I told her, okay, if your next destination that you want to sell, once everything is clear, it's Spain, do a scavenger hunt. Put like 30 people in a Zoom room and do a scavenger hunt and ask everybody to search in their houses for something from Spain, especially if you purchase that something when you were traveling with your agents. So once they're all together, they start comparing whatever they have. They feel happy because everyone has something to tell about Spain. They spend a good time together. It's a reunion. You talk to a lot of people. You see a lot of faces, although they are not in front of you, but they are reacting to what you say, and this fulfill your need of belonging to something. And the best thing, the beauty of it, once everything is clear, the brand that they're gonna think about when they want to go to Spain is your brand, because you put the little information and especially emotion inside their brain. So what I'm talking about here, guys, it's basically this. We're reaching the 15 minutes. On a scale of 1 to 5, a customer who scores 4 is 6 times more likely to disappear than a customer who scores you 5. In order to have a 5, what you need to do? You need to go above and beyond. You need to take care of every single detail. And today, in the situation that we are, you need to help, not to sell. As much as you help, as much as you're present in your customer's brain, your brand will be recovered like this when everything goes back to normal. Loyalty is generated by remarkable things that you don't expect. So they expect you to sell. When you go and just help, you create what we call a wow moment. Wow, that just blew my mind. And why? Why do we do that? When customers are just satisfied, they don't have stories to tell. Our brain sticks to stories, to images. Don't stick to words, don't stick to numbers. Stick to stories, because stories create emotion, and we buy emotion. So just to finish, if we don't do something special for our customers, they won't remember us. And my friends, if they don't remember us, why should they come back? They were not gonna come back. And I hope that after listening to me and seeing some reasoning aspects and statements, you start doing something to help your customer, not to sell your product, to help your customer. And if you need some help, these are my contacts. Thank you very much and have a blessed week.
Hello, my name is Erin McCormick, and I am the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee Program Director for Conduct. Conduct is a global sports tech company that has an enterprise athlete management system. I'd like to take the next few minutes to talk with you about what Conduct does with our partners and our clients and the solutions that Conduct provides. So first of all, who and what is Conduct? And then let's talk through some partners, some solutions, some case studies, and some professional services. Who is Conduct? Conduct is a highly secure cloud-based platform. Basically, we are data agnostic and provide the opportunity for people to take a look at data, conglomerate data within a configurable platform so that you can measure that data and perhaps uncover some insights, whether it's an athlete-coach relationship, a patient-practitioner relationship, or an employee-employer relationship. By having the data in the platform, you get a 360-degree view from performance to wellness to injury. So Conduct makes better athletes. When you have a tremendous amount of data, or even just a little data, it's not whether or not you have the data, it's whether or not you can act upon that data. Conduct allows you to ingest large amounts of historical or current data sets from any source, as I said, data agnostic. It allows you to understand that data by analyzing and visualizing that data in near real time with the aggregation and reporting tools offered. And most importantly, it empowers you to act on that data. It empowers a coach to drive progress and improvement through training programs or communication with athletes, for instance. So Conduct was founded in 2010 by Dr. Travis McDonough, who is still the CEO, headquartered in Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, with remote offices in Perth, Australia, Colorado Springs in the United States, which is where I am located, and Toronto, Canada. We have a lot of partners globally. Specifically, there are 500 plus professional and elite teams worldwide, from the United States collegiate level to global teams to professional sports teams in North America, from American football to global football, what we call soccer, but what the rest of the world calls football, to volleyball, to baseball. Conduct also works with a tremendous amount of technology partners and currently has more than 50 plus active integrations, both imported and through API. Some names that you might recognize might be Zebra or Whoop or Naraxin or Nordboard or Catapult. As I said previously, Conduct is data agnostic. We are happy to partner and work with all sorts of organizations across sports and other sectors to empower our clients even more. Security is extremely important to Conduct, and we are certified by global privacy standards, as you'll note across this slide, and the platform that we work with in the cloud is Amazon Web Server, and Amazon is pretty intense about security as well. So what does Conduct actually do in terms of solutions? Let's dig into that a little bit more. Let's talk about professional sports. As previously mentioned, we have more than 500 clients and partners worldwide. When you take a look at the Big Five, which would be the National Basketball Association, the National Football League, yes, that's American football, Major League Baseball, Major League Soccer, again, American soccer versus global football, and the National Hockey League, over 30% of those Big Five are current partners of Conduct. These organizations use our integrations and forms capability to collect data. They also use our Tableau and Snowflake capability to drive data visualizations for both single athletes and full extended team reports, and work with remote training and strength and conditioning programs. Let's take a look at a client use case. The LA Dodgers are a Los Angeles-based American Major League Baseball team. Their challenge was that they have hundreds of athletes across many locations, across all levels of development, from entry in the minor leagues into full-on Major League Baseball on that team in LA, plus developmental programs that might be inside the United States or external to the United States. Conduct gave them an opportunity to implement a performance and medical program for all of those decentralized athletes and pull all of that data together in one place to both share and track KPIs, key performance indicators, to optimize athlete development. What that enabled the Dodgers to do was refocus their strength and conditioning coaches on the player development as opposed to the data tracking, because Conduct allowed them to ingest the data, understand the data, and act on the data. It also improves communication both in season and off season, so you don't ever lose touch with your developing athletes. So Conduct offers more solutions across different areas. We also work with leagues and players associations. So for instance, the Canadian Premier League and the Players Association example would be the National Football League Players Association based in North America. These organizations use the electronic medical record to log injuries and treatments. These organizations use data visualizations to pull in all of the league data and allow them to analyze and interpret performance insights across both a large aggregate of people and perhaps an individual player as needed. Most importantly, it standardizes these assessments and performance data so that teams can share information as they need to in the future without, as the saying goes, reinventing the wheel each time. So let's take a look at a use case for one of those solutions, specifically the Canadian Premier League. They were looking at soccer-related injuries, and they were trying to understand how to better limit the risk. So Conduct helped the CPL create an injury surveillance program to log and track all of the illnesses and injuries that were soccer-related across the entire league. They used the Conduct platform to review, analyze, and disseminate as needed that data. It gave them the opportunity to ingest the data, understand the data, and then act on the data, not only for the short term, but the long term. If they start seeing the trends go the wrong way, they can react within the season to improve the athletes on the field of play and keep them on the field of play. Conduct also works with Olympic and national sports. We have partnerships at the Olympic Committee level and individual national sporting level. The national sporting level would be a specific sport, for example, curling Canada, versus the Olympic Committee level, which spans all Olympic sports in that specific country. The Olympic and national sport organizations use data collection, remote monitoring. Remote monitoring is even more important now than it was even a couple of months ago because of the coronavirus. The remote monitoring capabilities offered by the platform have helped strength and conditioning coaches deal with athletes who may be in isolation or may be in quarantine because the training center is closed, and still make sure that they feel connected, that they are getting the information on training that they need, and they're still measuring health and wellness and injury information, so there's no interruption in the athlete communication, regardless of the physical location. I mentioned standardized assessments previously. On the Olympic and national level, it's a talent identification tool to help those organizations find the next Olympian. And of course, injury and treatment tracking are critically important. If your athlete is injured, he or she is not going to be on the field of play. If you can help them recover from their injury more quickly and get them back out there, they can perform. If you can help them be more compliant with their treatment, you get them back out there and they can perform. Conduct doesn't just work with sporting organizations. This information works across several different industry sectors, including healthcare. Again, we're in a very interesting time with the COVID-19 virus, and healthcare organizations are working with Conduct to pull together data so they can better serve their medical clients, whether on-site or remotely. There are specific products for these organizations to help them with remote patient monitoring, to help them with remote patient engagement, to help them better educate across distance, to help them develop training programs for both pre-op readiness and then post-operation rehab. So let's take a look at a client use case for the Nova Scotia Health Authority. The challenge is that they needed a software platform against the entire province, and they were trying to improve wait times and patient outcomes. So the solution that Conduct offered was an integrated platform to address the gaps in assessments, address the gaps in rehab, and address the gaps in post-op care. The assessment tools will provide them with both the diagnostic information that they need and also the standardized information so they can be more efficient and be more timely within the clinic. It gives them a chance to use that data more effectively and more efficiently to drive better patient outcomes. Conduct also offers solutions for military and public safety. The Canadian Armed Forces, firefighters, They need strength and conditioning programs, they need a mobile app, and they need standardized physical assessments so they can keep always at the ready. eSports is a sector that Conduct has been starting to move into recently. Many eSports teams are linked to a more traditional professional sports team or an NCAA school that is an American collegiate school that has expanded athletics programs to include eSports. So you might think that eSports would be a sport sector that doesn't necessarily need remote monitoring or tracking or health and wellness. This is actually not the case at all. They're using the reporting to compare wellness data like sleep and hydration and identify if there's any correlation or causality to in-game stats like win percentage and the KD ratio. Conduct offers solutions to global brands as part of the overall business-to-business partnership strategy. A great example of this is the relationship with Gatorade. We partnered with them to provide custom development to create GX powered by Conduct. It's a scale application. We worked with them to deploy and implement hundreds of scales across the continent of North America. And we've got an ongoing collaboration to develop new features and use cases with the scale and other technologies. So digging into that client use case, the objective was to implement a weight scale. And specifically, the weight scale allows the athletes to weigh in before working out or physical exertion and weigh in post-workout, post-physical exertion. It increases their level of engagement and their awareness of their actual hydration because they can see what their weight was before they started to work out versus the weight they lost in water through sweat via the workout. It helps increase their awareness of the importance of proper hydration and helps them better understand that performance is improved when you're properly hydrated. The scale itself delivers a hydration recommendation, the mobile device can deliver the hydration recommendation, and the coach has the information that he or she needs to make sure that athlete is properly hydrated and able to perform. The outcome of this scenario was that over 100 scales were deployed to 55 teams across the continent of North America. In just 6 months, the scales were used over 100,000 times. This gives Gatorade a very compelling argument for their thirst-quenching product by showing a direct relationship with dehydration and decreased performance versus better hydration and increased performance. Conduct also offers services. Athlete testing. We have worked with professional sports combines to test everyone from the elite level down to the talent development level. Provide the testing staff and industry-leading testing hardware. Provide access to that data for the coaches and the interested athletes and parents. It provides standardized assessments and allows you to compare with similar groups so the athlete, he or she, can have a benchmark of where they are and how they're performing in relation to the group that they compete against or want to compare themselves against. Conduct also offers sport and data science services in our professional services area. Specifically, data science would be a custom project with advanced statistical modeling and either artificial intelligence and or machine learning. Sports science includes consulting on the platform, consulting on data collection methods, what world-class best practices are, and identifying what the exercise perceptions can and should be based upon results. So to conclude, Conduct ingests the data, Conduct helps you understand the data, and most importantly, Conduct helps you act on the data. Because if you do this, the athletes can remain more on the field of play, they can perform better on the field of play, and they can have a holistic approach to their health, wellness, and competitiveness. Again, my name is Erin McCormick. I am the Program Director for Conduct for the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee based in Colorado Springs, Colorado, United States. And I'd like to thank you very much for the opportunity to participate virtually in this wonderful sports business summit. Please don't hesitate to contact me with any questions about Conduct. Thank you so much for your time.
Pivoted into becoming an investment consultant by the Israeli Securities Authority. I've been chosen twice as one of the leading women in fintech in the world by Innovate Finance in London, and I'm the ambassador of Israel to EWPN, the European Women in Payments Network. I usually work with international regulators, enterprises, financial institutions, banks, stock exchanges, both in Israel and around the world. And let's start talking a little bit about Iconic. So what is Iconic? Well, Iconic is a new fan engagement platform that exclusively targets the sports and entertainment world. You know, by combining all the advanced features of fandom into a single platform that includes the fans, the clubs, and the brands, Iconic kind of provides fans with a unique fan club, which offers them more personal, rewarding, and purposeful experiences and engagements with their favorite stars, individuals, and organizations. Now, Iconic already has agreements in place with the major I'd say sports clubs and leagues around the world, including Olympique Marseille and AS Monaco and the EuroLeague itself. And it also has a partnership with WPP, the world's largest advertising company that represents the leading brands, including Nike, Adidas, Coca-Cola, Heineken, Rolex, Under Armour, and more. Before I want to delve into Iconic, I want to speak a little bit about blockchain and explain it. So I'm going to give a short overview of what blockchain is and a bit of an explanation to make things easier for those who are not familiar with exactly what it means. And I'm going to start at the beginning, 2009. Bitcoin came out, and while it was introduced, something very interesting was also introduced, which is the underlying technology, blockchain. Now the question is, why would you need blockchain and what is it used for? So I'm going to start with explaining an issue that humanity has been dealing with for, I'd say, thousands of years, and it has to do with transferring value from one individual to another. And you know, when people transfer things of value, let's say a car or a house or money, then there's always the risk that at some point one of the sides is going to come and say, you know what, this transaction didn't take place, and that car that you're now owning or holding is actually mine, or the other person could say, I wasn't paid for this, right? And in order to kind of deal with this issue, humanity has created a solution, which is a simple one, which is keeping a third party, someone neutral or supposed to be neutral, that keeps track of what belongs to whom and when transactions are made. Now, we know all sorts of third parties, like banks, do that in order to keep track of where money is going. And you have governments keeping track of which houses belong to whom, right? And they have databases and everything. Also for cars. But the problem is that, you know, this kind of solution with third party is not perfect, right? What could possibly go wrong, right? So, you know, the basic thing that could go wrong with having a third party writing things down is that what happens if something happens to its database? You know, there's a fire, or something gets, you know, somebody hacks into that system and changes the records, then we have a problem, right? Or you could also have other problems, in cases where the third party is I'd say not objective and it favors one side instead of the other. So you know, that could be a problem with having this third party person. And another problem could be, you know, when this third party comes and says, you know what, people, I'm keeping track of everything, so why don't you guys pay me a lot of money for it? Or I don't want to work that hard and I work really, you know, short hours. So the system is not perfect, but you know, that's what humanity had been using as a solution for many, many years. And then something amazing happened, you know, with all of the technology happening, and you know, we're holding phones that are actually stronger than the first IBM that sent a spacer to the moon. A lot of abilities came up, and you know, and one of the questions that were raised was, is there another way to keep track of transactions of valuables without a third party? That's kind of where blockchain comes in. And I'm going to explain blockchain in a simple way, like in a metaphorical way. And I want you all to imagine a situation where, let's say we decide to work together and not use a third party. And this is how the system could work. Imagine us all taking, you know, each one of us taking a piece of paper and starting to write down all the transactions that happened between us as a group. Okay, let's say we're 100 people or 50 people or 10 people, it doesn't really matter. And, you know, and we start writing down everything that happens. Let's say Mirav transferred money to Avi in the sum of $1,000. And then a row underneath that, when another transaction happens in our group, we're going to say Mr. X transferred Mr. Y $3,000, and Mrs. Y transferred this and this, and you know, and you continue writing. At some point, you know, if we're all writing with the same font and the same size of paper, the paper is going to end, right? So how do we keep track that everything that we wrote down on these papers is the same for all of us, right? So what if we decide on a solution where we all do a calculation that we decided upon to begin with, right? Let's say the amount of transactions divided by the amount of people, multiplied by the amount of money that we're talking about that was transferred on this page. And we all do the calculation, and then we pick up the papers and we check, see that all of us reach the same solution for the calculation. Now, theoretically, if we all reach the same number, then we all know that we've written the same things down, right? And then at that moment, we can all, you know, each one of us individually could take that piece of paper and put it in our file cabinet and take out a new piece of paper and continuing writing. And now look what happens when we do that all together. Then we have a system where all the data and all of the transactions are now kept in multiple areas with each and every one of us, right? So that means that if we look at all the problems that we had with using the third party, it's kind of solved, right? Because none of us can come and say that, you know, we're the ones keeping track, pay us money. And if one of these databases gets ruined, we still have multiple copies, right? And if somebody tries to hack into one of these databases, we still have many others, right? So this solution of blockchain enables a lot of things to happen. And if we look at the implementations of what blockchain can do, you can see it being used for fraud prevention, for supply chain management, for digital assets, for keeping track of ownership, and many, many other things that we can do with blockchain. Now, the question is, how does Iconic, you know, use these wonderful blockchain technologies, and how do we create value from this kind of technology? So what is Iconic? As I said earlier, Iconic is a new fan engagement platform that exclusively targets the sports and entertainment world. Now, this is very important to first of all state that Iconic is not a blockchain company. It's a company that uses blockchain just like it uses many other technologies. So we're not a blockchain company. We're a fan engagement platform. And what we're doing is we're actually combining advanced fandom features into a single platform that allows, you know, clubs on the one hand, fans on the other side, and brands to all interact with each other. And that way they kind of, you know, create a fan club, which is unique for the fans. And it allows all three of these pillars to interact with each other in a very, I'd say, efficient way. So let's take a look what the features of Iconic are. So first of all, it's more personal. And the content there is first of all tailor-made, and it's interactive, and it has exclusive content, and it allows the users to interact with the stars, and it has elements of gamification, and it has, I think this is one of the most exciting features, it allows watching games with VR. Imagine yourself sitting at home and putting on your VR glasses and watching a football game that's taking place somewhere else in the world right now, and you're feeling just like you're sitting inside that football field. It allows memberships and loyalty programs, and it allows the users to come and buy the tickets and merchandise and memorabilia straight from the app. Now, the interesting thing is that, you know, you could ask yourself, why do we need you know, a fan engagement platform? You know, why don't we just continue using the regular social media platforms? So the problem is that social media, as it is right now, you know, even though the world is completely connected right now, more connected than ever, I'd say. And you know, if you look at sports and entertainment, you see that first of all, it's a fragmented fan base. That means that fans are expected to collect the content that they want from different providers, right? Like they can take some of what they want to see from Facebook, and another part from Twitter, and another part from Instagram, and then, you know, that you know, what do they need to do? Like, do they need to sit down and collect information from different areas? Why can't they have it in one place? And if you look at it from the other side, clubs have the same problem, right? They need to start putting content in different areas, and truthfully, none of these I'd say social media platforms are not specifically tailor-made for sports and entertainment, and there's so much more things that sports and entertainment need, right? Now, you know, it's interesting because there are many different features that are important to both sides, and they're not getting it right now. So if we're looking, you know, at what's missing from, what's the shortcomings from the side of the clubs and idols. So first of all, other than having to put things in various media channels, you don't, they can't actually create a profit model that allows them to come and take and create some sort of revenue from this content that they're creating. You're putting up a post in social media. Who's making the money? Not necessarily the person that wrote the post, right? So that's one problem. And they also have a limited ability to interact with their fans, right? They can't have a phone call with their fans or have, through the social media platforms that exist right now. And I think that one of the most important things right now is that they can't collect data about their fans, right? Imagine this: you have a sports club sitting in London or in Germany, and their fan club is not necessarily from the neighborhood. It could be somewhere in Indonesia or something like that, right? And then they don't necessarily know many things about this, about their fan club, and how do they build offerings for a fan club that they have no data about, right? And as we said, also the fans have an issue, right? How do they, they have to keep track of different social media platforms, and and they don't have the opportunity to interact. They, of course, are not getting any prizes, right? And it's time consuming for them to go through all these different platforms and collect information. Okay, so what does the Iconic solution have, and what are the benefits for each side of these three pillars, for the fans, for the clubs, and for the brands? So let's start with the fans. First of all, we said, the fans are getting exclusive content. They're getting community experience, gamified interactions. They can watch VR and AR broadcasting of the games. They can win rewards and receive discounts for loyalty programs and tickets and merchandise. And the clubs and the idols by themselves, their benefit is by gaining understanding of their fans across the world with an easy format that we've created specifically. And according to that, they can create I'd say tailored content and interaction based on the analysis and research tools that we offer on Iconic. And if they want to, they can of course monetize this and create new revenue streams. So what are the benefits for the brands? First of all, they can utilize a closer relationship and brand visibility to specific audiences. In addition, they can generate data and insights on fan behavior and measure ROI. And in addition, Iconic kind of creates them a new customer base for for getting to reach new customer segments. So where does Iconic use, we spoke a little bit about blockchain, and we spoke about a little bit about what Iconic is doing, but how do these two combine, and where are we using blockchain in Iconic, right? So, blockchain it kind of like became mainstream with digital assets and financial usages, but the benefits, can be brought into the sports industry as well. And let's see how we're doing it. So first of all, we're using it for fraud prevention with transparent and traceable tickets for all attendees. That means that when people are buying or transferring ownership, we completely keep track on on blockchain, and therefore we're creating transparency and trust in in each ticket for each game, right? And this is in addition to us using a changeable QR code that changes every 10 seconds. So it's going to be very hard to create fraudulent tickets to games. And we're also using blockchain for GDPR elements and for KYC and AML. And I think this is really cool. When you're buying memorabilia, how do you know that the ball that you bought that has a signature is the original memorabilia, right? Imagine that now that it's all saved on blockchain, and we know exactly which memorabilia is authentic and which isn't. So we're doing that as well. We're also thinking about using blockchain for our loyalty program. And we're going to be using blockchain for the Iconic Foundation for tracking the donations and charity usages. And we're coming up with launching and enabling the Iconic coin, which is also planned to be crowdfunded in a few weeks. And it's of course going to be using blockchain. So we kind of saw what Iconic is doing and what blockchain is and how it's being implemented in Iconic. And it's really interesting to see now with all the pandemic happening and everything, how companies are kind of differentiated by the amount of digitalization that they have, and you can see whole industries that kind of need the ability to use the technological tools in order to advance and reach bigger audiences and to utilize the data that they have and the interactions that they would like to have with their customers. And Iconic kind of brings it, I think, in a very interesting and professional way, utilizing these different kinds of technologies, may it be VR or QR codes or course, blockchain, and bring these benefits into the sports industry for the benefit of all sides involved. And I hope you enjoyed this little presentation, and I hope to be seeing you using Iconic and enjoying sports with our platform. Thank you.
Good morning for everyone. My name is Ricardo Silva. I have been working in the sports market around the globe for the last 30 years. This giving me opportunity to be running hundreds of events in almost all of kind of sports modalities, of all sizes of events, from the national ones to the international ones, to the simple ones to the complex ones, and from the indoor to outdoor, to be close with the big stars of the sports, like Pelé, Roger Federer, great coaches, and had the opportunity to be working with the traditional one to not traditional sports, to the Olympic, to the Paralympics. All, the majority of them, all broadcast live. This get a lot of people involved in a huge and complex ecosystem. With this, bring me deep knowledge how to develop, how to create, how to manage, how to running the events. And one thing that's clear for me, that is like advice, will be the advice now from the young ones, the young kids that it's studying and try to be working in the sports market. Educate yourself with the best ones, with the best people in the market. Learn, learn, learn. Learn as example as I did. To learn how to record myself, and this presentation was my first time. And experience take times and years. It's impossible for you to jump this, because you learn every day. And be humble, because you can be working with the people that can bring it to you a lot of knowledge and access. No one is better than another. Ask help when you don't understand or you don't feel that you are capable to fulfill your responsibilities. Cultivate the teamwork. The teamwork spirit for me is the most important, because everyone in the group take care to each other, works as a cell. Hierarchy is necessary because we need to have someone leading any project, any group. Be committed to develop what they request to you, what you promise. As I did now with Luiz Giacomelli preparing this presentation. Create a real, not fake network. It's very important to have people that you can trust. It's not the people to show in your social media. It's people that you have a deep and a tight relationship. Respect everyone involved in the process, from the simple one to the most important. Most important for the people is the simple ones, because they are the base. Sometimes the houses fall because the base is not well done. Not copy anyone in project. Be yourself. Be creative. And this is, I will show you some few cases that I have been involved in. One of them that I have special care was the beach volleyball, because this arena was in 1993, 94. That 1993, if I'm not wrong, to present this for IOC board members. They came to Rio to check how was the delivery of this event. And the people today say about hospitality, people say about the experience, people say about the activation. We have been doing this almost 30 years ago. And we did this without no technology, nothing in your hands, only simple computer, and to use the internet was by dialing. And it was a big success, and there was president, also the president of Atlanta Olympic Games, And after the event was held, a press interview in Copacabana Palace, and the beach volleyball started to be exhibition sport in Atlanta in 1996. And in 2000, he entered as official as competition sports in Bondi Beach in Atlanta. I have been the opportunity to be supporting both events. Another event that I have special care, that was the beach soccer. I had the opportunity to participate in the create. I'm one of the co-creators of the beach soccer. I, Giancarlo Signorini, Fulvio, and my boss, in that time, that the company that I was working for, that was Coque Tavares. My boss was Luiz Felipe Tavares, former tennis player, and I had a great luck to work with him because he always trusted in my work and gave me the freedom to bring to the team, to work in my team, great professionals. And I had the opportunity to be working that time with great professionals in my side in different areas, from TV, from planning, from international, from technical aspects. Another event that I have also special care is this one, that was Brazil Open, that was held in Costa do Sauípe as soon as it was launched. Costa do Sauípe, it's a hotel, a huge complex resort in Bahia State in Brazil. And this event was held in 2001, in September 2001. It started the same day of the towers fall there in New York. And is the reason that you can see here some spaces. It's vague because as soon as it started the main match, it was playing Gustavo Kirten, starting people broadcasting that the attack there in New York City. This event, you can see here a lot of overlay, and was held ATP WTA event that got an award this year with the best facilities. Moving on a little bit, I had the opportunity to work with the main tennis players close to them in the tournament. I had my respect for them and for everyone that passed in my life, and I had a great experience and great stories with them. As I mentioned, experience is priceless. You need to take time. When you don't pay attention and planning in details, have things like this one here. Let me show how to work in this, what's going on. Look at this. One small details is a completely disturbed and ruin completely your event. That's the thing, you must have someone there in this position that has experience. Everything checked twice, 3 times. Experience is priceless. But with my experience, with my friends that are in the main positions around the globe, no one predicted that the world will stop this year with this outbreak. This changed completely and affected everyone, affected all the chain involved in sports. Example, the tourism, the air flight companies hitting strong the travel world. Expedia suffer a lot. They received now recently 1.2 billion to help them to pass these times. Now, they hit a lot the fitness industry. Example, this is the United States. They are trying to reinvent itself. It's an industry of 94 billions. And what they are providing, they are trying to provide classes through the mobiles. And this affects also one of the main sponsors in sports around the globe, that is Corona, that's the beer number 1 in Mexico, that starts to have a gossip in social media. And today, a great part of America don't want buy Corona under any circumstances because of outbreak. And another 14% say they would order Corona in public. This will pass, but look how social media can use in your favor or use against you is the reason that you must pay attention in details. But this outbreak have been affect everyone. People from NCAA and NFL was saying they will lose, they disappeared 12 billion in revenues and 100,000 jobs. It's an industry of 100 billions. And the worst is the people that work in low-wage service. It also draining taxes in revenues from the cities that support local services. This was affecting everyone around the globe. But pay attention when I mention about the details. This is Wimbledon. Wimbledon is held in England in June. And what's happening with them? They have estimated revenue loss for 250 million. The worldwide SARS outbreak in 2002, what they did? They had an insurance policy. Genesis insurance policy, you cover for them 140 million pounds. They reduce almost 0.5% their loss. But in our world, you have the main events, they have the insurance. But no, the majority of them then was not predicting about pandemic or about terrorism. They are planning and they are trying to protect themselves in other aspects. Imagine how today the insurance companies, you charge for have a pandemic insurance when you do the insurance for the events. But crisis means opportunities. Outbreak, this virus starts in China. And in China, crisis is opportunity. It's two ideograms, danger and opportunity. Then everyone staying home. People start to stay home and consume from the young generation to the people from my generation, that now they start to understand how they can consume using mobiles, using computers. The world changed forever. And the clients know this. The media know this, and the sports must pay attention on this. And pay attention on this. Some sport athletes start to understand that people that are suffering in their homes, and normally the people that like the sports, they need to have a hero, and they want to be like the big stars. And like Sharapova did, Sharapova in the end of January opened a channel to start to talk with their fans. And that is a kind of action that is necessary today. It's necessary today that millions of people that follow the sports have a word of their idols, because the majority of the supports, they are the lower class. People that are suffering more, the people from medium class and high that have money, they have fat to burn for months. The majority of the lower class, these people dream to one day be like big stars, but they know that it is impossible to go there. And the money that they earn, normally it's for a week, few for a month. And what they eat what they earn today, they eat today. And when you go, some very interesting work done in the people associated with coronavirus was the experience done with Tom Brady. How much you pay for a fun experience with Tom Brady? A big stars that switch Patriots for Tampa Buccaneers, 6 times Super Bowl champions, and in the United States they did a fundraising. It starts with $50,000, and for 3 days, for the people that bet this with more 3 friends, they spend 1 day with the stars. They go to watch the first match. They receive the first uniform, and they can practice with him, and also they can have a dinner. And the result was a surprise for everyone. They raised almost $1 million. And the people around the world started to pay attention. Athletes that make millions, they can help to each other. They can help the support of their fans. For example, Roma was one of the first ones to donate one day of their salaries, around $250,000 for the hospital and to help the medical suppliers. Also, they did actions and send food and helped suppliers for the older elderly people nearby of the stadium. Also, a very nice work done with the Arsenal. They provide 15,000 tons of supplies in that area. This was done by Arsenal Foundation, and 30,000 meals. They don't stop in this. And the other clubs of the Premier League made a very nice position, like Manchester United. Manchester United combined donate more than 100,000 pounds. But also, one thing that for me was very important at the beginning of this process, they announced that they will keep all the casual staff and their workers will be paid even the season was suspended. They have no idea at that time they'll spend or not. If the door will be, they place, then close the doors. That is a kind of action that people expect in the clubs that professional clubs should do. And when you talk about the Premier League, almost the majority of all clubs, they were deeply involved in the support of this process to help people. They open their facilities to do the tests. They provide transportation for the people that work in the health system. Owners of the club, like Abramovich, they have owners of the hotel. They offer the hotel for free for people that work in the health system to stay there, but it's not from the money from the club, it's their personal money. This is a kind of thing that you be never for people forget about this. Example, Roger Federer, that is a gentleman. He was the first athlete that raised the voice and say, guys, we need to help these people. Federer has their social products that belongs to him in Africa schools, but they donate with his wife 1 million Swiss francs, and they ask for the other players to be involved, the big stars in sports. And Rafael Nadal and Paul Gasol give the name for the Red Cross to try to raise money. But you see people like Guardiola donate $1 million for college doctors in Barcelona, Messi $500,000 for Argentina in his provincial hospital in Rosario and in Catalonia. Alonso donate masks, individual protections, and McGregor donate also money, masks and equipment for professionals in Ireland. And there are people that open more his pockets, like Dream Beers, 5 million for his pocket. And like Cristiano Ronaldo, he with his agents put from his pocket money to dispenser for 2 hospitals. This kind of we remember forever, but you need to move forward our ecosystem. People accept that it was very affected for people from tourism areas. Las Vegas completely empty, like Macau. They offer their facilities for NBA, WNBA, NHL, MLS, and they say, guys, I can provide to close 1 block, and people can stay there with your families, all safe, and following all the protocols. Until this moment that I'm doing this presentation, I don't know what's going on, if some accept or not. But look at the television, they are bringing to show the new shows they used to do with Michael Jordan. They broke the audience record when they launched this in last April 19. And like MMA, like UFC. UFC is returning now in Jacksonville on May 9. And as next, for me, when we released this was in the past, because I recorded this prior than this. But they are doing this closed doors, and the UFC grow in the past with the pay-per-view, and the people are eager to see their athletes competing, and they do also the health protocols tests. And also When you go to the tennis start to do the same. They start to do the friendly matches with the great stars broadcast by tennis channel. They start these exhibition matches that will be held in May 9. When you see another sports modalities, that is surf, we have here 2 Brazilians that was in the final last year, that they postponed the event that should be held now, the leg that should be held now in Rio de Janeiro. They only postponed, it's not canceled. But also they started to change the rules for the 2021. Instead of you collect the points during all year, now they put in the final the best two surfers. Why? Because this competition with the 2 Brazilians was the high audience that they have had, and the people that are using this to do changes under this process. And also, example, they are doing changes. They are trying to help the national leagues and the people that travel less, competing in their accounts and make points for different levels of competitions that World Surf League has. It's an industry that's a huge industry. It's 3.1 billion. It's huge market size. When you go to the Formula One was French, was cancelled, but they plan to start now in Austria, that you received 2 competitions, and the next one in Greece in August will be Hungary, if I'm not wrong. And we keep moving ahead. Now what you have, like in Korea returned with the baseball. The baseball, it's a great for American people that like baseball. They start to watch live matches. When you move a little bit, the soccer, you'll be back now, and you see another leagues that made a great how can I say work, like Bundesliga. Bundesliga already started the training, and also Bundesliga was create a fund with the main clubs to support the club in the lower level, because they are surfing to need money. And now you see the Premier League again. They are planning to do the league in 7 weeks, 7-week football festival to be held until August. La Liga starts to training back again. All of them now in this process. But sports show us and teach us resilience, and now people started to be back. When you see people, the first thing that people like to do is to be outside, to do activities outside. This is help a part of the industry that produce apparel for outdoor activities, and also people must follow the health protocols. When you see in China and Asia, they are returning. China returning following the health protocols, but the speed that everybody can follow, which speed that's like big giant. And when you see the local suppliers, example, people are thinking it's coming July, it's coming August, it's summertime in Europe, and how I can work with the social distance, how I promote the social distance, what solutions we can have. They are providing like this. There are companies that try to provide this kind of tents for, and also for the people that are not tent, to be safe. And this is an opportunity to the creativity. Also, people started to work in home from the last 2 months. When you think, you must rethink the office space. Reimagine our transport and digital, the infrastructure that we have, increase the sense of care of local communities. The leisure is important, increase digital collaboration, reduce the travel, related carbon emissions. But if one day you can work in home, you have another problem. Example, what's happening now here in my country, that is in Brazil. We heard this week that one of the main bank, of the 3 main banks, we closed 300 branches around the country. That should be a disaster, because there's a huge chain of work that will not work in home, like ushers and security people, maintenance people. And what's going on? The banks, you save this money because you put this money that they are not paid not paying in bills, and with these people, for these people, I don't believe so. It's one thing that the companies must show now their face, what they are doing for the community. It's not only, okay, you save my money. Okay, you save my money, but you invest this. What you have been heard about the banks? Okay, a bank that make 150 million in profits will donate you 1 million. 1 million. It's nothing. The consumers want to know what the companies are doing for them. But one thing is clear. The world never will be the same. The way that we consume sports, that we watch sports, not will be the same. And all the chain is involved to understand. One of the cares is about the brand exposure. You start with doors closed, but you must take care of brand exposure. Sometimes to be in the match not means that the people that are watching can visualize your brand. And the companies must understand how is the best way that I can do the brand exposure. I have been watching several solutions that people are offering, that if I am a client, I refuse the majority of them, because people you want to have a recall of the brand. But innovative ways is like using soccer as efficient communication tool that happened here in Brazil prior the coronavirus. I like this. I showed this last year when I was doing a presentation in Germany, eSport Digitais. Let me show a little bit. I hope that you enjoy.
Chamou muita atenção essa ação de marketing com o número da camisa formando o preço de determinado produto. Conta pra gente como começou isso.
Jorge Wagner na meia esquerda, camisa número 7, caixa de bombom, garoto 7,78. Entrada da grande área, derrubado, é falta.
The Radio Report.
E a gente teve produtos que chegaram a crescer mais de 40% em vendas versus antes da ação, com o dia subsequente à ação.
Now it's the time that you must be creative. This is the Allianz Parque Arena, the hometown of Palmeiras Futebol Clube in São Paulo City. Now they are one of the most profitable arena venues in Latin America. They use it for soccer and they use it for shows. Almost they have shows every week. Now they don't know when it will be back. And now it started to be creative. The first idea, the show that we're running, that you can see it completely full, is to use like a drive-in. They are talking with the people to follow the recommendations and to be a big giant, the big screen with cinema, to keep their fans close to the stadiums. Also, one thing that's clear, to have the stadiums completely full, you take time. Maybe when you have the vaccine, but when you open the doors, and how many people you have here in the stadium? 1/3 of people, because you have the social distance. This is affecting the revenue, affect the consumer, affect the ticketing, affect the packaging. Even the health protocols measures, you needed to buy this like tests, like protective equipment. And it's time to adapt. It will be a new experience. Like brands, I like a lot of what Under Armour did here. Under Armour launched this week a campaign for the professionals that work in gyms. And what they are doing, they launched this because a lot of people are doing exercise in their homes. These professionals that are working in gyms, they are without no payments because sometimes they receive from their athletes, from their clients. And now 2 months in home. And they are providing physical education from professionals. And they are connecting teachers and the students. And the way is like this. If you hire a teacher for 1 month, pay like $100,000, and Under Armour, you gave for the teacher more 100,000. They are hoping to get 10,000 athletes in this first leg. This is a kind of creativity. The brand is showing how to support their community, and everybody understands who is Under Armour. What the brand should do now is people as us that work in sports market bring new ideas for the brands that work with us. How we can be working with the community that are close to us. How we can help them. Like the mega events. And mega events you suffer a lot. Like Japan. Japan, it's not an easy situation because postpone the match, they have extra costs. The infrastructure that is ready, they need maintenance. The athletes around the world needed to do the qualifyings. There are a lot of events associated, there is extra costs. And when you open, this will be solved because with the social distance, how many people you be together? How many people you travel next year? Also they have logistics, they volunteer, the LLC, the sponsorship, a lot of extra costs. Now they have more events coming. Qatar, Beijing, the World Cup, and Paris. And how will be their costs if we don't find any vaccine until there? But one thing that's clear, people as us that work in sports marketing, that we learn how to fall, how to stand up, not quit. Like I can tell you in my case, in these 30 years, I have been facing several challenges, not because it's from ideal, because for a worldwide international challenges, crises, that economic crisis that affect countries like in Brazil. But when you have affected crisis, it's the time that you show your values, you show your real face. Be close with your staff because your staff were the people that help you, help your company to be where you are. And even if you don't have money, you can have a word to give for the people that are close by, the chain of the suppliers. And in my case, when happened this, I contacted everyone that was working with us, the suppliers, the majority of them, and say, if I'm not, everyone is not true, but I talk the majority of them because I don't have possibility to contact all of them. But I asked to talk with them. And okay, this will pass, but how you can manage this situation? Can you manage this situation together? And it's the time that forget about a little bit to make a lot of revenues, profits like this. It's okay, it's a time to surpass together, like a team. Okay, if you win, it's not only the people that are playing in the pitch, but the people that work in the backside, the people that work in the dressing rooms, the cleaning, the security, all of these people. Is that when you put several brains together, we can develop nice things. And what you do, love what you do. When you do this and you love what you do, always you put your heart. Thank you for everyone. I hope that you have enjoyed, and if people need to contact me, feel free. Thank you, Luiz Giacomelli. Congratulations once more. You are doing a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you for all.
Hello, everybody. My name is Amir Somoji. I'm from São Paulo, Brazil. I'm here to talk about my professional skills, some data, and of course about sports marketing and sports management in coronavirus crisis. First of all, I want to thank Luiz from Sport Business Network for this opportunity. I will try to explain some concepts and some data that will help you a lot. So what I want to do is to share some information that I use in my professional activity. And then with this, we can discuss how to improve the new opportunities in this world in lockdown. First of all, the content I will try to show you is about global sports industry, the football as the global game all over the world, the coronavirus impact on sports, and after that, challenge and new trends that we can try to solve in this incredible or terrible crisis. First of all, the most important thing is to understand how much money sports generate all over the world. From our analysis, the sport business industry generates more than 756 billion annually. 23% in the sports professional, around 171 billion. Sports retail with 36%. Clubs and gyms, the people spending in clubs and gyms, other more than 100 billion. And indirect income like infrastructure, food and beverage, betting, other $200 billion. That's the numbers that we can show how much money and how important is the sports industry all over the world. If you are going to show just about retail, is the most important part of the industry. US, for example, represents around 50% of the global sales. The global sales, as I told you, is 270 billion, 94 billion just in sports goods sales, and the big four brands, Nike, Adidas, Puma, and Under Armour, represent the big part of this, $72 billion. Just $22 billion in other brands like New Balance, Vans, Asics, Mizuno. So you can show how concentrated is this market. And to understand how much money the clubs, leagues, teams, competition generate with sports, in sports marketing is around 70 billion, USA 32, Europe 20 billion. And one thing that is really important to show is the most important part of the sports marketing revenue is not coming from jersey sponsorships, but promotional issues, commercial approaches. So these analyses that we made, comparing all the commercial revenue from a club, from the clubs, from the leagues, comparing with just the jersey sponsorship in each league. So for example, in Premier League, just 24% of the big part of the commercial revenue came from jersey sponsorship. In Bundesliga, just 30%, in La Liga, 30%, in Ligue 1, in French Ligue 1, 16%, and Serie A from Italy, 14%. So these big football clubs in the world, in Europe in general, generate more than 7 billion annually in commercial revenue. So it's a really good data to show how important it is to improve the sports marketing project, not just base your strategies to put sponsors in your jersey, for example. Another important data that I want to share with you is about the sponsorships generated by the big leagues in US. NFL more than 1.3 billion, NBA more than 1.1 billion, MLB more than 900 million, and NHL more than 500 million. Top four leagues in US generate more than $3.9 billion in revenues. It's incredible. And NBA in 2018 jumped 30% with the opportunity to put some brands in the jersey, but it's not the most important part of the revenue. The big part of the revenue from the US professional leagues came in sponsorship, came from commercial activities with the brands. Another important revenue in the sports industry is match day. Match day revenue generate more than $50 billion, US 32 billion, Europe 18 billion. The big broadcast rights from all over the world generate more than $49 billion, in US 22 billion. So you can explain the big leagues all over the world, in US, in Europe, are generating a lot of money. A really good point to show here is to talk about the columns, NCAA in US, more than $3 billion in broadcast rights, a lot of money. And then we can enter in this subject that for me is really important, is to show how important is football all over the world. So football for me is the real global game. More than 3.7 billion people are football fans. And then 1 billion in general fanatics, data from Nielsen. Some important markets from fanatics, the big part of the fans are not fanatics, but in some cases, in some countries, we can find, like in United Arab Emirates, Thailand, Chile, Portugal, Turkey, Mexico, Spain, South Africa, Italy, Poland, South Korea is some example of the big markets with a lot of fanatics. Portugal, for example, is a small country, and 75% of your population love football, just an example. In Brazil, 200 million people, but just 60% of them tell that are really fanatics. So you can work on these markets, key markets, to work possibilities that can help us to develop good strategies in global terms. Another data that I want to show to explain how important is football is the World Cup audiences. So you can see here, for example, China, Brazil, USA, Indonesia, Japan, India, big markets with big audiences. So if you look, for example, comparing 2014 in Brazil and 2018 in Russia, you can see some increases and data really, really impressive. For example, if you look for 1 minute of matches in the World Cup, more than 3 billion people look this 1 minute. If you go, for example, to 30 minutes of a match, the number is really impressive too, like 2.5 billion viewers, 27% more than in Brazil, now in Russia. So really important data to show how impressive is football all over the world. And then how to understand who is the big players in this market. The big players in this market are the football clubs. The football clubs in Europe tried to change the game in the end of the 80s and in the beginning of 90s. So at the end of 80s, all the football clubs are clubs, just clubs, entities with your membership campaigns, without broadcast rights, without really sponsorship contracts, and sizing. So the focus is just on the stadium, the memberships, and then after the revolution in the 90s, the clubs changed their juridical structure to companies. In general, you have some cases like Barcelona and Real Madrid are not companies, but they are managed as companies. So we need to understand this process like we have in the US in the 80s, you have in Europe in the 90s, and then after this first moment, we saw other changes, like for example in 2000s, the change from entities with consume and give entertainment to the people, and now and to the future, of course, about content generation. You can see, for example, clubs like Barcelona, Juventus, and other important clubs working on OTT platforms, showing your content and exploit their content. That's the most important thing right now. Another important data from Deloitte show how much money the professional football are generating all over the world. In Europe, like Deloitte show in 2018, football generated 28 billion euros. All over the world, more than 36 billion euros. And the top 20 teams generate more than 8 billion euros. So you have a constant concentration in the big clubs. The super clubs are generating more and more revenues. Just the big five leagues in first division, around 15 billion euros in revenues in 2080. So it's a lot of money concentrated in the big players in Europe. And then we can show some emerging markets that we can explain here. US with MLS, Brazil with Serie A, China with the Chinese Super League, Turkey, Russia, and India. But what challenge we have with these leagues? The game quality, if you compare, for example, MLS or Brazil with Premier League, Bundesliga, and La Liga, for example, we can see the game quality from these emerging markets is really different when you compare from the big markets. Another important thing is the global audience. We don't have a global audience from the Brazilian league or from the Russian league or the Indian league. Another important thing, for example, in Brazil, not in US, but in Brazil, is about legal safety. How you can buy a club, how you can invest in youth academy, how you can develop sports marketing in a long-term view. You can do it because after 2 or 3 years, you can change the political management and then everything stopped. So we have a really big problem to solve in Brazil and in other countries like Argentina too. And the important thing from emerging markets is about the household spend in football. How much money Brazilians, Indian, Russian, and Chinese have to expand in football. So you can see here in this figure, the big leagues in revenue from the last year. And you can see, for example, that the second division from UK, for example, is bigger than all of these big leagues all over the world. Brazil is an important league, but Brazil needs to develop your management to a professional view. So we have some challenge in different markets that we need to work on. And then, to go to the end of this webinar, I want to talk about the impact of COVID-19 for the sports. Corona is a really big issue that we need to understand about losses, of course, and challenge that we need to work on. So the most important thing right now is to understand what is the most important thing about sports. So sports is an important economic sector, as I told you in the last slides. The most important thing to understand is that sports is surfing a lot with the canceling, extending competitions, like, for example, Tokyo 2020 to 2021, matching with closed gates. So you have a lot of problems because sports is much more than the direct revenue generated from a league, for example. So we need to understand this direct impact and the indirect impact too, the economy induced effect. So in our account, we can understand that for $1 generated from a league, a professional league, we can do $2.5 in indirect impact to the revenues in the society, in tax, and of course in other consume from the people. Just to understand how much money from stadium we are losing, MLB, for example, generating in 1 year more than $2 billion in match day revenue. NFL more than 1 billion, NHL more than 1 billion, NBA more than 1 billion. For example, in Premier League, the match day revenue generated more than $700 million. It's a lot of money. So without matches, we are going to suffer a lot in this cut of revenues. According to Forbes, more than $5 billion will be the lose from US professional leagues. And from KPMG, more than $4.5 billion in losses. Losses from gate receipts, broadcast rights, product sales, and sponsorships. So for us, we can understand that the professional sports sector will lose more than $50 billion with COVID. 9% of the sports professional revenue, 2% of the global sports industry. So the losses is really huge, and we need to understand how to develop, to work on it, because it's impossible to reorganize these numbers, but we need to find a way to help how to develop new revenues, new projects in this situation. And then we have a new environment. The world is in lockdown. People are enclosing their homes. Digital environment is a really fundamental response to this confinement for work and leisure too. Brands need to exploit these high unique home audiences. So for example, we have more than 4.6 billion people connected to the internet all over the world, 3.8 billion social media platforms. The e-commerce sales all over the world generated more than $3.5 trillion. So we have a lot of opportunities. The football fan and shoppers are the response of this. For example, we have more than 67% of the youngers that love to see highlights from the matches in social media and find to work to consume online sports content too. The millennials, 60% of the millennials are gamers, and at the end, just 25% of the population are shoppers, online shoppers. So we need to convert people that are in home, working, or just in leisure, but in a consumer that you can change this environment of crisis with new opportunities. A lot of companies are working on the digital platforms to develop these opportunities. And for me, one of the most important things in this moment is to work on social media with the big idols. This data from Result Sports from Germany shows how important is the football stars in comparing, for example, with their clubs. For example, Cristiano Ronaldo has much more followers in the social media than, for example, Juventus de Turin, or Neymar and PSG, or Leo Messi and Barcelona. So the most important thing to understand the challenge and the new trend is to work on the passion with the clubs, but using the idols. The idols, like the heroes, could help the people in this moment. So to finish my presentation, I want to show how to work on this environment, what the leagues and the teams must do in this moment. In my opinion, the teams and leagues must work on the fan engagement, a continuous fan engagement work, using the digital channels, players, and form players and coaches to entertain the fan. The fans are in their homes, so we need to work on it. We need to help them to pass this crisis with creative strategies and digital approaches to help them. Use this content to deliver new opportunities to the sponsors. The sponsors are waiting for opportunities, and you can do these opportunities in digital world. Providing a unique content to broadcast right holders, for example. The companies don't have content right now to show in your programs, to show on television, and to show in digital platforms. So you can produce these, the clubs and the teams could produce some contents to show these opportunities that are passing beside us. Another important thing is to develop leisure and sports activities to parents and their kids at home, using, for example, physiotherapists, people from the club, people from the coaches and other physiologists that you can use to help the project to deliver opportunities that the people are enclosed at home, don't have so many opportunities to make sports activity, so you can work on it. And finally, create weekly activities to the fans at social network, posting, interacting, exchanging their passion. So this is my ideas from the lockdown. This is my vision from sports marketing all over the world, and I wish help you in this important moment. That's our contact. We work with sports marketing, branding, sponsorship, and valuations. Thank you so much for this opportunity. For me, is a really, really good opportunity to talk with all this audience all over the world. Thanks a lot for Sport Business Network for this great opportunity. Thanks a lot. That's a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Luiz, how are you?
I'm doing great, Jason. Thanks for your time.
No worries.
Tough time we're passing through, my friend.
Yeah, that's right. It's 11 p.m. here, so things are quiet at my house. How's everything at your place?
Yes, and you just got huge news that the Olympics got postponed for next year. It's a unique move that was necessary. We, in our group, were discussing a lot about that. If maintaining the games during this year, what was the consequences, and postponing that, there will be other consequences as well. But the local organized committee and the International Olympic Committee, they were supposed to wait. Which one was tougher or easier to deal? And we all know in the backstage that postponing right now is the best move.
Yeah, it was pretty. The hand was forced a bit because I think Australia and Canada had already pulled out. So I think everyone would have followed suit, and it would have been fairly bad PR-wise for them. So yeah, I think it's probably the best outcome, really, because obviously athletes need time to change their training and sort of get ready to do another sort of piece of training so they peak at the right time and all that. They can't just kind of be left in the dark, so they need some certainty. So plus all the sponsors and all the logistics that go into all of it, and hopefully by then this has all gone away, so fingers crossed.
Okay, so if you could please tell me and for all the audience about your background on the sports industry and what you have been doing, what are your plans? Feel free.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I started work in a technical background in computers in the Australian Air Force, of all things. And then I moved into the media and worked in the media for 15 years or so, and then moved across into digital media and sport. So I worked on the Australian Open Tennis 2015, put together a big live streaming project there, and was the head of digital for Queensland Rugby League here in Queensland. So the National Rugby League, we're sort of one of the major states or provinces, areas that is heavily into rugby league. So I don't know if you know State of Origin, but it's a series of 3 rugby league games that is always between the same 2 states here in Australia. It's 3 of each year's biggest sporting events. So I ran a content team around that and various other operations in that league. And so it was during that time when I realised that the fans in the stadium weren't getting the best experience compared to the fans sitting at home. They were missing out on, I think, between 60 and 90% of sporting content on a broadcast is not live play. So the fans in the stadium were missing out on most of that. There's not that much that ends up on the big screen, whereas those that stay at home get all that analysis and all the interviews and all that stuff. And I thought that was a bit backwards, so I left my job and built a platform so that we could start to bring that kind of content to fans at the stadium via their mobiles in near real time, and also enable the clubs to earn more revenue out of their game day by all the sponsorship and advertising opportunities that come with that. So that's been the last sort of 2.5 years of my working life, sort of getting that off the ground and just starting to get traction with that now. And I'm hoping that the big upheaval that coronavirus is bringing to the sporting world, which is very significant, is going to start to shock a lot of clubs and leagues and sporting organisations out of their complacency a little bit. So they start to realise that they need to try and not just do things the way they've always done them anymore and start to experiment a bit more, because I honestly didn't think it would be as hard as it has been to get them to embrace innovation, but it's been incredibly hard, and I had a lot of good contacts in a lot of sporting codes in Australia, and we've had more success overseas than we've had here. So I think overseas they're probably slightly ahead of Australia in terms of looking at innovation in sport, but it's still really, really hard to get people to even, I've offered my platform, which is net revenue positive, so you make more money, much more money than it costs you. I've offered it for free to clubs just to experiment with, and they've just flatly turned it down because they say, well, we make all our money through broadcast and ticket sales, various other things, and sponsorship in terms of advertising around the game and what have you, and stuff on the jersey and the signage on the field and all that stuff. But when that goes away, what's the plan B? I don't think there's that many leagues out there that have a plan B at the moment.
What do you think that in your specific area of work will have to adapt or will change in short term, middle term, and long term?
I think, short term, clubs need to find a way to engage with distributed areas, groups of people that are obviously not congregating together quite yet, but they will be. And so, social media is one way to do that, but it's quite hard to monetize. Whereas if they had some sort of platform where they could directly contact people in certain regions, so obviously, say La Liga is a good example, or the Brazilian Serie A, whatever league you want to talk about, if they could, send a shout out from the team who are all probably in isolation or in training still to a certain area and just say, hey, everyone in Australia, say everyone in Southeast Queensland, look, we're doing this and that, and this message is brought to you by sponsor blah, and something as simple as that, or running a little training program where you train along with the at home when you're stuck inside training with your heroes. They just have very few ways to monetize that at the moment, and especially these days where most codes, I think medium term, to answer your question, most codes realise that there's a big opportunity in China and in Asia, but most of them have established offices there, but they've got a massive opportunity to engage groups of fans who congregate and support certain teams across the other side of the world, much more than just trying to sell them merchandise. So, being able to better engage and monetize around the world and to target specific communities, I think is going to be big.
That's good. So what else would you suggest for sports teams, federations, even sports agencies that work with athletes, what they can prepare themselves for future crises? Because we all know that it's a cycle that 3 and 3 years, 6 and 6, or 10 and 10, we have different kind of crisis that comes from stocks or some disease. It's something that we have to be prepared. So what are your suggestions as a
very experienced sports industry professional?
I think obviously data is big, and a lot of the bigger football clubs around the world are starting to realise this. I think they've got a lot of catching up to do, but obviously the more data you have on all your fans around the world, the more you can monetize in lots of different ways. Obviously, OTT platforms are springing up all over the place. I think that's going to get more and more specialized and fragmented. I think they should be trying to, as much as the deals will let them in terms of individual players, trying to infiltrate or do deals to get their hooks into those players' social media profiles and merge that a little bit more. So I think in future deals there'll be a certain number. So if I'm a superstar and I sign on for a football team, I'll have to do, or my club will get 3 annual social media takeovers. That'll be part of my contract, and I'll have to support perhaps an eSports team, or do eSports streaming appearances, that kind of thing, where it'll all start to merge, and it'll be not just about football but about the team brand, which will start to be across a lot more properties.
All right, great. So I like very objective chat between the guests. So if you want to give some final message for our colleagues, feel free to. And on March 26th, we'll have Marcus from Malaysia that he will also share his expertise. So please, your final message.
Final message is to at least devote 2%, 5% of your time, especially in although there's a lot of crisis work to be done, crisis management, that will start to fade away, and there'll be more planning and restarting of leagues. At least devote 2 or 5% of your time and resources to trying new things. 9 out of 10 won't work, but it'll be the 1 out of 10 that will work, that will pay off the next time that there's a global pandemic or a big crisis. So have a look at my platform. I'm letting people use it for free just to play with it. It's called siren.com.au. It doesn't have to be that. It could be any new platform. There are a lot of vendors out there with great ideas that just can't even get anyone on the phone, whereas you've got that much opportunity. It doesn't actually need to cost money. It just needs to cost your time and a bit of willpower to explore some new avenues.
All right, amazing. Thanks for your time, and stay safe, you and your family. And hopefully very soon we will get through this and we get back to work face to face with the industry and the fans. Thanks.
Yeah, look forward to all the next guests in the coming days. You've got a great lineup. Well done, Luiz.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
See you.
Hello, Marcus. Thanks for your time. And Marcus, he's the CEO and founder of the Total Sports Asia, and he is with us today to share his experience and expertise and any other information he judges necessary. So thank you again, and please feel free to make a short introduction about your professional background and your experiences.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks for inviting me, Luiz. Happy to be here with you, including some of your other colleagues you had before. Sorry if it's a little wobbly. I'm using my mobile here, so I'm going to try to keep it still. I've been in this industry for 25 years, for 23 on my own here with my own company called WorldSBN Asia. We're one of the leading sports marketing agencies in our part of the world in Asia. So I've been doing this for 23 years, which I think at the moment makes us actually the longest serving agency out here. Our business is at the front end of the stick. Our job is to find revenue for sports IP owners. So we do this in the sponsorship space, television rights, licensing deals, and creating any other sort of interesting revenue streams which we can think of. So we've done branded residences with US Open Tennis. We've done quite a few other interesting licensing arrangements. So that's really what we do. Our job is to be creative and find money for licensing, well, for basically for our rights holders or IP owners, whatever way you want to call them. In a nutshell, there's a bit more, but that's it.
Is just for Asia or worldwide?
Well, our clients are global, so we do work with big football teams in Europe. We've worked with premier, organizations from the United States, from WWE wrestling to the US Open Tennis. So the clients are global, or the rights holders are global. That's probably the better word to describe it. But our job is to mostly find that money here in Asia. So that's really what we do. We work with rights holders, with broadcasters, with sponsors, and others here. So it's, but we also now, and this is, over 23 years, of course, you do many things, but there is a lot more focus now working also with local brands, or local rights holders. So we work with local football leagues, local football clubs. That's, I would say, a little newer, over the last maybe 2 years, where previously most of what we did was global. And just to give you a scale and sense, we've done about $500 million worth of rights fees for global rights holders over those 20 plus years. So,
okay.
Some money.
For now, what are you doing in your specific area of work to pass through it, what you are learning from, and what you are planning at the end of this crisis, what you may move, change, or adapt to pass through it?
Yeah, absolutely. Good question. And I think we're all still probably trying to figure it out. In the first place, I think I told my sales team, and we had a call earlier, this is not a time where you go in there and try to push deals through or do a certain amount of hard selling. This is really all about relationship building, being conscious and aware of what the client is going through. And therefore, there's a few companies in the world who obviously are still making plenty of money right now, and to some degree, leveraging, in a sense, the opportunity. But many companies are hurting, of course, and having bigger issues than worrying about a sponsorship deal or what to buy in the world of sports. So this is really where we're stepping a bit off the gas here, and being very conscious and careful about it, and just having conversations with them about what's going on in the company on their end. And how can we support it? And I'll give you a real example. Clearly, so a few years back, we started to also get involved in eSports outside of the, say, traditional world of sports. And eSports, we all know, is currently booming because everyone is at home and playing games. So there's a large audience out there. So some of the conversation we're having with sponsors is not so much about, again, a strong message of, we love eSports, we want to be in it. But a way to say, why don't you stay at home and play some games? So get away, follow what the government is telling you, be at home, but in a fun and interesting way. And so I think that's what we're doing. We're looking for ways to create again a campaign. This is what we always do, right? We don't just broker deals. We create the concept and find ways for companies to engage with sports and or eSports now, of course. In a unique and interesting way, and that's what we're still doing right now. We're having these conversations. They're obviously less. A lot of companies are still trying to just get their foot around or feet under the table again. But I do believe that sooner or later will change. That doesn't mean that the budgets are there as they used to or were maybe at the beginning of the year when things were still normal. So I think we will deal with a big drop in numbers this year. And for sure, it's a survival of the fittest, no doubt.
Now is the time that those clubs or federations or agencies that have foreseen the need of being close, being attached to the fans in an online, in a virtual way. The ones who built this before, they are doing this close conversation with those people at home, and how people can learn from this need of being close to the customers, the fans, and how can they prepare themselves for future issues that maybe happen sooner or later. It's a common situation that we pass through every couple of years.
Yeah, again. Look, I mean, I think fan engagement you should have done this before the virus started, right? And to some degree, I think the industry is doing a lot of things in it. That doesn't mean that one doesn't do the right things. We did an interesting survey last year comparing websites of NBA teams, Premier League teams, or football teams from around the world. And pretty much everyone has the exactly same boring formula. Very, very, very few engagement on their own main platform. Everyone is pushing it to the social media platforms. Problem, of course, we all know what happens on the social media platforms. You don't have, it's not your customer. That's Mr. Zuckerberg's customers. So even if you have 100 million followers, as some of the big clubs have, it's very difficult for you to do anything. So I think that's a challenge. It has nothing to do with the virus, but that's a challenge overall. That people are now, or rights holders are now coming up with interesting ideas. I saw MotoGP doing some, virtual racing. Seen this similar. I think Formula One is working on some of those ideas. Have drivers engaged at that level. So, I think that's all short term. That's all fun and games. And basically, everyone is really trying to figure out how to create some content. A bit like us here, right? Sitting here talking and sharing thoughts. It's content, and hopefully there's people who are out there looking at it and will learn from it. But I do see that. I think the industry is right now still trying to figure out how do we get through the next whatever it is few months. In some markets like China, kind of slowly back to, let's call it normal, if that word even exists anymore. At least business within the country is kicking back on. But they were obviously shut down for at least close to 2 months there. That's what you will see now happening in Europe, US, and other parts of Asia. So by the time we're done with this whole thing, before the whole world is really back to normal, I think we're a good, 4, 5, 6 months down the road here. Whether we'll see any live sports prior to that, who knows? I think there will always be some organization who will dare to go out, probably do it without fans. I've read about UFC, one championship here in Asia, I think is planning certain events. And I just heard about today, there is actually still a football league out there playing, believe it or not, somewhere in Russia. So you'll have a bit of that. But in overall, the big ones, the NBAs and the Premier Leagues, which obviously have large following and massive responsibilities as well to the fans and everyone in between. I think they will take this very, very careful. They will bridge it with whatever means they can. They will figure out of how to try to save these seasons. If you're a one-off tournament or a tournament which happens every few years, like the Olympics or Euro, that becomes a little easier to move it up a year, but you can't move a whole season up a year, right? So I think everyone will have to do different things. I think most of them are still working on the basics right now. It's still so early. But look at what's happening in the UK right now. They're just about now getting their act together a bit. So I do see it's still a few more months of a lot of pain here, with a lot of uncertainty for a lot of people.
That's great. So
it's not great, but it's the truth.
The truth is there. We have to face it and overcome it. We cannot avoid. We cannot feel sorry. We are professionals, and we have to go through and help those who are in need in a social context and even in a professional context. We have to support the other. By the end of this crisis, everyone gets stronger and smarter and better for the next challenge. If you want to give a final comment, a final statement, everything was great. It was very experienced. You have shared with us. Please feel free to make a final statement.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, look, anyone who knows me well knows I'm one of the most positive thinking people out there. I have a hard time focusing on the negative in that sense. At the same time, I do think this is a time where we do have to look at the worst case scenario and then, in a sense, plan for better or plan for the best, or hope for the best. So I think that's, there's no point right now trying to sugarcoat stuff and believe things are better than they are. And I think that doesn't matter what industry you're in, whether it's ours or others. So you got to face the facts and deal with it, and whether that is how you deal with your employees and your staff or with your clients. Be very conscious of that, and really hunker down. I think is the key to the puzzle here. It's going to be longer than I think most of us think. But I think the ones again who are smart, who are nimble, who are creative, will come out of this. We've been around 23 years, and I plan to be around 24. We overcame crisis in 2008 and 2009 when we had global. We had SARS in 2012, a bunch of other stuff in between. So this is unprecedented. So I'm not saying I can be compared with the others, but for sure there are ways to make it through it. That's our plan. So we will try to be here by next year and be part of the big 2021 with Euro and Olympics and God knows what else will show up there next year.
That's great. Thanks for your time and your experience to share. We just have talked to Marcos Luer from Malaysia, the CEO from Total Sports Asia. And on March 26th, we'll talk to Peter Clark from Netherlands. So thanks for your time and appreciate and be safe and healthy, my friend.
Same to you, Luiz. Good talk to you. Have a good night. A good day there.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Today we'll talk to Peter Clark from Holland. He's the managing director of the World of Golf Consultancy. He's an expert in golf and wine industry. Peter, feel free to make a short introduction about your professional background and experience.
Okay, thank you very much for your introduction, Luiz. Well, actually, my company says this moment it's Pali We Go, and it stands for Passion, Lifestyle, Wine, and Golf. So very shortly, golf and wine, where worlds come together. It's a great combination for a lot of things. 5 years ago, I decided to do what I like to do in my life until I will step away from this planet. And that's the relation between golf and wine, and why I choose. It's for a lot of people. It's a lifestyle, it's a business. You'll have social pleasure, even if it's not now. But yeah, a lot of things can happen on a golf course and enjoying afterwards with friends a nice glass of wine. In a lot of countries it's possible. But for a lot of people, the circumstances are that they think that they are lack of, let's say, golf technique or how to play the golf, and they have a fear not to speak about wine. But it's all about experience. Just say and feel whatever you like to do. And that's where, I'm supporting people.
That's good. So how you think your industry, let's talk about sporting goods for golf. Let's talk about golfing courses, travel and tourism for professional or amateur tournaments. Let's talk about like sales and everything specific about golf and wine. What you can tell us how we got hit with this crisis and what are your strategy to overcome it?
Well, in general, as far as I know, each tournament in golf has been cancelled, at least in America and in Europe. So those two tours, the PGA and the European Tour, even the Women Tour, the LEG, the LPGA are closed. In Holland, each golf course has been shut down. So like every sport facility, so no football, no soccer, no tennis, nothing, not even the gym because of the social distancing. So that's a huge impact, not only for, let's say, that specific industry, but in my case, I take people to destinations, I travel, I support golf courses and wineries across the globe. A lot of people are just closing down now at this moment, but still, to sit and to do nothing, I think that's a wrong setting. But in general, let's say the whole chain has been and is affected at this moment. There is no opportunity to travel by plane, by car, each border is closed, so just stay in your country. That is actually at this moment the case, probably in Brazil as also. So it's a tough time, but still I see the positive things.
So what you suggest for other golf professionals that work in this industry after this heat goes away? What are they supposed to do to attract, to engage more fans and more players or professionals or amateurs, or to bring to the golf industry?
Well, the golf industry is, of course, a sport and a social, and definitely an outdoor activity. You could talk about eSports, but playing golf on a computer, it's totally nothing compared to being outdoor with all the circumstances. I think that a lot of golf courses will have a quick revenue coming back when it's allowed to play golf or practice, because people still want to exercise and want to be outdoors. Everybody's now, as far as you can be, locked down in their house or only can do some shopping. Just food shopping, so not really social shopping. So in that way, that's good. Let's say the travel in a country can be afterwards, getting up quick. But when borders are still closed and you're not allowed to travel by plane, then it will take more time to get the tourism and the travel to destinations back. But still, as I spoke with certain facilities in Scotland and in Italy, even in Japan, we all think that the circumstances just needs time, but the confidence and the will and the need to play golf is the same. At this moment for wineries, it's a little bit different because you don't need to travel to a winery to have or taste your wine, but not each country can export or ship their wines. So that's a practical problem. But within Holland, I'm able to reach out my customers and new potential clients, like I started with my wine tasting digital, to have fun, to have tasting, and to get knowledge. So that's something new that I started last week, but it was already in my mind to do.
Sure, you just have talked about eSports. We have the console, the own computer or on smartphones games, but we also have simulators. What are your view about those golf simulators?
Well, the golf simulators that are out there, let's say the indoor facilities, it's definitely a good way to use them. But as I described, golf is really an outdoor game. In most cases, I really think it's 95%. But still, to practice and to exercise with your body, it's a good way to use and to do it. But at this moment, also the same facilities are closed at this moment because nobody is allowed to use any sport facility or whatever social event. So there is only stay as much as you can at this moment in your own house.
Perfect. So if you want to give any other final information or share any perspectives for the industry, feel free to, and for sure in the near future I will travel in one of your golf courses to practice, to learn, because it's a personal goal, and also you can sit down and have a nice glass of wine.
Yeah, well, I really believe that, let's say, the ingredients of life are still out there. It's of course for now shut down, and we just need to keep on the circumstances. But in general, it's not destroyed or damaged as an industry. The wineries are still out there. Producing sake with rice, it's still possible. The needs at this moment for customers and for restaurants and hotels and cruise ships, yeah, there is none, but that will come back. That's my belief. And one aspect I want to share with our audience at this moment, I really think that doing more local things will be key. Pay attention to more new business models will be key. And don't rely on just one aspect in your business. It sounds maybe easy talking, but I really personally believe that you should have a more widespread channels for getting your business inside.
That's amazing. We just have talked to Peter Clark from Holland. On March 30, we will have a conversation with Mahed Sekai from France. And I appreciate our time, Peter, and all the experience you have shared with us. Thank you.
You're more than welcome, and thank you for the opportunity, Luiz. See you soon, and stay. That's for everybody who will watch it.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, Luiz. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for your time. Mahed Sekai from France.
Yes.
An expert in eSports, professional gaming. So please feel free to make a short introduction about your background, what you do, please.
Okay, so Mehdi Sakali, I am the CEO of World Gaming Federation. We are a company created in 2015, but we work in the gaming industry since something like 15 years. What we do at WGF is that we organize competitions. We digitalize a sports competition. We have run the official Euro 2016 virtual tournament with UEFA on the fan zone in France, and of course online across Europe. 45,000 live spectators for the final on the fan zone, and millions, on the live stream. We also organized the African Nations Cup virtual tournament in 2017 and 2019, and the Football Women World Cup 2019 in France, live tournament also. So we organize live tournaments, but we also provide digital platforms. So what we do is that for clubs and companies, we create digital websites, white label websites, so that they can organize their own tournaments. We can create them in a white label mode in a very short time. And right now, with the COVID crisis, we know that a lot of sports clubs are struggling. So we try to find solutions with them, because we know that the amateur clubs, they don't have any money, and the premium clubs, they have money, but maybe they have also initiated some eSports strategies. So what we are providing now is that we work on the fact of creating free websites for all sports clubs that wants to enter eSports and that wants to use the eSports as a relay during the time they cannot do real sports. So from the time being, we received, maybe 1,000 requests for a sports club. So we try to do our best. We don't have any time to make invoicing. So what we do is that we provide the websites for free, and we are able to provide the website in a minimum of 3 hours. So from the first time we talk together to the release of the website, it's 3 hours. And then you have, we are talking with many clubs in France, but not only in France. We will also talk with Portuguese clubs. So right now what we're doing is that we talk together, you give us your logo, your visuals, everything, your text, the tournament that we want to organize, we talk about it, and we set up everything in place. And when everything is set up in place, then we can, of course, launch directly the tournaments. We can manage it for you, or of course we can of course have a different view, which is that we train some guys of your team so that they can organize it themselves. So those are the two things that we have organized today to fight against the COVID and the fact that all the sports networks are, of course, have bad impacts because of the COVID today.
So how do you see this quarantine time as a opportunity to eSports to escalate its as a business strategy? How do you see it as a business strategy to show up or to make these eSports be presented worldwide?
Okay, so basically eSports, is a bit independent because eSports is not dealing only with sports game. But of course, as everybody is at home, people, they use gaming because they cannot do a lot of sports. So as a matter of fact, it increases the number of viewers on the streams. It increases the number of people wanting to get busy and do tournaments, things like that. That's true. But at the same time, we don't have to cannibalize sports. That's not what we want. What we want is to bring another view of how they can engage their fan base so that they can stay active. They can stay on the line. They can stay connected with their population. So basically what we do, as I told you, is that we can create different kind of tournaments. Some of them in France that we do are based on the donation system for the Foundation for Research Against COVID. So some people, they want to do more charity. Some other clubs, they want to do the premium clubs, they want to do the real matches like PSG against Olympique de Marseille or Milan AC versus FC Barcelona, things like that. They want like the real activity, but with the eSports. We know that it will never replace sports, but it can have two benefits for them. The first one is, of course, they still have a reach on an engagement for the fans. So it means that they can bring new sponsors to them and they keep being active and get resources and revenues. So this is why we make the website for free, because amateur clubs, they don't have a lot of sponsors. Usually they have local sponsors, like the real, like the channel of restaurants, things like that. But when you have premium, you have Adidas, you have Nike, you have all those big brands that can come and say, okay guys, I was thinking I will shift my sponsoring for the time being from the real matches to the eSport matches, so that you can still not lose all your sponsors' contracts. So we have to do addendums, but it means that eSports can replace in a bit and you still get your reach. So this is what we try to do, because of course the eSport, sorry, it was a bit, someone tried to call me, but basically you can of course put the eSports as a replacement, a temporary replacement for sports. So this is what we try to do today. We don't know if it will work for a long time, but I mean, for the time being, all that we will need is speed. I mean, you cannot say to a football club, oh, we will do eSports, we will make a strategy, and in 4 months or 6 months you will have your tournaments. No, it's not like now, in 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Tomorrow morning I want to launch my tournaments, and I want to do it with all the other clubs, because if I'm alone, I cannot do matches with other clubs of my league. So basically what we do is that in 3 hours we can launch the system, and it's their website on their domain with their look and feel and for free. This is what we try to do, because we have to be fast and we have to be efficient, so that if we want to make a league with 10 clubs, we can do it instantly. And maybe tomorrow everything is live and we can proceed to ask the sponsors, guys, we have created this league. There is all the official clubs that you already know. Guys, let's make a contract. Let's put money on, and we do digital channels, digital sales, or digital advertisement, things like that. So this is the solution that we imagined. I think maybe we are the only ones on the white label side of eSport tournaments website to do it so fast. So we said, okay, our technology can help in a bit, because we don't have any time, and some clubs, they own their stadiums. So today, every day they lose money, every day. So I know that eSports will not replace all the revenue that they lose, but it can like bring another kind of revenue to make them struggle less. So this is what we found about the sports industry. And of course, for the Olympics, as you know, it's postponed. The Euro 2020 is postponed too. So even in eSports, we have a lot of impacts because some of our live events are cancelled or postponed. So it's a bit different for eSports because, of course, we can work online a lot, but you have to understand also that for the sponsors, they want to have like live images of the big finals, things like that we cannot organize anymore. So we have to shift all our live streams to online and see how we can make it have a good look and feel. Because I cannot just be like that with my gamepad or with my PC. That's not enough for a live show. So we try to focus into the in-game images with the commentators and everything, but it's still possible for us. I mean, it's easier. Let's say this.
Perfect. Okay, so the key word is timing, efficiency.
Yeah.
We have two situations about the sport. Right now, during this quarantine time, what people can do to monetize, to engage, to help each other, and afterwards make something more solid, more consistent, to create new streamings of revenue for your sports team or your enterprise. So please give a final statement and feel free to tell us what your thinking is about it.
Yeah. So basically, the statement is the following one: sports and esports can collaborate together. We have to see what solutions we can bring to make everyone like not profitable but struggling less, and we can bring some other kind of solutions to make the clubs have visibility, have new revenue streams, and stay active on the networks. This is what we can do, and our WGF technology is able to do that. If anyone, I will
Oh, that's great. How are you doing?
I'm good, and you, Luiz? How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for your time. And
thank you very much.
Nuno is a business development in Portugal, Spain, and Latin America for Sports Alliance. Nuno, feel free to make a short introduction about your professional background.
Okay, so I've been working with Sports Alliance for around 4 years. We basically work with sports organizations, helping and cooperating with them to enhance their data-driven marketing and commercial strategies. So we use data from the sports organizations to help them improve their performance. Previously, I worked in sports for the last 10 years, smaller and bigger projects. I have also a background in telcos, so I worked for around 16 years in Portugal Telecom in Portugal. But the last 4 I've been working with Sports Alliance alongside other small projects I did along the road.
I see. So how is the sports industry in your perspective right now? What's going on? And what do you see? How do you foresee in the coming months this whole situation that's going on?
Well, it's clear for everybody that this is a unique and particular time, for good and bad reasons. Of course, everybody around the world is suffering some impact of what's happening, and the times are, at least to say, challenging. I see the future with in a good perspective. Of course, there will be trouble to pass it. Financial is the most relevant right now. Because there's no cash flow, there's no events, there's no money flowing, so the money will be stopped and stuck in the places where it is right now. But I see it as an industry shaker and an industry transformer, and being specific in sports, because the time of doing as we did until yesterday or until 3 weeks ago, it's over, basically. We need to change the way we work. The example is how fast we started to use video calls, Zoom, Skypes, Teams, whatever. And a month ago, most of the people prefer to do a meeting. I see it as an opportunity in the good sense, and perhaps people don't like to use the term opportunity, but I see it as an opportunity to change some processes, some methodologies that we use in sports. Being more specific in the areas that I work with, data, marketing, and commercial performance, I see it that is, and as Sports Alliance passed before in other crises, 2008, 2009, 11, 12, more particular here in Europe, what we saw is that after this crisis, the ones that were more prepared and did their job and structured the plan get passed it with a much more positive result. So they passed it good as possible, but afterwards the performance were much better. So I see it in a positive perspective, because the things will have to change. In speaking a little bit about sports properties, most of them still don't use relevant data to engage with the fans, with the clients, with sponsors, and the industry has changed. Brands now demand data, brands now demand reports. What is required is how can they reduce the cost of activation and get bigger impact and bigger information of their campaigns. Fans are more demanding. They want to have privileges. They want to be part of a real community, a known community. And of course, data in the properties will have a very relevant paper in this process. So I think it's the time to, and I've been seeing this in my last few weeks. Most of the projects that were stuck or for some reason postponed, they are now they have now started to develop, because people have now more time. They are thinking about the future, and they are starting to prepare the future with new ways of working.
Okay, so let's talk about fan experience. Some teams, some athletes, some agencies are seeing this time that we're passing through as an opportunity to get closer to the fans, do not just activation the brands, but doing good stuff, good behavior that will make the activation. Like the first thing is the humanity, help, support, doing what and how they can do based on their possibilities. And doing this, they are building a good image, a good branding with the fans. How do you see it? Those teams or athletes are. This is not proposal. I'm not going to help to make my brand more positive. I think it's more human. Make your brand more human. It's a natural consequence. How do you see it?
Yeah, it's another way to create the bond right now. It's a way to connect. When you have an event or a match, it's easier for you to create that relation, because you have a scheduled match, you have training, you have several activities that are before and after the match that are more or less known. Right now, you don't have it, so you need to really get close of the people. And as you mentioned, sports clubs and properties are effectively getting closer to the people, becoming more human. Unconsciously, of course, there's a little bit of business around it, but it's not the relevant point, to be honest. I don't think it's the relevant point. Nobody at this time really thinks about business when they do that kind of connection. I think it's really to engage in a positive way with their community, with their fans. brands also have a relevant part here and a relevant role here. As for instance, they have a great opportunity to be known and to engage without spending money, just by saying, okay, we are here, we are supporting you, we'll keep supporting the clubs, your community, whatever it is, without spending any cash. And what we have been seeing in the last weeks is very good examples of that. But on the other side, brands that are saying, oh, no, I'm leaving because there are no matches, there are no visibility. In my opinion, it's a big mistake. Athletes also, of course, and in athletes, it's really the human part of it that is behind it. I don't see it as an image. In most cases, I don't see it as an image with an image purpose. I think it's really helping. But of course, at the end, this will pass. Things will return to the possible normality. And those who, of course, who are more exposed right now and that will be more remembered and connected to this stage, of course, will have much more possibilities to have a bigger performance in terms of marketing visibility and what is their brand for. So yeah, I think all the parts here have relevant roles. Fans, brands, clubs, leagues, athletes, all of them. But at the end, it's the human part of it that is behind. But of course, the ones that don't do it right now will suffer a little bit afterwards.
Yeah. What people, teams, or clubs or leagues do right now will be reminded for a long time. So if they can, whatever they can help or support in some way everyone else that are part of this sports industry. Okay, Nuno, thanks for your time. Please make your final statement and appreciate your kindness.
No, thank you very much, Luiz. So I really want to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for the people that were watching. Help your clubs or your brands or your sports organizations or you by yourself as fan. Take care of yourself and the others that are next to you, and stay safe. And we'll see you around.
Okay, all right. Thank you. And tomorrow I talk to Jawad from France. So thank you, Nuno.
Very good.
Have a great time.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
So please make a short introduction about the professional background. Jawad is president of the Techball France. Please go on.
So first of all, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to apologize because my English is not so good, so you have to apologize me sometime when I'm looking for my words. A quick background, I'm coming from football. I was a professional football player and Moroccan international on the first team for 18 years. I made most of my career in France. And I wasn't supposed to play football at the beginning because my father, who passed away unfortunately, didn't want me to make a football career. So I started with studying, and at 18 years, in a regional championship, a really small division, sometimes someone came and saw me playing in a game where I scored 5 times, and then it was the déclic, how we say in French. So I finished my career 5 years ago, and I started to develop and promote Techball with the guys. I usually say that there's no luck in life and no hazard, so Techball came when I finished my career. And I was the first one to join Victor Hussar and Gabor Borsani and Jory Gatian in this amazing adventure.
Yeah. So how is the strategy of Techball as I won't say new, but is a kind of sports that's getting in media, that's getting noticed worldwide. What's the strategy behind it?
Are you talking about the business part or the sports development part? Because there's two institutions in tech.
Okay, so please, you can say both are parts.
Both? Okay. First of all, what do you know exactly about tech ball? In a few words.
I know it's a amazing sport because you can take to whatever you want. You don't need much space. It's a very versatile activity that you can practice by yourself. You can practice with another person. You can practice as amateur or a professional. So I compare with other kinds of sports that need huge infrastructure. I think tech ball as a sport is really unique, and you should think that soccer, like football, is the most played sport in the world. You can adapt, you can use the same players, and they mostly do the same moves. So I think it's nice.
So thank you very much for the description, but it's almost 1% of all the concept. So I'm really happy to have this opportunity to present you and introduce you everything. So first of all, I will talk about the business part. So tech ball, like you said, is based on a concept based on this new designed equipment and innovative equipment, which is looking like a ping pong table, but it's curved. This is the innovation. So in a commercial point of view, the whole concept is based on this equipment, like I said, but it's so much more because it's a multifunctional equipment where you can play 5 disciplines. You can play the football version that you explained. There is a ping pong version, a tennis version, a volleyball version, and another one which we called catch, which is related to handball. In a commercial point of view, this gave more and more advantages to our equipment for being the equipment of the new generations. Because like you said, in a small place, you have a lot of opportunities to practice sport for your well-being, but also and in this period it means more for your mentality, because all the studies shows that when you are doing sport regularly, you are in a better condition mentally. So with these advantages in the concept, we added the fact that there is no segregation between men's and women's, young and old, which means that you can play on the table with no rules or clear rules about your age or your sex or this kind of thing, your religion or where do you come from. When you practice on the table, we don't care about where are you coming. Like McDonald's says, come as you are and just have fun. And this gives a lot of advantage to our equipment, which I'm happy to say every time that it's going to be a revolution in his domain, but it's going to be a revolution because, first of all, the idea of a revolution, comes with 3 steps. The first one is that you say that no, it's ridiculous, and maybe when I'm explaining you this, you can say to yourself that, oh, look, it's ridiculous to say that you are going to be a revolution. The second step is that you become to say, oh, okay, it's coming serious. Maybe it could be even dangerous for other brands or other practices. And the third step, it's become obvious. And to be honest, this is the steps that we are reaching now at TechBall. I mean, in a business point of view, because our equipment in a small area presents a lot of advantages. So this concept in a business point of view have an amazing potential because the new generations, and this is something that I experienced here in France and all over the world when I'm traveling, they are not so interested about doing sports in an old way. And the eSports is an example. They want to have their own sports, their own practices, their own equipments for saying maybe in 30, 40, 50 years to their sons that, look, this equipment is our generation. And this is what TechBall will be in a term of equipments for this new generation related to all the advantage that I just explained. So this was for the business part. Now we have the institutional part, the sports development, which is developed by the International Federation, FITEC, the International Federation of Techball. And for this part, it's only the sport Techball that we are developing. Our aim is to become Olympic. And now you can say in the revolution process that I told you that maybe I'm ridiculous.
No, I go to the top one. You are right. You just have to go through.
Exactly. So FITEC was created in 2017, and I'm happy to tell you that I'm one of the founding members, which is something that I'm very, very proud of, and much more than my career, than my sports career, which can look weird for some people, but this also can show you how I'm involved in this Techball development. So far we organized many events with 3 world championships. The first one in 2017 we had 20 countries. The second one that I had the chance to organize in France, we had 42 countries. And last December was the 3rd championship, and we had 58 countries. All over the world now, we have 94 entities, Techball National Federation, and they all have the same aim to develop the sport with licenses, clubs, training station, formation station for referees, develop a sport, as it has to be developed. I usually say as a football player that we are the FIFA in the first year of his existence.
Makes sense. So you guys are taking care of 2 important situations: the federation and the Techball as a business model, as a strategy, and both have to walk along to make sure, because you just said you want to put Techball in the Olympics or make it like major worldwide. So the international federation and the national federations and the boards and all the teams has to be linked to work well. Then the business can and the sport can walk like easily and with no trouble.
This is 2 separate entities. They are totally independent. Of course, that there is a link because in one part you have the equipment that you need to develop the sport, but this is 2 independent entities.
Sure.
But to be honest, it's not the case, of course. Yeah. But to be honest, I can dream about a new model of how you can finance your sport, because at a point, if you can reach the case where your business development can finance your sport development, then it will be something successful, in my opinion.
Sure. So how is this whole crisis is changing or switching or adapt your strategy? What you can learn or how positive everything is doing, so you can afterwards you guys can work more or better?
To be honest, it doesn't really affect our strategy because it's a long-term strategy, but we decided also to have our impact on it, and the board of Techball commit to not give tables for free, but to give an amazing discount on tables, to give the opportunity to every people to make some sport in at house with the family, with the kids, just to be in a good healthy, if I can say. And to be honest, I just have a friend a couple of days ago who told me, "Look, Jawad, can you manage a delivery of one of your table at my house, because we have a ping pong table and we are getting bored of playing only ping pong. Is it possible for you to send us a table, because with yours we can play the 5 sports, and we even have a fitness program on our tables." So I would like to say that this is something that everybody can have on his garden or at home if he got the place for, and stay being in a well condition by doing sport, but in a fun way. And this is how it's good, because I didn't tell you that the table is available also for disabled people because of the curved, and this is how we can include every people around the table. So for the quarantine, we made a special offer where there's of course no business goals. The aim is only to offer the opportunity to every people who can afford it to have a table on his garden and to make sports with his kids, and in a fun way, just to not become crazy also.
Perfect. So Ron just have asked us about South America. What can you tell? How is the development of tech ball in South America, if you know anything?
Every time I will ask you the following question: is it in a business point of view or in a sports point of view?
You can tell both. I don't know how well his question.
So I'm not in charge of South America in a business point of view, so it's not easy for me to answer to this question. But I can tell you that there is a big enthusiasm about tech ball in South America, and of course this is one of the biggest market in my point of view, because you can play for Brazil, for example, they used to play football on every area. So
even the professional players, they sometimes do the warm-ups with the tech ball table. We see this, and so it's a really good approach.
Luiz, regarding the football players, it's much more than that. It's much more, because
but I can see the fans looking at them and trying to do the same thing. So we do.
Yeah, of course. And this is why tech ball is addictive, because you can say that it's fun. After all, it's fun, even if you are not a football player. And I can challenge everyone who can come to Paris, and even if he doesn't play football, after 1 month of training, he can be a really good player of tech ball. And this is where there's an innovation. But regarding the football part, I have a little bit of credibility because I was a former football player. Every boring training that you can make on a regular football training, you can make it in a funny way with the table. Even the physical condition, which is the something that every football player doesn't like, but you need to make some. We can adapt it on the table. So there is also this is also a tool for perfectionism, if it's the right word in English, and to develop your skills, by the way.
All right. So today we have talked to Jawad. He's the president of Tech Ball France. So please do make your final statement, and appreciate your time and all your information you have shared with us.
Thank you very much, Luiz. No, I don't have something really interesting to tell you after all I said. Just keeping saying the words in a friendly way, that this is going to be a revolution, and it already started, because, like I said, the new generation who wants to zap on to change every minute what they are doing, tech ball can offer them this opportunity to how can I say, to keep doing good thing for their health in a funny way. like eSports that I say they bring sports to on a digital way. And for me, there is a melt to do with eSports. I'm not talking just with tech ball, but with every sport, because doing only eSports is not so healthy. But if you can arrange and manage some tournaments where you can combine the results of eSports with the results of a true sport, then there is the healthy part, which can be important. So despite of this, thank you very much, Luiz, for this opportunity, and anytime you want, feel free to ask.
All right, thank you. Have a great day. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye. Muito obrigado.
How are you doing, Edgar?
Hello, how are you, Luiz? Nice to see you. Huh?
Great.
Great.
First of all, I want to thank you for your time. Appreciate. Edgar is from Paraguay, whereas right now he's studying, working, and living in Spain. He is the corporate relations from Jonas Institute. So please feel free to make a short introduction about the professional academic background. Please go on.
Okay, thank you, Luiz. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to share this space with you and other colleagues. So congrats for the initiative. Well, I came from the world of football. Actually, all my entire family is come from an athlete background. You know, my father was a professional soccer player too, and playing in national teams and several clubs of South America. Well, my background, I did a degree in business administration in the University of America. This is in Paraguay. I did a master degree too in sport management in 2017 at the Johan Cruyff Institute and the Autonomous University of Barcelona. And now I'm doing a PhD in management of sport organization and digital marketing strategies at the University of Barcelona. Well, my job or my career, like you mentioned, I was a soccer player, mainly in the second divisions or several clubs in second divisions in Paraguay. I'm very passionate about sports, especially in football. I work at Club Cerro Porteño in Paraguay, which is one of the biggest clubs in that country, and as a marketing manager and commercial. It was a great challenge and a lot of experience there, and unfortunately get great results. Currently, I'm in the Johan Cruyff Institute in the area of corporate relation. It's an area which is dependent of the marketing department. I'm the director of Up Sports Paraguay, which is an organization that is based in creating and strengthening the sport community in Paraguay. We're a small team, but with a big heart. Also, work as a professor in the International Institute of Sport Management in Paraguay at the Columbia University and the Paraguayan Olympic Committee too. I think the combination of having these different visions in my past as an athlete and now behind the desk in the management division helped in a different way, you know, so that's it.
All right, perfect. So you have this background, you use your expertise and knowledge that you learn on the academy, also with hands-on on the industry. So those two areas that you have experience make you as a reference, as a good professional. So what are your projects right now for the near future? What are your focus?
Well, like you mentioned, I think we have to make sure the bridge because the academics area and the sport professionals industry, I think this is a great mix and a perfect combination. Now I'm working in the several projects, Johan Cruyff Institute, which the mission is to promote education in the sport management, the sport marketing, and football business. What I do is to promote alliances and searching for professors in specific areas, focused in the sport entities. You know, I firmly believe that the sport education is very important to the professionalization of the sport industry. Also, in sport, what I do is doing is in the process of generating this sport community from different areas and connecting internal and external stakeholders through content, industry analysis, sport webinars, and other tools. I spend right now most of my time working in my PhD research. Now in the stage of methodology. And planning some interviews with several experts in the sports sector for the coming months. So I hope we can talk in several months too with a different subject. So those are of my next projects and current projects right now.
Okay, so based on your experience and knowledge, what do you suggest or foresee for sports teams, federations, and agencies, what they can do to pass through this critical time in terms of finance, fan engagement, or gathering strengths to most of the teams or federations, so they can overcome these difficult times?
Yes, I mean, there are some undoubtedly difficult times for everyone, especially in the sports industry. I think it has been a great challenge for everyone, looking for new ways to generate content and continue interacting and staying active, in the absence of the main product, such as sport competitions. Talking about a little of the industry in Paraguay, I can mention that is in the process of developing a sport industry, like other countries in the region. Unlike Europe and USA, the lack of data or immediate statistical information is the main difficulty, from my vision, to making decisions quick. I believe that investing in research and digital transformation systems more aggressively in developing the habit of generating stronger alliances with agencies and ecosystems, in addition to combining public and private alliances, will help to develop the market more rapidly. Okay, Paraguay and South American sports entities have a lot of potential, and I think with the right tools, it can be even more attractive in terms of investment and market development. At a global level, going to your specific question, I see sport with good perspectives, and with the right tools, and I think clubs and sport entities and athletes have to be all together and combine all the efforts to move forward and to evolve in this system. I think we have to power new tools, especially in fan engagement, and the way as the sponsors and sport entities have how can I say, the alliances together and grow and move together forward to get out of this crisis together. I think this is the vision that we all have to have in this moment, and I think it's a great time to show support between the sponsors and sport entities by strengthening Hello?
Hello? Go ahead. Go on.
Yes, great. I think three specific areas that could be very good opportunities for us. First of all, the digital area, the social responsibility, and education in sports. In digital area, we can mention, changes and crisis always brings opportunities. I think in digital innovation and digital transformation could bring us opportunities such as develop and increase and evolve eSports industry, maybe now be more focused in e-commerce, especially in the South American market, which this kind of habit is not so common for sale in a way. I think find and redesign strategies to monetizing through social media could be a good option, and also find new ways to engage with fans, especially through OTTs and applications. Talking about social responsibility, this situation has served to enhance the value of sports again and reaffirm the social commitment of athletes, of sport entities, of sponsors, which has surprised me in a positive way, humanize actions and revalue. I think it's a great way to face this global crisis, and also very important to describe with online training, webinars, virtual conferences, office, and exploring new ways to keeping together with fans, with another colleagues, using technologies as a first tool, like Google Meet, Instagram, like this kind of spaces, Zoom or another platforms. It will be change, or it would change the way of what we see operations in sports. So I think those are three big areas that we must be focused right now as a professionals in the sport industry, and also generate more spaces that we can share ideas, experiences, and make more shorter the bridge between experiences of USA, LATAM, and Europe. I think this is the time to innovate and be creative.
That's great. I do appreciate our time. Edgar is from Paraguay, whereas right now he's in Spain doing his PhD, also working and doing other things related to the sports industry. We appreciate our time and all the information and knowledge you have shared with us. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Luiz. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Hi, Luiz. Hi, Diane. Thanks for your time. Appreciate. So today we have as a guest Diane Morandi. He's the founder and president of LX Sports Group. So thank you again, and please make a short introduction about professional background.
Thank you for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here speaking to you. I see that you're speaking to a lot of people all around the world, so it's a great pleasure to be part of this amazing team that you have selected to speak about this coronavirus situation. Can you hear me well? The sound's okay?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, good, great. So just a short introduction. I'm founder and CEO of Grupo LX. For the last 5 years, we have been working for the sports marketing business in Brazil, Spain, England, and United States. Grupo LX is specialized to do intermediation, business intermediation for athletes and brands, and also we have a arm of production we call LX Play, where we do series and documentaries and special content with cinema quality for the sports world. We have been productive documentaries as Marcelo documentary, the Real Madrid Stars, the documentary for the World Cup. We covered all the behind the scenes from the Russia World Cup, tracking the day by day from Marcelo and William, showing all the people how is the routine of the athlete during a World Cup series, a World Cup competition. We have documentaries for Bruno Soares. We have series of documentaries for The Zone. We work with ESPN, Turner, and now we have the massive production that we are doing in Brazil, which is a reality. Been select 7-8 players between 16 and 19 years old, where they are competing for a chance to go to Spain to play against the teams from the La Liga. It's a 10-episode series that it's going to be broadcast on ESPN. The show has been launched already. We are on the 30th episode, and it has been amazing by now. And we have made productions for companies like Oakley, New Era, NFL, La Liga, and this is just a piece of the work that we do here in Brazil.
Perfect. So, how do you think this global crisis that's hitting the sports industry is affecting specifically your projects and broader the entire industry in Brazil and globally?
Well, we have heard from all the clients and all the partners that they are freezing their activities by now because of the coronavirus situation. It's clear for everyone that nobody can go to work. So the industry, they have to stop productions because they don't have anyone to sell. Okay, so I think now this instability, it's for everyone. It's not for only my business, but all the business, the small business, the medium business, and of course the big companies all around the world. So we are now trying to understand here how we can help our clients to improve their operations when the situation comes back to the normal. Okay, because of course, Oakley is a big client of us. They have campaigns, they have to sell products, they have worldwide presence. Marcelo is their ambassador, and how they can use an endorsement deal with Marcelo to promote any products if they don't have anybody to sell. Okay, so this is something that we need to work to understand how we can improve their marketing strategies and make sure that when the situation finishes, we can help them to increase their sales. This is what we are living now. We are trying to understand what is going to happen after the crisis, because once this crisis ends, everybody needs to run and rush everything they are doing, I think the impact is huge, and that reflects not only in sales, but of course in people's life, okay? Because the sports industry, it's one of the biggest industries in the world. We have all the big sports events like World Cup, Olympic Games. This year we have Olympic Games, Eurocopa, Copa America, which is huge events, okay? And all of them has been canceled. So we are saying once these events, they are canceled, we need to think about the whole perspective around the events, the 360 around that, which includes the sponsorship, all the people that is going to work, the media rights, the broadcast rights, all the brands that are working on the activations, all the communication which has been prepared for all these events. We are speaking about graphic materials. We are speaking about advertising campaigns that are ready. We are speaking about people that they pass for training just to attend the events, to help people to buy tickets, to buy food, everybody that is going to work for these events, now they don't have a job, okay? So they have to wait for the companies, for the agents, for the entities to turn on the green lights again, so they can start to prepare everything again. So we are saying that we have situations here that goes beyond the impact on the event, on the clubs, on the teams, on the players. This affects our entire industry, that people go to the work to provide, the factories to work to create everything that we see on the screen, So I think that's the big problem that we are going to face. How to put everything on the road again, because the events, they need sponsors. The media, they need sponsors as well. If the sponsors, they don't have event and they don't have broadcasts, they cannot show their brands. They cannot sell their products, And if the media don't have the sponsors, they don't have power to create more content, What is the content? The content is the event, is the broadcast,
Yes, we are seeing now like the media showing old footage to keep on the schedule so people can get access to sports as entertainment on these times. But sooner or later, we have to have some new events happening, or indoor, or no attendees, which is the expected by August. In some countries, they are planning by August starting sports events with no attendees, with no in-field spectators. How do you see it as in the first step, first opportunity to get back to the events?
Can you repeat it? Cut a little, Luiz.
Sure. We have one situation that some sports events are planning to get back the tournaments or the matches by August, and with no attendees to watch in field or in the seats. How do you see it as a first step of getting the event back to the normal routine?
This is a question that I think it's tough to answer now, because today, just for you to know, the government of São Paulo has extended the quarantine for the end of April. So we don't know for sure when the things is going back to the normal. So I don't know if it's August is too soon, because the players to come back to play, we understand that they need to train again, because they cannot just come back and okay, let's have a match. That's impossible.
For sure, the strength and conditioning will be changed, and if they are not ready in terms of physical preparation, they are able to get injured in the first couple weeks of match again.
Exactly. I think this is the first thing that we need to understand, because there is all the athletes side of this, because they need to be prepared. And about the events, I believe it's a great opportunity to have a regulation about the price of tickets, about the conditions for the people to attend the events, because I believe all the great leagues, they need to reduce the price of the tickets to have a massive attendance for all the matches, because once people are not working, their paychecks are being cut in half, or some people are losing their jobs. I believe the sports side, it's become the second thing that people are going to looking for. So I think the clubs, the athletes, and the leagues, they need to join to create a massive operation to make sure that people can participate of the games and all the events, and not only on football, but all the event as well, all the sports as well. Because we need to encourage people, to come back and have all the fun, all the passion of the football. Because one of the things that the sports can do is change the world in a matter of everybody is going to be passionate again for what has happened. So I think that sports can help everyone to pass over this situation with the passion that we have once we are competing, So for that reason, I believe the leagues and the teams, they need to start conversations to offer the people the opportunity to come back to the stadium. All the people, from the lower level, from the society to the highest level, to have the same opportunity for the next day that get out of this quarantine. They go for a match and they have fun. They they have their hot dogs, you know, beers and Coca-Cola, and they can celebrate their team's goal, and they can went for an NBA game, they can go for an NFL game, and they have some fun, and they don't need to worry about, oh my God, I don't have my paycheck here and I don't have money to watch this game, you know. We need to remember that they are consumers, you know. Sports is a business, so we are not speaking about fans, we are speaking about consumers. So for us to keep it on track, all the sports, we have to understand the power of consume of all the people around the world. So every league, every country need to study which is the power of consume of everybody, you know, and how much is the average price for the tickets, and how much people are willing to pay to go for a match, you know, working on research, working on interests, you know, to make sure that we can adapt everything in the next 6 months, for nobody feels the pressure or the pain because of the situation, you know, because of the coronavirus. I think it's a matter of understanding, studying, strategy, maths, and aligning strategies for the situation that we are facing. You know, we cannot think that, okay, everybody is going to pay the same price, everything is going to be back as the same way as was before. No, it's a different situation. That is an economic impact all around the world. Everybody's facing a situation that the economics is a huge problem, you know. There is a lot of conversations if people can stay at home or if they should get back to work, you know, for people don't die of hungry, you know. So I think sports world needs to understand this situation, face what happened, and adapt it for the new perspective, you know.
Perfect. I do appreciate your time, all the information and knowledge you have shared with us. Today we have talked to Diane Morandi. He's the founder president of LX Sports Group. So thank you, my friend, and appreciate. Please feel free to make a final statement.
Thank you, Luiz. I appreciate your invitation. I hope I could light something, but it's always a pleasure. If anybody has any question, Luiz can please share my Instagram. You people can come to me, ask anything, anytime. I'll be free to chatting to anyone. It's always a pleasure to speak about sports business, sports marketing, and I hope everybody is well, healthy, and safe in their homes.
All right. Thank you. Take care. Be safe.
Thank you, Luiz.
Great. Thank you for your time, Elijah. He's the administrator of Uganda Olympic Committee. I appreciate if you are that you are with us today. So please make a short introduction about professional background. Thank you.
Luiz, thank you very much. I don't know if you can hear me very well.
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Thank you for this great opportunity, and I can say I'm very honored to be here and discussing with you on some of the things in sports and eSports. And just a brief background. I would like to say actually that I won't be like most of the guys you've interviewed who have had the chance, who have the opportunities to be founders, because I would say still growing in this field. But I am a graduate of a bachelor's degree in computer science, concluded in 2010, and tried, of course, to make ends meet then. But I don't know, for those who are believers would understand, I don't know how my world got twisted and ended up in the sports structure. I don't know, maybe because I had the love for it. But then in 2013, I would say I got the opportunity to work with the Olympic Committee here in Uganda. And I got the chance, I was working with the commission then, early 2013, and then late 2013 in September, I got an opportunity. The administrator then was having a course in Russia. So he was to leave the organization for a year. So they asked for people who can apply for the opportunity to be administrators. And lucky enough, when I applied, I got the job. So since then, I've never looked back. Even when he came back, I was actually left around as the assistant. Then, of course, I think he came back, of course, bigger than the organization. Then, of course, he went to greener pastures. And then that's when I got the overall job of being the administrator of the Olympic Committee. So since 2013, September to current, I am the administrator of the National Olympic Committee. And because of now that role, of course, I try to make sure that I, skill myself to be, more competent for the position. So if you look at my CV, I've tried to do the different sports administrative courses. Those of the IOC, I've also done a diploma in Leipzig, and then I'm now finalizing my master's at the University of Cologne. So trying to make sure that I'm also, competent for the position I'm in. Yeah, but that's more of it regarding my professional career and background.
Okay, so right now, what are you focusing in terms of professional approach in the short and middle term? What you are doing?
I would say at the moment, of course, the most important thing is to continue with my job requirements. Of course, what being an administrator requires. It's what I'm focusing on at the moment, and making sure that I can be the best administrator the NOC has ever had or in Uganda. Of course, it's not easy, but I'm doing my best and making sure that we meet our goals as the NOC regarding what we set out to do from our strategic plan. And if you look at our mission and all the vision and everything we're planning to do as the NOC. But then also, of course, on a personal note, of course, I'm trying to finalize my master's, of course, with the thesis itself. And, of course, continue to widen my knowledge in terms of the sports industry worldwide. And, of course, also to read more, and, of course, listen to what you guys share and keep informing us with. And then one of the goals, of course, if I finish the several studies that I'm doing, is also to set up something on my own that can also be useful to the different people in the country in terms of sports governance and things that come along with the sports company that one can set up. So in a nutshell, or in a summarized format, that's more of what I'm focused on at the moment. And of course, at times you have to be careful trying to make the plates of food.
All right, perfect. Yeah. So in terms of Olympic Committee view in your country, what did you think about the postponement of the Tokyo Games in terms of preparation of the athletes, the teams? What are you planning now for the coming months to get back to the training, or everything what you are doing now? What are your goals in terms of Olympic Committee?
Of course, as everyone is saying, at times life is better than anything else. At times we can be saying we can't do this without this, we can't do this without that. But when it comes to life, everything has to pause. Everything has to pause because life is important. And yeah, of course, so many things are going to be lost. If you look at the funds and if you look at the sponsors, partners, athletes preparing, the different organizations, just the entire world is already disorganized by the postponement. But I would say it's for the better good, because it wouldn't make sense if you look at how the disease really spreads, and then you tell someone get on a plane from, let's say, Brazil till Tokyo, and then someone tells you I was going to the games and then I got sick. No one would enjoy that, and even the parents would be thinking, well, what's this really supposed to mean if I can have my child at this risk? Partners, different families. So I think for me, it's something that, it's painful, but it's something that was really supposed to be done, because at the end of it all, life is better than anything. We can't get away from that. So as an NOC, of course, preparation is already ongoing. I think around this period, we're supposed to be finalizing the accreditation of the long list, you would call it that. But now I would say also the pressure reduced because since the games were postponed, I can chill a bit and not have the pressure of trying to make sure that everyone that is supposed to be at the games is accredited. But I would say we are continuing monitoring the situation of our athletes, those that had qualified, those that were still trying to qualify. I think we had about 16 that had done the qualification, and I think that was one from rowing, one from boxing, and then the others from athletics. So we're trying to monitor the situation, and of course they have different plans they are following from their different clubs, and we are also following as the NOC to make sure that they are in shape and ready to kickstart whenever it's ready for them. So matches, of course, so many things have stopped, but some things have to continue because also as an NOC, we are also now working from home. Most of us under the Secretariat and the Executive Board. So at the same time, they have also to continue as athletes, keeping fit, working out to make sure that whenever they say we are ready to go, they're ready and they can kickstart their preparations for the games. So I would say in terms of being physically there to see what is happening and, what has to be done, it has been stopped. But in terms of how the world is working now, I would say virtually we are still working and making sure that, we keep everyone informed of what's going on. Of course, we've spoken to some, to stay home. It is something that is hard for others to do. But at least I would say they have been good to, keeping the message and performing as they are required to do to stay home.
Perfect. So what can you tell us in terms of the African continent? What are the other countries that you have connection with are doing in terms of projects or preparing to increase the sports and eSports industry? What you can give as information for us?
I would say in terms of Africa, maybe I would start even with just our country. I would say overall as the African continent, the eSports industry was just a bomb waiting to explode. Of course, if you look at even just worldwide, several things have been just trying to stop it from exploding. But once in a while, you see each day that goes on, the industry is growing. So also in Africa, considering the different challenges we have, for example, let's say, of course, the fans, the culture, would be very vital because I would say here back home, for a parent to see their child, waking up in the morning and sitting on a PC or a video game, that is something that can get you spanked on the head, So it's there's several challenges we've been facing as the continent, but I would say in more technical terms, it has been more of the government not understanding really what the eSports industry is about. Then also things to do with getting that equipment that is required, because if you look at the I would say just our country back home here, we have different individuals who are interested in the eSports industry, and they have really done individual projects, things like organizing gaming nights, organizing a week of eSports activities, stuff like that, and also awareness. But then, funny enough, we have no official registered federation or association, because if I spoke with the counterparts at the National Council of Sports, and they say they have had about 2 to 3 people approaching them regarding registering the organization. So you find that individuals have, the zeal to do something, but then official-wise or, having things registered to that level that takes us to be like the other countries in Africa, we're still lagging behind. But in terms of Africa, I would say we have really developed well, and at least I would say trying to catch up with the rest of the world. Because if you're to go back, like let's say in 2014, when I was trying to do some reading, you would see that like in Egypt, countries had issues regarding participating in global tournaments because we were lacking regional servers. So you would see that those are some of the things that have been challenging Africa, to really learn to be lagging behind and be having, the same level like the other countries worldwide. But I would say if you fast track now, you look at countries like Kenya holding the African eSports Championship last year, and then you look at, ESL, registering with Quest Sports, partnering, to make sure that we can have at least, the eSports tournaments on the African continent is really something good because it shows that we are also ready to explode like the rest of the world. So I would say it's really been a process for the African continent because I would say if you just look at the homes in Africa, just for you to buy, let's say, a PlayStation and put it at home, most of the people are going to think you're wasting money. Apart from, looking at it at the personal view, saying it's one of the things you'd love to do as a hobby or anything, but investing in gaming, equipment, people are saying you're wasting money. You could rather invest it elsewhere. So it's really been a process that the continent has been also trying to grow to understand the esports industry. But I would say now with all the partnerships happening, the different countries also stepping up, like I've said, Egypt, South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya, you understand that now the continent is also trying to, catch up with the rest of the world regarding esports. So I'm hoping maybe even by the end of this year, it will really be booming more than what we have now, because if you're considering this lockdown, I would say the most active people now are the gamers. So I would say as an advantage for the lockdown, maybe the esports industry in Africa will have an opportunity to be showcased more because it gives those that have been indoors a lot of chance to be looked at and appreciated with the kind of creativity and work they're trying to bring with the African continent. So it's not yet to the level of the rest of the world, but I'm pretty sure with the current trend of how things are happening, the partnerships, the involvement of the different national federations, the Olympic committees coming in, the different government structures in the different countries, I'm pretty sure it's also going to reach the level that would excite the rest of the world because esports is the thing now.
Yes, perfect. I do appreciate your time, all the information you have shared with us. Today we have talked with Elijah from Uganda. He's the administrator of Uganda Olympic Committee. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate.
Thank you very much, Luiz. And I would say, if I was to be a dreamer, you made one of my dreams come true because I can't look any further than a virtual room full of sports administrators to be role models. So you can pass on the message to all the rest of the guys that much as I'm too quiet in the group, I'm really, really learning a lot from you guys. And I'm really hoping that I can also one day stand here and say that I'm a founder of this and that and that. And I'm pretty sure it will make the rest of you happy in the sports world. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Have a great time. Be safe, my friend.
Have a great time too and stay safe.
All right. Bye-bye.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Sure. Appreciate for your time. Amy Henkelman, she's the director of athletics at Dominican University of California.
Hoping that'll take care of some of the light there. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I can see you well and hear you well. Perfect. So please give us a short introduction about your professional background.
Sure. So I got my undergraduate degree in psychology from the University of Wisconsin-Stout. Minor in sociology. Then I went to Central Michigan University and got my master's in sports administration. And then from there, I took my first professional job at Indiana University, South Bend, where I met Luiz and worked with Luiz there. That was back in 2003. And I was there for 7 years and had a variety of different roles in South Bend at the university there. Facility, operations, fitness, recreational sports, and then assistant director of athletics, where I did some compliance, and just managing, the sports and financial aid and working with the registrar's office, and I guess everything that comes along with the student athlete experience, and working within the conference. At that time was the Chicagoland Conference. And then from there, I took my next, I was there for 7 years. And then I took my next position was at Colorado School of Mines in Colorado, Golden, Colorado, which is NCAA Division III school. And I was assistant athletic director there, and I managed their facilities, their Lock Ridge Arena, which hosted swimming and diving, basketball, volleyball, and all their recreational sports there. Had an opportunity to manage more professional staff there, manage a lot more sports. While I was there, we hosted a lot of conference tournaments. We hosted regional NCAA men's basketball tournament. So I had an opportunity to get more involved at the NCAA level, at another level. And then my direct supervisor there, Brandon Leinbach, he was the associate athletic director, got the athletic director position at Dominican University, and asked me to come along with him as his associate athletic director, the senior women administrator, and primarily oversee all the compliance, athletic training, were my two biggest things that I had. And so I moved over with him, and he was here for about 1.5 years, and he went back to Colorado, and then I was offered the athletic director position at Dominican. So I've been at Dominican now for 7 years. It doesn't seem like it. It seems like 2 sometimes. But that's kind of my path, and I now sit on a lot of different NCAA committees, Division II Athletic Director Board. It's Division II, it's Athletic Director Association. So I'm on that board for our conference, and then within that board, I also am on a regulatory board for our West region. So I have an opportunity to work with the national office quite a bit, and I'm really I've had a lot of opportunities that I wouldn't have had if I didn't take different positions and move around to get some of those positions that I've had.
Perfect. So how is your university dealing with this hold on period to keep with the students' athlete engagement? How are you connecting with them? What are you doing? What can you tell us?
So actually, it starts with our president. She communicates out to the institution. So it's a top-down approach. She does that, and so she focuses on her cabinet, and then her direct reports. And then, so I work directly with the coaching staff and our other administration, and athletic trainers and strength and conditioning coaches. So I send something out to the student athletes once or twice a week in an email form. I also send them workouts. My husband owns a gym, personal training studio, and so he does a lot of, right now, because they're shut down, he does a lot of live videos, sends out a lot of workouts to his clients. So I'm just getting those out to our student athletes so that I can still connect with them. But our coaches are required to, and they would do it anyway. It's not just because they're required to, but they actually reach out individually to every student athlete on their team. So they're doing a lot of one-on-ones throughout the week. And then we're all using Zoom for Zoom meetings. So our coaches do team Zoom meetings once a week. So I've sat in on almost every single team Zoom meeting already. So I kind of switch it each week. I go on to a different team or several teams per week. And I get to sit and listen to how they're doing, what the coaches are, the information they're getting from their coaches, their check-ins, what they're doing for working out. Just how their families are doing, how they're staying on top of their academics, which is a priority. This is a big switch. The academic piece is really big because they're not used to doing their classes online. So, yeah, that's probably the biggest thing for academics.
How you think this period of training at home will affect the team's performance, and you think it can lead to a like afterwards a sort kind of lead to injuries for the athletes if they do not practice well at home, so they get out of performance? What can you tell us?
Yeah, so that is actually one of the NCAA, that's one of their biggest concerns right now, looking at the fall and the contact sports going into the fall. So right now, the chief medical officer for the NCAA, Brian Hainline, he has set up a committee that that's what they're focusing on, trying to figure out, when we're able to go back, when we're able to start having practices. What does that look like for football in particular, being a fall sport? Will we even have football in the fall? We don't know, right? So I think they're looking at all those different scenarios, especially, again, with the contact sports, soccer in particular also being a fall sport here. I think those are two of their biggest, volleyball coming up in the fall. Cross country, they can still get out and run. But it's more of those contact sports, how they're going, when are they going to, is the season going to get pushed back? Are we going to cut the number of games that we're having so that they can, the season can be pushed back? Maybe we don't have non-conference games, but we only have conference games. So maybe less games, but they start later in the fall, if we can even get back in the fall. So no, it's definitely at the forefront of the NCAA's mind in the safety of the student athletes.
Perfect. So what do you foresee for the following years, especially in California, that you guys will host in LA 2028, and also in 2026, the Soccer World Cup? What do you think those two major sports events can boost the college sports?
Yeah, how they can help boost the college sport, you mean? Yeah, it brings a lot of excitement, obviously, and business to the area. It's definitely exciting. It's going to be really interesting how that's all going to happen. Everything and California's had so many things, from the fires the past 3 years, major fires, and now this, flooding, and, the flooding, and then we have all the mudslides that come with it. So it's really going to be interesting. You're going to have to do a lot of preparation. I wish I could tell you I knew what they're going to do based on the coronavirus and hosting these events. I really don't know. It's such a bigger magnitude than where I'm at. But I'm sure there's going to be things in place for big, I'm at a Division II level. So our fan base, we're not talking about thousands of people like the big football programs at Division I and the Olympics and the World Cup. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of people. So I'm sure that they already have, the security plans in place, which is going to be at a complete different level than, even. So you think of the World Cup and you think of the Olympics, the security levels are just at a whole different level. They're at the highest security levels that the United States has when you're hosting big events like that with that many people. An example would be the Super Bowl. It's a one-time event. Just, there's so many people there at one time. So their security levels are at the highest magnitude. Whereas the World Series is played over, possibly 7 games, right? So when you have one event and there's thousands and thousands of people like that, it's pretty impressive. I haven't seen the full behind the scenes, but when we hosted the Super Bowl here in San Francisco a couple of years ago, I mean, the military was out all over the streets, underground. They're everywhere. So the level of security definitely will go up at that time.
Amazing. So today you have talked to Amy Helkeman. She's the Director of Athletics at the Dominican University of California. And I had the honor to work with work with her at the Indiana University South Bend at the Student Activity Center back in 2009, where it was an amazing time for me where I learned a lot from her. I appreciate our time and thank you.
Oh, thank you, Luiz. It's really great seeing you. And it's still my goal. My goal is to get to Brazil to visit Luiz. That's I've been doing a lot of international travel, but I keep telling my husband and my family and my colleagues that that's the first place I'm going is to visit Luiz and learn from him. And I know I watch you work with the soccer programs, and I see you at the Olympics all the time working with the soccer teams, and it's really great. I'm really proud of how far you've come and what you're doing, and this is really exciting, you putting this together as well. So I really look forward to working with you here in the future and continuing to work with you, and I'd actually really appreciate working with you more because I have a lot to learn from you as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate. Have a great day. Be safe.
Yeah, thank you. You too, Luiz.
Okay, bye-bye.
Dimitris, and thank you for the invitation. My brief background, as you can understand from my name, I'm Greek. I grew up in Greece and I did my undergraduate studies there up until 24 years old in the American College of Greece. But I was born in Boston, America, where I lived my young life until 8 years old. And I returned back when I was 23 to do my undergraduate studies in Suffolk University. So as a background, I didn't start in sports, as most people don't. I started in sales, and I started in sales while undergraduate studying. But when I moved over to the States and I did my MBA, I was very, very lucky to be involved there into banking industry. And I worked in the National Bank of Greece in Boston, operations. 2 was the first switch of my career from banking operations into project management by working for the Olympic Games in Greece. And I was in the Olympic Games, I was working in the communications department. And I happened to be able to see how my career then went into project management, which is my background. I was a project manager for almost 10 years in the European Union, and some extent into Russia. I came down to the Middle East in the first time in 2007, working in large retail, IT integrations, and some banking integrations. And in 2009, I was invited to my first event in the Middle East. And from the Asian Cup of 2011, I started working in mega events like the 2011 Arab Games, which is an athletics competition, the Qatar Emir Cup finals, which is football, soccer, AFC Under 23, Italian Super Cups with big teams, and the Gulf Cup, which is my latest organization that I work for. The Arab Gulf Cup is a regional federation of football or soccer for my American friends, which is comprised of the 8 Gulf Cup countries. And there I do strategic advisory, I do planning, I do anything that has to do with event management. And at the same time, up until recently, I was the strategic planning head of the Qatar Football Association. Just to conclude, at the same time, for the past 3 years, I've been involved in different. Not least, I'm very lucky to be involved in this network that you've started, which I'm very, very honored to be part of today and speaking to everyone.
Amazing. So based on your experience and knowledge, how should we prepare for this disruptive times that we're passing through when you are planning, when you were on the planning time,
okay? You can hear
time
me?
frame for sports events?
This can help you with a lot of problems in the fact that it depends on the magnitude and it depends on the level of the event, how early you should start. But when you do start, you start from the top. You start with proper executive management framework, putting the executive board in place, making sure the government and the entities that will help you are there to help you on a daily basis. And then you move down. You move into the organizing committee, directors, business plans, success factors, mission. And then
we just got the news that Wimbledon has been canceled. Back about 20 years ago, the Finance Subcommittee insisted on a pandemic clause nearly 20 years ago, and now they are getting 140 million to cover this financial loss. So when to know this extra clause isn't too much, even if it may cost an extra 2 million per year.
it's kind of the different ends of the bargain. Insurance is there if everything goes wrong or everything goes to hell. Program management, post-event reports, is everything goes very well, you need to prove that you did everything well. So always these two things were always in my plans. But as far as your question of how much is insurance is logical or not, I think it all depends on the commercial magnitude of the event. It depends on your sponsors, on your commercial rights, the licenses of the rights, how much people will lose if the event is canceled. But the only way you can determine this is if you go back and you have a proper risk management approach from the beginning, which I'm assuming in Wimbledon they did. And the risk management approach will give you more. Force majeure is a very big part of it. And the reason Wimbledon canceled and didn't postpone is because of this force majeure, because that's how the insurance clause went into the thing. So I believe a lot in it. I always push for a budget to be. But if we want to know how much is too much or how much is too less, you have to do a proper risk management to know what is the perfect.
Thanks for all the information you have shared with us. I do appreciate your time. We just have talked to Demetrios Zenetos. He is in Qatar right now working for the Football Federation. I do appreciate our time. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Luiz. See you soon up in person and close. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you. Have a great day. Hey, Bruno. Thank you for your time. Appreciate your kindness. Today we have as a guest Bruno Costa. He's the head of scouting at San Jose Earthquake from MLS. So please make a short introduction about the professional background.
First, it's good to speak English with a Brazilian, but I think it's important to, give our insight in English. There is a lot of people that follow me also that speak English, so it makes it easier. I've been doing a lot of flights in Portuguese, so it's a good time. So I'm from Brazil. I came to US when I was 15 years old to play soccer. I went to high school here, played college soccer, Division I, went back to Brazil in 2000 to try to play pro, got hurt, and in 2001, I applied for an internship in the Brazilian Football Federation, CBF, got accepted, started working as a team manager and also team administrator, also helping on the scouting part for the Brazil youth national teams. Was a pretty good time where Brazil won the U20 World Cup in 2003, U17. That was 2002, Brazil won the fifth World Cup. That was another amazing moment at the Federation. After 6 years, I had the chance in 2007 to move to Fluminense as academy director and also as assistant GM, helping, of course, taking care of all the youth development of Fluminense, one of the top academies in Brazil and also in the world. A lot of top players came from Fluminense, Thiago Silva, Marcelo, as an example. Was also pretty good and amazing 4 years in Fluminense. In 2007, the first team, we won the Brazilian Cup for the first time ever. In 2008, we reached the Libertadores Cup final for the first time. We had more than 100,000 people in Maracanã Stadium for the final. Unfortunately, we didn't win, but it was a pretty good experience. 2009, the Copa Sudamericana, South American Cup final. And also in 2010, after 25 years, Fluminense won the Brazilian League, Serie A. So was 4 amazing years in Fluminense. 2011, I had a chance to go over to Figueirense. That's the club where Roberto Firmino came from. That's the club where Felipe, Luiz, the left back from the Brazil national team, also came from. We had a pretty good year. Figueirense was one of the top 5, top 6 clubs in the Brazilian Serie A for the first time ever. Was an amazing experience for myself, working in a different part of Brazil, south of Brazil. 2012, 12, I went back to the national teams, was a chief scout for the youth national teams for Brazil for 4 years. But I always had the dream and desire to come back to America. And it happens in 2016, where I was the assistant GM and also chief scout for the Fort Lauderdale Strikers, the club that played the North American Soccer League and ASL. In 2017, I received a very good proposal to move to MLS and become the director of scouting for the San Jose Earthquakes, one of the clubs, the most traditional clubs in U.S. soccer. The club was founded in 1974, participating in the MLS. So it was a pretty good experience, and it's been almost 20 years, and it's been an amazing journey.
Perfect. So about your team, what are the strategies to keep you on with the fan engagement, this straight contact connection with your fans? What are you guys doing of now or planning to do for the next weeks?
Luiz, I think it's an unprecedented time for everyone. It's new. We've never been through this kind of situation, but we've been home on quarantine for 5 weeks already. All the players we've been doing a lot of things. If you guys follow the San Jose Earthquakes website, our head coach, Matias Almeida, everybody knows him for his long hair, and he took over Instagram for 1 day, and he kind of, shaved his head, for a good cause for sure. And Tom Thompson, one of our players, and other players, he's been doing a lot of tricks with the fans, like stay home challenge, like juggling balls and everything, doing some soccer tricks. So we've been trying to keep our players and also our staff, very engaged with our fan base.
Perfect. In terms of game day revenue, there is a possibility of not only the MLS but other major leagues come back with the games in a couple weeks or on August. I don't know. In terms of game day revenue, what do you think it will affect the general revenue of the team?
MLS, it comes from game days. So it's we don't. Everybody's expecting and waiting to see when soccer and soccer life is going to come back to normal, right? So we are waiting. I think MLS just released a memoriam right now, extending the beginning of the league for June 10th. We know this can go longer and longer. I'm sure they're working on different options. It's been affecting everyone. You know that. The game day, as we spoke before, it's the biggest revenue for NMLS teams. But so I think it's a matter now to wait, keep our fans engaged and keep our players healthy. And the most important, keep the population healthy.
Sure. To talk about keeping the players healthy, we know that every league has this period of pre-season training to get back on a good performance and avoid and prevent potential injuries. You think those trainings at home can decrease the technical performance for sure and the strength and conditioning? What are you guys thinking on when you go back to the in-field training to cut off those times at home, to get back to the greater performance?
Luiz, we know that it's not the same. Some players, they live in a house, other players live in an apartment. Some place there is the obligation to stay inside their apartments, inside their house. So that's why U.S. is a very big country. It's like a continent. But we've been trying to Guido Bonini, our strength and conditioning coach. He's been sending, the weekly schedule to all the players. We have a very professional group of players. They've been trying to do as much as they can to keep their health and also taking care of their food. the nutritional part. We also have a nutritionist that has been sending all the menu and all the information to the players. I'm sure when we come back, and not only here in MLS, but in any league in the world, the players are going to need at least 2-3 weeks to get back. They're going to need another preseason to get back on their fitness and be ready for for the rest of the season when it happens, right?
Sure, perfect. Finally, what do you foresee in the following years, having as a apex of soccer 26 World Cup? What do you foresee as the industry in the United States?
Luiz, I think it's we all know we're very fortunate to be working in the U.S. right now. I know I've been, the first time I came to the U.S. I was 15 years old, 1995. That's 1 year before MLS started playing, 96, and 1 year after the World Cup. I think the World Cup in 94 was a difference maker for this new generation. That's why MLS and U.S. Soccer, they've been working so hard for the past years to bring the World Cup back to America. And they tried 2022, didn't happen. And they did now, for 2026. It's going to be amazing. U.S. is a country with more than 374 million people. Mexico and also Canada, they also going to be part of this World Cup. Canada, for the first time ever, they're going to have the professional league, the CPL, the Canadian Premier League. They already started last year. So with the growing of soccer, in America, with the growing of soccer in North America in general, that's going to help for the new generation. We know Canada and U.S. are two countries mainly composed by immigrants, people that come from all over the world with the passion, with the game, with the desire, to succeed, and that's also pretty important. They have the DNA and the soccer inside their blood. So I'm sure not only MLS but also U.S. soccer in general, they're going the right directions. And in the next 10 years, MLS is going to be one of the top leagues in the world. It's already one of the top 10 leagues in the world for a lot of aspects, but mainly for the technical part. There's better coaches coming to the league, better general manager, better strength and conditioning coach, scouts and there is a lot of areas inside of the game that has improved. One example inside our club, we have our general manager from Italy. He's a Switzerland, Italy. Our head coach is from Argentina. One of our assistant coaches from Mexico. The director of methodology from our club is from Spain, and myself, the head of scouting, I'm from Brazil. So it's a big, it's a mix of culture from people from different parts of the world, different ideas, but we all go in the same direction with the same passion, and we all say that the soccer ball, it's the same all over the world. So it doesn't. That's why soccer is so amazing. That's why soccer is the most popular sport in the world.
Perfect. I do appreciate your time, all the information you have shared with us. Today we talked to Bruno Costa. He's the head of scout at San Jose Earthquakes at MLS. I appreciate the time. Thank you, Bruno.
No, my pleasure. See ya.
Roger Riesco from Spain. I do thank you for your time. Please tell us about your professional career in the sports industry.
First of all, thank you, Luiz, for having me. I'm delighted to take part in this conversation and to share a little bit about my personal and professional experience. I've been a reporter, actually, a sport reporter for most of my life. I was like so many passionate football fans. I would have loved to be a football player. I wasn't good enough by far. So yeah, I thought that journalism was a good way to work in the industry. At first, I was very passionate about radio. In Spain, sport radio, football radio is very big, and so I really looked up to these guys to the radio broadcasters that were capable of transmitting so much passion. But once I started my degree, obviously I developed. I started reading a lot of newspapers, especially American sport writers that are excellent. So I sort of discovered a broader range of things that I could do inside the media landscape. I did, after finishing my degree, I did a master's in journalism in the El País school. El País is a leading Spanish newspaper, and they have a really prestigious journalist school. And after that, I got an internship in Canal Plus, which was what continues to be now it belongs to Movistar, but it's been the right holder for Spain, for the La Liga and UEFA Champions League, Europa League for a long time. I was there a couple of I think 2 or 3 years until 2007. I signed for Marca, which is the leading sport newspaper in Spain and one of the most influential in Spanish. Actually, it has a lot of followers in Latin America as well. I started in the Real Madrid section, covering the Real Madrid news, which is obviously a very good school, right? Because there's a lot of pressure. Marca is a very newspaper, very much focused in the Real Madrid, for the Real Madrid fans. So there was obviously a lot of pressure, to get the latest scoops and the latest news, right? And then I moved to a new section that was created for long form stories, in which I wrote pretty much about different sports, not only about the performance side, but also the business side, the human side stories. That stage was really interesting. I got to cover a lot of Olympic Games in London. I went to the Euro Cup in 2008. I even went to the WSOP, the World Series of Poker, in Las Vegas, which was awesome. So I got a really deep and broad knowledge of the sport industry. And in the last couple of years, I was a golf writer, which was also awesome, because golf is a sport that I love, and I got the chance of covering 2 Ryder Cups, 3. And eventually, although I was very passionate about journalism, about writing and content creating, in the last few years, I don't know, perhaps I became a little bit disappointed with journalism, with the way journalism was evolving, especially in Spain, but on a global scale, but in Spain a lot, because of the clickbait that obviously, now that everything can be, the internet has brought up obviously a lot of things, good things, but for media outlets, the fact that everything can be measured, the impact, can be measured instantly. Well, we all know that has the effect that it's having in some media outlets, right? That we're just focusing on the news that apparently people are interested in, So I became a little bit disappointed with that, because I like, the fact that I really like long form and in-depth stories, and that was becoming obviously harder to get through, right, because of what we were talking about. And I became in parallel increasingly interested in communications, right? Because when you're a reporter, you obviously you contact and you work with a lot of brands, with communication agencies, and you start thinking, hey, well, how would I do that? And start becoming more interested in the communication strategies. So I started to sort of start exploring other options. And last year, actually by this, it's going to be a year now, and at the beginning of May, I got a call from World Football Summit, which sort of kind of brought together all my interests, because obviously it was sport, it was football that I still love, but it was more the business side of football. It was communication strategies, but it also involved content creating, which is something that obviously I love. So yeah, I decided to sort of quit my journalism career in some way, and change radically, and I'm very happy that I did, because World Football Summit has fulfilled all the expectations that I have. So I'm really enjoying myself right now.
So now you are focused on the World Football Summit, like using all your expertise as a journalist and communication expert. So what are the projects? What are the goals for the World Football Summit this year or in the following years?
Well, World Football Summit, in case people are not familiar, and people that might be watching us, it's an event. It started off as an event, as a one-time event in 2016, a business event for the football industry. Well, what we do is we gather all the leaders of the different fields that are involved in this growing industry that is football, right? Because a few years ago, football was mostly about clubs, leagues, federations, maybe some brands like Adidas or Nike. But in the last few years, a huge industry has developed. So now we have broadcasters, now we have technology companies, now we have sponsors. So World Football Summit was created as an event to bring together all those industry stakeholders that we thought that didn't have an actual platform to come together and discuss and build an industry together. That started in 2016 in Madrid, and it's grown exponentially to the point that in for this year we had 5 events scheduled. Right, last year we kicked off the first edition of World Football Summit Asia in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, which is obviously the same spirit of the event, bringing the industry together, but more focused in the Asian industry, which obviously has its own issues. Some issues are obviously common to the global industry, but some are very specific. This year we were expecting to celebrate the first edition of WFS Africa, which unfortunately we had to cancel because this was scheduled for the March 17th and 18th. And due to the coronavirus outbreak, although in South Africa, this was going to take place in Durban, South Africa, the coronavirus was not hitting that hard at that moment, at least. But we thought it was definitely the most sensible thing to do. So obviously we've been impacted by this. We've also had to suspend or postpone WFS Asia, which was scheduled for the 1st and 2nd of July. We also had to postpone the Football Innovation Forum, which is a vertical innovation that we host in collaboration with UEFA during on the eve of the Champions League. We kicked off last year in Madrid, and right now we're focusing on World Football Summit Madrid, which is scheduled for the 23rd and 24th of September, which is, let's say, our flagship event. It's going to be the 5th edition, and we really want to make it a big event because we think that it's more important than ever that the industry comes together, and unites, because we have big challenges ahead of us. So we're very excited to make that a very big event. Although we are obviously aware that it's very difficult to make plans on a long term, because we don't know. We're confident that things will more or less be normalized by that time, and that we'll be able to host that event. But we don't know. And in parallel, obviously, like all of us, we are exploring. Although our platform focuses in on-site events, and actually the sort of our logo or our what resumes our event is people shaking hands. But obviously, we have to adapt, and we're also working on virtual formats because as I was saying before, we can't wait. The industry has a big challenge ahead to adapt to this new scenario, and gathering and starting discussions is very urgent. So we're working on our first virtual event, but we want to do something. We're aware a lot of people are and brands and companies are doing webinars and gatherings and a lot of conferences, and that's great, and we're following them Obviously, I'm learning a lot, but we want to do something special. Like we wanted something big and something different. So we're taking it step by step. We're exploring the best options in the market because we want to do a very big event. Hopefully, in the upcoming weeks, we'll be able to share more information about it. But obviously, we're like all of us, in not only in the sports industry but in all industries, we're going to have to adapt to this new scenario, right? And be imaginative, be innovative. I like the challenge of thinking outside of the box, right? And fortunately, the new technologies provide us such a wide range of tools that we can leverage, right? So it's hard times, obviously, because there are a lot of people having really suffering. But in the professional side, it's challenging, and that's also cool.
So you foresee will be a change after this social distancing moment? People will decide to go to attend, for example, your summit or any other summit in an auditorium, or even we can take this situation for a stadium. People may not want to go back to a crowded place. We are foreseeing a different moment, and people who organize sports events and organize sports conferences, they have to see and to have this timing of perception that something will be different. So what are your view about this possibility that the places, the public places or the sports arenas won't be as full as it was in the past?
Well, it's difficult to predict, right? Because we don't know what the big impact. We don't know when this is going to end, and we don't know what the cost is going to be. We know it's going to be a high cost in terms of lives, definitely, and we don't know how high that cost is going to be. So we don't know the impact that it's going to make in people's mindset. But I want to be confident that I think it's coming together, and it's part of our nature. We are social animals. So I don't think that's going to change. There might be a hangover, right? Obviously, it's going to take time to people are still going to be concerned about this, and it's going to take time to go back to normal. Especially if the vaccine takes, obviously that's going to make a big change. If we have the vaccine or not, that'll make a big change. But I think that our social nature is gonna make the difference, right? But will we come back to normal? Well, probably we will. But I think that normality won't be the normality that it was previous to the attack, to the pandemic. I was talking with someone the other day, and he said like after the 9/11 attacks, it has become normal that, for example, you can't fly, you can't take a bottle of water on the airplane. Which, if you think of it, before the attacks was something you wouldn't believe it. Why can't I take? But we just got used to it. We haven't stopped traveling, haven't we? But we just obviously and we've got used to having to be at the airports 2 hours before our plane is due to take off, and obviously all the restrictions in terms of the things that we can carry and we can't carry. But that hasn't. I don't think that has actually stopped anyone from traveling. Right? It did perhaps for a while, but when the dust settled, we went back to traveling because people love traveling. I think people are continue to be passionate about sports even more because since sports, most major competitions have paused, people are more willing and more eager to enjoy sports than ever. So I don't think that's going to change. We will just have to get used to probably gathering in a different way, but I want to think that, and obviously virtual gatherings and all the virtual space is going to grow. We're seeing a lot of eSports activities going on. We're seeing actually a lot of traditional sport properties turning to eSports, which is great. So that's obviously going to grow. That's going to mark a turning point, but that doesn't mean that live traditional sports and gatherings are gonna finish. They'll just change. And
Perfect. All right. So today we have talked to Paco Rocha Riesco. He's from Spain. He's the communication director of the World Football Summit. I thank you for your time and all the information you have shared with us today.
Oh, Luiz, my pleasure. Whenever you want, just reach out. We will be happy to join any conversation. And congratulations, because I stayed tuned to previous conversations and a lot of really interesting takeaways. So congratulations.
Amazing. Thank you. Appreciate our time. Be safe. Have a great day.
Bye.
Carlos Canto. He's from Spain. He's the CEO of SPSG Consulting and Investments. Thank you again, and please feel free to make a short introduction about your professional career in the sports industry.
Thank you. It's a pleasure, and thanks indeed for the introduction and for the opportunity. I hope that everybody is fine. I started my professional relationship within the sports industry at IMG, the biggest and largest agency, as you know, in the world, when I spent more than 10 years as vice president of the consulting division, working a lot in a lot of projects, very, very interesting, and also traveling a lot. I've been many, many times to your country, beautiful country, Brazil. And then I moved, after 10 plus years at IMG, I moved to Lagardère Sports, also as vice president of the consulting division, also based out of Barcelona, but traveling also a lot. And since September 2016, I have my own consulting firm, boutique consulting firm, specialized in sports as well as in sponsorship, called SPSG Consulting. We are a niche, a boutique consulting firm specialized in these fields. So we do consulting on sports, we do consulting on sponsorship, and consulting in sports as well as in sponsorship. In addition to this, I'm a professor, a sport business professor at ESADE Business School, top 20 in the world, as well as at Instituto de Empresa also, and then at the Escuela Universitaria Real Madrid and La Liga Business School. And in addition to this, I'm a member of the board of the Spanish Marketing Association and the guy in charge of the sports chapter within the Spanish Marketing Association. And in addition, I'm honored to be a member of the advisory board of the World Football Summit. And I know that yesterday you had as a guest Paco Rocha. So that's basically me.
Amazing. So what do you foresee for Spain right now and for the entire Europe? What do you foresee in terms of, let's talk about specifically to soccer industry, what are the critical situations that they are passing through? Especially the lower divisions teams, maybe some of them may go bankrupt due to the financial crisis. What do you see? What can you tell us about that?
I mean, how heavy will be the impact? It will depend on how long it will take to go again and leave this vital behind us. Okay, so it is a matter that 1, 2, 3 months, obviously it will affect, but not as severely as it will affect if this situation will last for 6 or even 1 year. Having said this, one of the most important things is to resume as soon as possible the competition, at least the main leagues and competition. Obviously, having said this, health is the first thing.
Sure.
But if health is, let's say, guaranteed for athletes, for referees, for the staff, for media, etc., then it is much, much better to resume as soon as possible the competition, the leagues without crowd, without public, because then at some point it will diminish the effects of the losses. It will diminish the losses. So the money will start to flow again. And this is extremely important for the whole sports, and in this case, football ecosystem.
Sure.
Having said this, obviously, it depends on every single club what's their situation, not only financial, but also economic, from a business perspective, etc. situation, the impact, it will be more or less severe. Okay? So, if we analyze the 6 main revenue streams for a club, for any type of club, soccer club in this case, we have venues, first of all. Okay, so we have ticketing, we have memberships, we have renting, part of the facilities, etc. This is the main, area that has been or is affected by this situation, because there is no activity in these venues, in this stadium. So that's a painful area. Second area is about media. In the majority, not in all, but in a nice number of countries, at least in Europe and also in the States, media rights are centralized. So the majority of media rights, not all of them, okay? More digital media rights maybe are not centralized. But the main revenue streams comes from the broadcasters, traditional broadcaster or even OTTs, etc. All these mega broadcasters. So in these cases, in these countries, media rights are centralized, which means that the money goes to the league, not to the clubs directly. And then the league is the one who distributes to the clubs according to several criteria. Okay, so in these cases, clubs can do little because the main revenue streams are not up to them, but up to the league. Having said this, obviously, clubs should generate additional content, complementary content, maybe in a freemium basis, not everything for free. Again, if this situation lasts for many months, then a freemium approach should be definitely considered by the clubs. The third revenue streams is commercial, let's say sponsorship, merchandising, academies, campus, licensing, etc. Here, the thing is to be creative in terms of merchandising, licensing, etc. And then in terms of sponsorship, as a sponsorship is basically one single coin with two tails, the sponsor and the property. So if this situation comes when a sponsorship relationship is still in process, let's say 3 years relationship, 3 years deal, and now is the first year or the second year of this relationship, they are, let's say, obliged to sit down, talk, and find a common space to analyze the situation and find a solution, being flexible by each other. If this situation lands at the last, let's say, month of the existing deals, then the renewal of this contract, that's another day story, because eventually the brand should be obliged to renegotiate in a lower price. Okay. Obviously, also another factor to take into consideration is the type of brand. Assume that we are an airline sector brand, or a hotel chain brand, or a restaurant chain brand, sectors where the crisis is impacting very heavily. Yes. Then that's another story compared to other economic sectors. So that's the third one. The fourth one is basically transfers. Some clubs, some of them in Latin America, but also in Europe, are, let's say, specialized or focused from a business perspective in terms of, growing, identifying new talent, cheap talent, and selling them to Europe or to China or to other countries, or even within the Latin America area for a higher price. Okay. I would say that we'll see some changes in this economic relationship. Maybe, applying more some kind of NBA, NFL type of thing, exchanging players. Obviously, the commissions of the agents, I would say they will decrease their commission, which is a good news for the clubs. Okay. But still, this is an area to to analyze very, very closely. The fifth revenue streams comes from prices. No competitions, all competition are frozen, no prices, obviously, unless the competition is ended, and then they award the prices to that point of time. When the competition was still live, they won that competition. Okay, but prices are a little bad in Europe, maybe with the UEFA Champions League. There's not a lot of money to be distributed. And then the sixth revenue stream is other. And other, you need to diversify and you need to invest. We are not talking about just a football club. We should talk about a company on the football industry, being the main, let's say, core business, the team that is playing on the field. But if you conceptualize a club, not as a club, not as a football club, but as a company at the football industry, then you can identify other business opportunities around yourself.
Sure. Perfect. So, said that we know the over-the-top streaming for sports is becoming increasingly attractive. From now on, fans will have to decide between staying comfortable and safe at home or attending sports match in stadiums or arena with all risks it offers. So do you think the new stadiums and arenas won't need to be as big as in terms of capacity when people decide to invest in building new stadiums, given the social distances consequences? What do you foresee?
I would say that I would like to send also a positive message, okay? In Asia, especially in China, at some point, not 100%, but at some point, life is back, okay? So people are working, people are attending, are using public transport, are going to the office. There is no theater, no cinema, still no concerts, obviously, but gradually they are going back to the kind of normality. The second thing is that as we speak, 80% of population loves football. A year ago, 80% of population loved in the past football, in this case. In 1 or 2 or 3 months' time, 80% of people will still love football and will be eager to go to the stadium. Having said this, obviously, health issues are important. But at the same time, we don't need to forget that, generally speaking, the vast majority of a club fan base never goes to a stadium. The country with more fans of Real Madrid, for example, is definitively not Spain, but Indonesia, China, etc. Okay? And these people are not frequently flying to Madrid to go to attend a Real Madrid game at the Estadio Santiago Bernabeu. So this situation will not change. Having said this, obviously, a stadium should be profitable, or at least reduce the costs associated and be profitable. Okay? So the main thing is not to build or reduce the capacity of a stadium, is to increase the usage of those stadiums. Okay? So we are talking about not football stadia. We should talk about multi-purpose stadia.
Yes.
Or venues. And that's the thing. And that's the change of some football clubs, that they have their own stadium, okay, but they are not using it in a proper way, maximizing the revenues that eventually they can generate.
Perfect. All right, amazing. I do appreciate all your time, all the information and knowledge you have shared with us. Today you have talked to Carlos Canto. He's from Spain. He's the CEO of the SPSG Consulting and Investments. Thank you again, Carlos.
It's been a pleasure. Obrigado.
Be safe.
Ciao.
Bye. That's great. How are you doing, Paulo?
Hello, Luiz. Very good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you for your time. Appreciate. Today we have as a guest Paulo Passos Leite from Portugal. He's the general manager at Blue Orange Premium Events. Paulo, please give us a little bit of information about your professional career in sports.
Thank you, Luiz. Great initiative, first of all. Great guests. So congratulations on the initiative. Wow, I've been in the sports industry since I can remember. Over 25 years ago, I guess I started. I moved to the U.S. in 89. I was born and raised in Portugal until the age of 19, and then I moved to Brazil, to Rio. And in 85, we moved to Brazil, and then in 89, I went to Los Angeles, California to study. And I think the first event we organized was back around 2001, and it was a new sport, better known in Brazil, for sure not known at all in the U.S., and called foot volley. So we first organized the foot volley tournament in Los Angeles, and it was a huge success. We had the Mexican TV wanting to do a series with us, so it was a fantastic experience. We are mostly organizers of proprietary events. So what it means is that we're not a company that is out in the marketing selling services. Most of all, we design our own products, and we work with proprietary events in the mass participation industry. And we're talking about, when we talk about mass participation, anything that you can do self-propelled with your body, mostly running events, cycling events, swimming events, triathlon events. So that has been our core business. But we have organized events also in what I call mass media, which are those events that are mostly for people to watch, and that can be anything from Olympics to a World Soccer Tournament. That's what I qualify as mass media events. Mostly, these are events that people are invited to watch and not exactly to participate. Our focus is mass participation. We've organized events across the globe in the last 15 years, mostly in Portugal, but in Brazil, USA, Morocco, Italy, Spain, Argentina, you name it. We've been a little bit all over the place, and started, like I said, around 2001.
Amazing. So right now, what are your projects that you are running for the next months?
Well, we rebranded the agency, and we launched a couple of very big projects, and on a global scale. And one of them called the Triathlon World Series, and this had a business plan to go to 4 different countries in 4 years. And it's an event based on triathlon, and then over the course of 3 days. And we had a business plan to reach out to 9 destinations over the course of the next 4 years that we are now rethinking a little bit. We also have another major project that it has more to do with sports conferences, a little bit inspired on TED Talks, called Sports Talks. And again, it's an event that has a business plan to go global, and it's something that we are obviously looking at digital options. Actually, every product that we have in-house now, we are looking to transform it into digital. We think it's coming to stay, and we believe that in the future, both will work very well together. I'm actually, to be honest, very, very excited about this crisis we're going through, because it kind of puts us back into the drawing board. And for me, one of the things that I appreciate the most is that the creative process that you go through when you're launching a new product. So I'm super excited. Obviously, I'm not excited about the virus, but super excited about the possibilities that we have with the speed that industry is moving now into digital.
Yeah, so what do you foresee for mass participation sports events? What are the adaptations and changings and improvements that these mass participation events have to improve or to switch or to change for the near future?
Well, certainly the digital competitions are popping up. We've been used to what we have seen until now in eSports. It's mostly engaging fans and mostly gaming from a perspective that you are playing someone else's sport with your fingers. And now you're seeing this mass participation industry getting into this business. It was already happening with platforms like Swift and Rowvy. Rowvy now recently partnered with Ironman to do a series of digital events. So I definitely see going digital. All these physical events will have a digital option and a combination of factors. I mean, some competitions is something that you'll do outdoors and then you upload your results and go online. Some others more on the virtual level that you can see everything and do everything at home. Of course, doing things at home implies certain hardware. You'll need to have either a stationary bike or a treadmill. So I think a combination of things that are going to come into play, but I think there's going to be a combination of physical event associated with the digital, and that's maybe the major difference that I see in the mass participation. They want to combine both and not just something that you're sitting down and actually playing like a game. So it's coming very fast. I think it's a tremendous opportunity for cross sales. I think the digital will help to sell the physical events. You have engagement all year long. You have the opportunity for sponsors to engage, with their target all year long. And you can do promotions for both ways, from virtual to physical and physical to virtual as well.
That's amazing. So today we have talked to Paulo Passos Leite. He's from Portugal. He's a general manager of Blue Orange Premium Events. So please, Paulo, the final message for ever sports events organizers, what they can learn from this whole situation we passed through.
Well, talk to as many people as you can. I go into meetings with the hope that I'm wrong. And what I mean by this is that being wrong, I'm learning something new if I realize I'm wrong. So every time I talk to somebody, I hope I was wrong to try to get something out of it. Let's talk, everybody. There's great ideas. Good ideas are to be shared. And we only have to gain if we share our ideas and let everybody in on what we're doing. So I think it's a great, great opportunity. And anyone that wants to reach out to us and talk about what we're doing and see how we can work together, we're very happy to do it.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you, guys.
Today we talk to Ole Martin Revenstad. He's from Norway.
Perfect.
Founder and CEO of the sport in Global. Please tell us a bit about your professional background.
Sure. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm sitting outside right now in Molde, Norway. The reason why I'm sitting outside is because we don't have a lot of those good days this early. So I figured I'll showcase a little bit about the background that we have, a little bit nice for our viewers. It's actually over 200 mountains in the back of me right here. It's called like the mountain panorama here in my city in Molde. But going back to my background, as you guys wanted to hear, so I always knew I wanted to work in sports. Knew it very early, and have like a BA in sport management from Molde University College, and also a Master of Arts degree in sport management as well from University of San Francisco. Worked about a year at the Norwegian Football Association in Norway, and then I got a job offer from a sports director position here in Norway in a small club, but decided to go to the US, as I mentioned, to do my master's degree. And that's essentially the time where I started focusing more on like learning business and sales. As you know, the Americans are quite good at that. And had the opportunity to work for a couple sports startups, and I think that's where I found my entrepreneurial love and spirit. Typical San Francisco, there's a lot of startup environment there, and as well during my time in the U.S., I worked for Copa America 2016 and also Super Bowl 50. So super interesting for me, and you can say that this was the birthplace of Sporting Global, which actually took place as part of a class for me where I had the chance to do like a small business plan sample, and it developed into this crazy project that we're going to talk a little bit about later today. So it's been a crazy journey, but that's very briefly my background and experience.
So right now we are focused on what project?
Right. So right now, like our main focus is obviously on continuing developing the platform. So the key focus for us right now is in like focusing on making the social element of our platform the best possible way. And of course, like the Corona situation is hard for everyone, and we always have to adapt and find the best possible solutions. And with that, we decided also to start a podcast, which kind of like fits into our pillars of network experience and knowledge. So again, bringing knowledge to the young audience, to young sport professionals or people that are interested in sports. So we started that as a way of keep people motivated, happy and see what's going on. And from that point, of course, we're always working on new case studies. One of them is we were gonna be like the official recruitment partner and event that for Leadership Women Football Congress that was going to be in Bilbao in March. But as you know, like a lot of stuff happened and it got moved, but we're still working on that alongside with other case studies. So it's going to be, of course, a challenging time ahead, but I think we're well prepared. And I think one of the key things for us was to be focus on taking action right away and taking solutions and thinking outside the box. So we're on the right track.
That's great. So tell us about the Sporting Global platform. What is it for? What's the differences? What you can tell us now?
Sure. So to give you a very short introduction about Sporting Global, Sporting Global is a social recruitment platform for the sport business industry. We'll be utilizing AI to match talents with recruiters. So in talents, we mean essentially job seekers. So that could be students, young professionals, people that work in the industry that are wanting to find their own path. And for us, it was key to build a platform where you can build connections, which is obviously a key part of the industry, where you can gain tips and information about what opportunities you have and what it actually takes to get there. And then, of course, find those relevant opportunities at a global scale. So whether that's, volunteering, internships, part-time or full-time jobs. And when we started building this, it was very key for us to come up with a solution that was tailor-made for the upcoming generation. So obviously, we started developing, of course, like a web solution, but also Android and iOS apps. So it would be, right in the hands of everyone, which is always convenient. And then we saw that some of the key challenges was how we could efficiate the recruitment process, right, of key sports organizations and the sport industry itself, because one of their major challenges is time and resources, right? So that's where the AI system comes in, where we essentially select the top list of candidates based on an organization's need. Hence, they will be able to save time and money in the recruitment process. So for us, we wanted to focus on building a quality before quantity platform. And essentially what we mean about that is that this platform is for people that are passionate about being in the sport industry. So usually people that either are taking education within the field or have worked or are trying to get their way in. This is the place for them, and alongside with industry professionals that I want to connect with like-minded and wanted to do maybe like some B2B business and try to utilizing that in a very niche specific platform. Because what we saw is that if you're looking at platforms and solutions today, it's so massive, right? You have like, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, all this stuff. It's so many people. So you get a little bit lost in like, what are you passionate about and what's the value you will get in return? And what we saw is that with that, it was a solution. And opportunities that will true that. And for us, the sport industry, as you know, is a very, compact and small industry, and still very connected for being so global. So we saw that it's time for us to create a niche-specific platform that is specifically tailored for the sport industry, because first of all, it's so much money involved, and there's a big industry, and it's very well connected. And we said we need a place where we can match and essentially connect the right kind of people with the right entity, so we can continue to grow the industry in the best possible way. So I know it was a very long answer, but I think that gives the viewers and you guys a little bit easier understanding of what we're trying to achieve here.
And I can give a testimonial because I have used the Sporting Global platform to select some volunteers for the third WorldSBN Summit that would happen on May 16 in Lisbon.
Absolutely.
Whereas due to the circumstances, the lockdowns, we switched for the 100% online kind of webinar on May 16. But we have used the Sporting Global to select volunteers, and it was a very easy tool to make this screening. And I recommend the platform for those in need to search for professionals, and the professionals in search for sports industry areas to work.
Well, I truly appreciate it, and of course I would like to invite all of the people that are watching and will see this to sign up at sportingglobal.com. I think you guys will enjoy the platform, and just keep in mind we're still in the early stages, so there will always be like some minor things here and there, but we're taking a new step every day. And like I said, in just a few weeks we'll have our social element ready, so hence there will be a lot of stuff and content for you guys to share and be active on it, besides just finding a job or recruiting. But please hit me up if you're interested in recruiting, or if you have any questions about it. But feel free to join, and appreciate, like I said, the opportunity to be here and talk with you about this.
All right, thank you very much. You have touched all the marketing Webstad from Norway, the founder CEO of Sporting Global. Thank you. Appreciate our time.
Thank you, Luiz. We'll talk soon.
I don't have so much time right now, but I was involved for real in the industry of electronic sports, and not only games, but electronic sports 10 years ago. And I was researching and trying to set up understanding so I could enter the industry with more solid backgrounds. And the first gap I saw was about the legislation and also regulation. And after that, I moved on.
Perfect. So you think the eSports industry is promising, or is a reality?
It's a reality. Not with the numbers you see around, like billions of dollars, probably millions right now, but most of these kind of investments, they are going to or coming from the electronic industry. I mean, the electronic games industry. So that means commerce. When it comes to electronic sports, I mean, the sport itself, it's more like a millionaire, but still based on events. So the event has that kind of investment, and not so much the clubs or the teams or the athletes, whatever, like you see in football and other sports right now. It's a little bit overreact. It's a little bit, you have an overreaction about the numbers.
So you think they are estimating these numbers and putting now and using now, and on the near future we get on those numbers?
Hi, Marina. Marina is saying hi to us right there. And actually, I think we are going to see in some point, but not in a short period of time, probably in 10 years, 15 years, something getting more near to this number, but not billions, not like now. No.
Perfect. So you think during this time at home, during quarantine, people are practicing gaming more on a daily basis? Do you think those players at home may become a future, a potential professional eSport player?
Yeah, they are right now. When you talk about eSports, you have to have in mind that first it's made by people who wants and are trying to get an entertainment. So they turn on their video game or they turn on their computer looking for entertainment. The second thing is to make the practitioners understand what's sports and what's electronics. They already know about electronics, but they are not used to know what sports, the professional way. So that said, they need to understand, and you have to educate them about what is to become a professional athlete. And it demands a lot of communication and a lot of education. So you can have an environment where you have a real athlete with real rights inside an institutional environment, no matter if it is private or not. And then you have some kind of, relations and reactions with this kind of environment.
Perfect. So let's talk about WorldSBN, the institutional. That's for me is the most present, the most important present, the most important governing body in the world for eSports. You as a president, what do you tell for us? What's the main purpose of WorldSBN? What are your short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals?
Sure. Hi, Rafael. How are you? So just adding some points for the previous question, and I think right now we need to use the electronic entertainment, most specifically the electronic sports. And by the way, electronic sports, it's really a short and a small number of games that fit into the eSports. The rest, it's only electronic games. And we need to use this time, and we need to use this Corona and COVID, this kind of reclusion inside our homes to put we're going to learn a lot of good things after this terrible period stops. And we need to learn a lot from that. Now, going back to your question about WorldSBN, I never try to call ourselves as I don't like the concept of the governing body, the sole governing body, because it looks like something like a goddess thing, something like that. I think people and sports, the general sports, should change and fast, because these old models of confederations, federations, they need to move on. They need to go to the private sector or a mixed company for educational and social inclusion and social development kind of actions. You can go like a non-for-profit. But when it comes to the integrity of the athletes and also the wealthy of the whole system, you have to go to the private. You avoid a lot of corruption. You avoid a lot of problems that you already have with the regular sports model, and that would be wonderful. And we try to build WorldSBN and to have WorldSBN, the World Sports Consortium, in this kind of vision, disruptive, new, very modern when it comes to the administration model and the management model. And it's going pretty well so far. We are putting eSports in regions you would never reach with the old model, like Africa, for instance, or even small countries from Caribbean. They have a wonderful, wonderful environment there. They are doing a wonderful job there, and we don't pay attention because we are too used to look to ourselves as the source of all environment. And that's not the case. If you pay attention to the African region right now, it's going to be the new Americas. So if you are already there, if you have one of your foot inside there, you will have a wonderful return. But they need support. They need your participation, and then they need you to extend your hand for them. This is what WESCO is doing right now. We try to provide standards. We try to provide codes, regulation, help in this environment, and our criteria of affiliation are quite restrictive, but in a way to provoke the people trying to join WESCO, because they need to understand that they have to have an infrastructure. I will give you a short example. I know our time is short. Just to give you an example, a lot of people said, "Oh, I have a federation. I have a confederation." Well, they have no idea
with us.
What does it mean? I mean, you have to have an infrastructure for that. Commissions, regulations, codes, rules, and articles and studies and everything to provide the integrity
and I hope to see
of your category and to the athletes as well. So, and also
finally,
sustainability. And you have to prove yourself financially capable of sustaining your operations. And that means a lot. So we try to make the other national federations, associations, whatever is the name you can call it in your country, we try to make them understand that first they need that. It's not only about, oh, I have a federation and I have an event. I'm having competition, championship. With whom? Five guys together with a Facebook page, with a fancy and nice logo. This is not a club. This is not a team. This is not a professional team. Conceptually, they have no registration. They are not a company. What they are? So you see. And what about the labor contracts? What about the healthy and the underage people? What do you do with them? And what about your own national federation? Do you have your infrastructure before you have any kind of championship? You can have that to foment, to promote. That's a wonderful thing. But on the other side, you are a federation. So you have to have professional competitions and everything. And to have that, you have to give your athletes and the participants a career, a ranking, a goal. Otherwise, you open a private company and promote eSports event. That's it. You can have money easily and quickly than having a federation and so on. So that's what we try to put on the people. We try to make them understand everything that is concerned in this whole institutional environment.
Perfect. So I do thank you for your time, and thank you for WESCO for being institutional partner with WorldSBN for over 1 year. Appreciate all the kindness you have done with us. And today we have talked to Daniel Cossey. He's the president of WESCO World eSports Consortium. Thank you. Have a great day, Daniel.
My pleasure. Thank you. Congratulations. Bye, guys.
Bye. Hello, Varun.
Yeah. Hi, Luiz.
Hi. So today we have as a guest Varun Rajan. He's born in India, but right now he's working and living in Switzerland. So please, Varun, tell us about your professional career in the sports industry.
Yeah, Luiz, it's thank you for having me first of all here. Hope you and your family are doing fine in these very, very strange circumstances.
Thank you.
And for my career, let's start from the beginning. You know, when I graduated college, I was working in finance, and it was a very strange experience for me working in finance, first job out of college. And I always played sport. I was a basketball player, and then I wanted to just work in sport somehow. And I found a program here in Switzerland 10 years back. That's when I first came to Lausanne to do a master's program, and since then have worked over course of 10 years with rights holders such as the IOC, with the International Boxing Association, with FIFA lately with a lot of projects, and in between I tried to do a few startups. I had 2 failed companies in the meantime, but all in all very happy with where I've gotten in 10 years time and where I am now, and in the last few years, especially working a lot in football and with FIFA events and FIFA projects.
That's amazing. So talk about soccer, football for the rest of the world. On your view, what will be the improvements, adaptations, changings that the soccer industry may have to learn from these to get back after the crisis?
The first would be revenue sources. As the football stops, all the revenues just dry up. So soccer has to find ways, or football has to find ways to generate additional revenues. Till now, what we were seeing with a lot of football leagues were that digital rights were sold or given as free to the rights holder who took terrestrial TV rights, got digital rights for free. And this might change, because in crisis like this, everyone's going to digital. And what if you have no rights to your digital content? You've given it to someone for absolutely peanuts, and you can't really monetize that. Secondly, would be for big clubs and leagues to have connections with fans. Imagine you're living in Brazil, you're a fan of, I'd say, Sao Paulo or Flamengo, and your club suddenly puts all your support staff on a furlough. They're given a leave of absence till they can come back. So the relationship of the fans with the clubs might change, because your father might be working, or your friend might be working at a club, and the clubs that cannot support its staff during its tough times, the fans will find very difficult to connect back to those clubs again. So we are seeing some good examples at this time with especially clubs in the UK who have kept all their staff on the payroll. And then we've seen some other clubs who have let go of everyone, including the technical director. So imagine if there's the development of football also stops in those clubs. So fans will have to reconnect to the clubs, and you might see some fans dropping out for the clubs that supported all their lifetime, because they were not able to support the people that really built that club in these difficult times.
I see. So some keywords will be mandatory in order to bring back the fans to the stadium. For example, improving fan experience, comfort, fan engagement, safety. What are your thoughts about this?
Absolutely. I mean, till a vaccine is developed, first of all, and then it's widely available to the rest of the world, I don't see football being the same again. Just this morning, I was reading that the Bundesliga wants to start the games from 9th of May. But that's Bundesliga's decision. The German government, however, haven't made a statement. Firstly, it's the government who has to allow for these games to go on. A league or a club might decide that, we can go ahead with games, but till the government gives an okay for the games to go ahead, and it feels safe that the games can go ahead, it will not happen. So that will be the first point, that the governments are aligned on when the games can start. Secondly, even if the games go ahead behind closed doors, that means there are no fans in the stadium, you still need about 100 to 200 people, depending on the magnitude of the game, that work behind the scene to ensure that the games are broadcasted live to the world. Think about all those cameramen. Think about people working in the dressing rooms and so on. So then again, we have to ensure that these people, even if we go back to, let's say, the vaccine is not there, we go behind closed doors, and all these peoples are tested, they are traced, that these people also stay in isolation to ensure that the players can start coming on. We are still at the game stage. However, to prepare for the game, imagine all those academies where the players are training, or the training grounds. All those training grounds have to be sanitized. We see a group of more than 5 cannot be allowed. So how can players train in these circumstances? So it seems a very, very difficult road ahead. The health industry especially has to come up with a plan, a vaccine in the near course, and make it available to the wider public. You cannot just make sure that its vaccine is probably so expensive that it's only administered to the players, but then you leave out the support staff, and it's the support staff who actually starts bringing it again to the club. So it'll be a very, very interesting times for the sports industry to see how it charts out the plan to come out of this global pandemic.
Amazing. Thank you for all your information, all the experience you have shared for us. Varun, I have a pleasure to work with him at the FIFA Under-17 World Cup here in my hometown, Vitória, in Brazil. And it's a pleasure to talk to you again, Varun, and thank you. Please feel free to make your final comments.
Yeah, for me, we are in a situation that we have not seen in our lifetimes, and I'm sure we are going to get out of it very, very quickly, and people will be looking forward to seeing some sports again, because sports is something that unites people, and everyone is itching, to go and start watching live sports again. And what some interesting players have done, especially FIFA, they've started playing reruns of the great football World Cup matches, and everyone is still, the result, but you're still watching it. So imagine the day you have a first live game, and everyone will be so excited. I think sports has that power to kind of bring people together, to unite, give us hope. And I look forward when this COVID-19 is behind us and the sports industry takes the lead
kind of give hope again back to the society at large.
Amazing. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it, Varun, and be safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Luiz, and look forward to seeing you soon again. Bye-bye.
Then you have as a guest Carlos Augusto Bertucci. He's from Uruguay. He's a sport industry expert. So please, Carlos, tell us about your professional career.
Okay. Well, first, good morning for all the SBN team. I think what you've done with CSBN is grateful, and we will have a great year instead of this pandemic problem. Well, I have more than 35 years in the commercial management for different multinational and national companies. I'm Bachelor of Marketing and with a specialization in sport marketing at CalU, California University of Pennsylvania. The last 5 years I worked for the sport marketing industry with a team here in Uruguay, Boston River. It's a small team, but it has a lot to do in sport because here in Uruguay we are far away from sport marketing, and also I advise some sport venues like Paranoid Fan in the States and some sport venues of clothing also.
Amazing. So, in your view, what are the main points that the Uruguay sports industry may have to learn or improve for the next months and years to become a stronger sports nation?
Here we will play from the heart, but not from the mind. So there's a lot to do in all the clubs. The clubs are they have old people that are not prepared. In all the teams that advise, there's any organization of the team. There's a president. There's a manager, but there's anymore. They have no organization. So when you enter talking about the marketing, they don't know what it is. They think there is only publicity and not more. They think there is to gain some partnership, and that's all. And that's a very big problem. I always talk with them about what I think there is a big triangle here in Uruguay. There's little people at the stadiums. We have every weekend we have 3,000, 5,000 people in every field, and it's too little. And all the teams that have very big debts from years and years, they think that the year will be great if they sell some player, but that don't always have to be, no. And the sponsorships, we have 14 teams in the A, and I think 10 of them, they have the same partnerships. So what you do is you break the same cake in little pieces. So the money that it comes from that partnership to the club is very small, and it was a problem, and it will be a big problem when the pandemic finished.
I see. So what you are saying that's happening in Uruguay, I'm sure happens most of this country doesn't have strong clubs and strong leagues, and have this new professional way of working in the sports industry. Let's think about the root word, the amateur. Amateur is like from Emma, Amor, Love. So they are working with passion and love, not with the professional and like with a good team of work, professionals that can make sport as a good product to be sold for customers that want to have experience, that want to have passion. So the big difference between amateur and professional on this root word way, and not only in Uruguay, I'm sure in other countries as well. But I think this is the time that we're passing through. People have to realize that something that have to change. If not, they always should keep the same rhythm, the same cycle of let's have 2,000, 3,000 attendees to watch the game. Let's wait 2 or 3 years for the new president to take care of the club. So this is our old way of working, and I'm sure many clubs have to rethink their way of working properly and professionally.
Yes. I think that this crisis will come in that many teams that must make a fusion, and because the debts are too heavy for the teams, and we know that everything will be different. We will not go to the normal game of yesterday. We will have stadiums with less attendance, with obligatory distance between spectators. Yesterday they were talking that they will have 4 seats around every spectator. So a stadium for 40,000 will be 50,000. And for the TV, it will be different to view a field with so little people. You as a spectator don't want to see that. So they will have to make different way to transmit the game, different ways to gain people to broadcast the matches. The sport will change dramatically here in Uruguay and in the world. I think the clubs will have to take much more care of their finances. We have now that I like true companies, not clubs. They have to be like companies. They have to continue existing, so they have to manage marketing, finance, all that you have in a company, but now in a club. Is the amateur will be out of the way.
Perfect. All right. Today we have talked to Carlos Augusto Berruti. He's from Uruguay, a sports industry expert. I do appreciate your time, Carlos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Luis.
Thank you. Take care. Great. So today we have as a guest Gerald Danji. He's from Myanmar. He's the CEO of the WorldSBN Championship. So Gerald, please tell us about your professional career in the sports industry.
I'm actually from Singapore originally. I moved to Myanmar about 3 years ago to kickstart the World Heavyweight Championship with the goal of growing the martial art, Burmese martial of Leeway globally. Prior to that, in Singapore, I've been working for about a decade in sports broadcasts. So different companies, mostly startups, One Championship, 11 Sports Network. And then when they presented me with this opportunity to move to Myanmar to start this company, it was something that was really exciting for me. And it's been 3 years now, and it's going really well. And we are growing the sport in a lot of different markets, both on broadcast and also with the plans to do live events globally.
That's great. So your focus now is the World Lightweight Championship. So what are you guys planning from the following months and years?
We had set out to make 2020 a big year in terms of our international expansion initially. At our first event this year in January, we promised to do an event in the US, in Japan, in Thailand, and in Cambodia. And it will be the first time an event of this magnitude is for this sport is ever done in other countries. Obviously, plans have changed a little bit, but we are still committed to the international expansion of World Lightweight Championship. A lot of it is because there's a huge demand for combat sports content, both live and on broadcast. And I think that with our product that is still a little bit niche and also a little bit new, we can generate interest in new markets, and we can get a portion of the market share in terms of breaking into the mainstream sports landscape.
I see. So you as a global sport broadcast professional, we all know that sports streaming platforms are becoming increasingly attractive, engaging more and more subscribers worldwide. What are your views about it? People will have to decide in stay home to watch with all the resources, all the infrastructure that over-the-top streaming will offer, or also going to the sports arenas. What your view about it?
I think the global sports industry has been really reliant on the live stadium experience, and this whole pandemic has shown us that for the entire industry, just to make sure that we can survive another major incident like this, we need to move on to better accepting of the viewing habits that are evolving. Obviously, when we do get back to live experiences and being able to have people live in stadiums, that is something that that is always going to be a part of the media landscape. But we should look at accepting more of the global broadcast, regardless of whether you're league or team. You have to start accepting that the global broadcast is the way to go in the future, and also look at ways to monetize that. And rights fees right now are going to change, because once all the current contracts expired, people are not going to pay that much for rights fees anymore. So it will be down to the individuals, the individual players, the individual teams, the individual leagues to start finding other forms of revenue from broadcast. And that can be whether you create your own OTT platform, or you team up with fellow athletes in the same sport to release your digital platform. It could be free on YouTube or Twitch. But yeah, the sports media landscape is definitely evolving, and viewing consumption habits on digital platforms are going to be a major part of the revenue stream in the future.
Amazing. So today we have talked to Gerald NG. He's from Singapore, but living and working in Myanmar right now. He's the CEO of a World Lightweight Championship. I do appreciate our time. Please feel free to make your final comments, and appreciate everything.
Thank you, Luiz, for allowing us to have this time and bringing together a network of sports business professionals. And for anybody interested in World Lightweight Championship, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. And everyone stay safe and take care.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate our time. Bye-bye. Avi from Sapolak is from Israel. He's the Chief Commercial Officer at Iconic. So please, Avi, tell us about your professional career in the sports.
Wow. Well, I must say that I didn't start out with sports. I started out working in the telecom industry. I worked for quite a few years selling solutions, traveling the world. And a few years ago, about maybe 8-9 years ago, I was thinking on one of the flights back home how it was amazing that 90% of my meetings I would have with complete strangers, for business, the way to break the ice was to talk about sports. It was something I was thinking about, about 8-9 years ago. And then I started working on a kind of like a fan community solution. Back in the day, it was called FansShare. And we wanted to create a unified language for fans, regardless of where the fan was based. So you could be in China, you could be in Brazil, you could be in the UK, and you would use these kind of like emoticons to communicate. So that's how it started. That was my first glimpse into sports. I've worked at some very, very big high-tech companies. My last position, official role, was Managing Director of Asia Pacific. I spent quite a lot of time in Asia Pacific. And about 3 years ago, I was invited to join a startup called Engage, which was dealing heavily with fan engagement. We had patents, we have patents pending, and we were creating a really, really interesting engagement engine. And with my journey in Engage, we were introduced to the guys at Iconic, and I jumped from being number 1 in Engage to number 2 at Iconic. And basically, we created a very, very robust solution, a robust platform for fans, basically around the fans. And that's pretty much, I guess you can say, that's my bio all the way up to sports.
All right, so right now you're focused on the Iconic. What's the main purpose of this business? What you guys do in the sports area?
So basically, Iconic has three layers. If we look at the basic layer, and this is from my days working at Engage, the core would be the fan engagement. I remember a few years ago, after developing the fan engagement engine, then the clubs told us, well, that's great to have the engagement. What about the incentives? What about the rewards? What about the loyalty? How do we reward those fans that have engaged? So we have now in the Iconic platform an entire loyalty system around the engagement. And then when we finished with that, the club said, finally, okay, what's in it for me? What do I get from all this? So we had to create a monetization platform, I guess you could say, or a monetization element inside the platform. And today the platform is quite robust. It's a quite robust solution, which I would say covers a lot of the pain points that you have in sports, regardless of the club, regardless of the type of sport, and regardless of where you're based around the world.
That's amazing. So, based on your experience, your view, what will be the changes after this unique time you're passing through for your area of expertise in terms of fan engagement, this close relation with the fans and customers? What do you foresee for the next couple months and years?
Well, I can tell you that I've never been busier. The coronavirus, I don't like using the word taking advantage, but I can say we're utilizing the situation. The way I see it, the existing traditional asset has changed. There's going to be now the pre-corona era and the post-corona era. Most sponsors today will have a KPI-based relationship with the clubs. So no longer will a club be able to bring in a sponsor, show them the arena, tell them how many fans they have in the arena, and show them a wall where they can put their poster on. That era is gone. That's finished. Today, everyone's looking at, okay, who's actually looking at my brand? That's number one. Number two is, am I making an impact? Is there some kind of impact? Is there some kind of engagement? And number three, is there a purchase at the end of the day? Is there a return on investment? A good example I like giving, this was the pitch I was giving a year ago, 2 years ago, when you're driving on the highway and you see the big billboards on the highway. And that's the old school advertisement model. No one guarantees you're going to be looking at that billboard. No one guarantees that there was some kind of influence from that billboard. And number three, no one guarantees that there's going to be a purchase at the end of the day. And this is one of the things I think that Iconic has really come in really strong, is the fact that we are able to actually digitally track the first dollar, peso, euro, pound, whatever it is, the first piece of currency that's put into the system by the sponsor. Then I can actually see who they're engaging, so this sponsor can have a competition or a contest or something, an engagement, and they can see, well, anyone who participated will receive these loyalty points. And of course, the winners will receive prizes. So all of a sudden, you're taking that $1 and you're having 100,000 fans being engaged. And last but not least, how do they redeem those loyalty points? Do they use these loyalty points as a subsidy, as a discount for apparel, for merchandise by the club? Or do they use these loyalty points for something completely different, like taking your wife for the weekend at a hotel? So this is stuff that we can do with Iconic. We have the analytics, we have the data, we have the systems that we can actually track from the first dollar until the last dollar, until that dollar is out.
Phenomenal. So today we have as a guest Avi Francois Black. He's from Israel. He's a chief commercial officer at Iconic. I appreciate all the information you have shared with us. So please feel free to make your final comments.
I'll tell you the truth. I read something on LinkedIn a few days ago which made me laugh. A very top sports executive wrote on his LinkedIn post, "I can't wait to get back to work because then I can work a bit less." So now with this coronavirus, I must say my schedule is full. We're getting a lot of interests from partners, from clubs. We're actually posting every few weeks another club or another league. We just signed now. We just posted 2 days ago. We've just now closed the Drone Champion League, which is amazing. It's something of a hybrid between eSports and regular sports with all the drones. So that's something that we're really, really excited about. I think it's going to be crazy times. And for those clubs that don't do that digital transformation, they're just going to lose it. So now is the time. Now is that point of time where the seasons are closing, the seasons are being frozen, whatever it is. Now is the time to start planning for the next season. This season is pretty much lost. It's pretty much gone. And I know there's a lot of money that's being lost here. But now it's the time, like any business. Okay, I'm going to cut my losses. How am I going to plan for next year's season? And how is that going to be better?
Perfect. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate our time. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you, my friend. And I'm hoping that once this coronavirus is over, you and I will share a glass together. In fact, I have it here. I put it right here. So we're gonna share a beer together when this is over. Take care, my friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.